these two, when the red's on,
Yeah.
that means you're live. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going out to the stream. It's
well, you're
best
live.
to
Yeah.
have them on. If you want to speak to the direction.
Let's go!
good morning and welcome on this... Hello and welcome to Lilies Hall Sports Centre on this glorious day for the first day of The Fly, presented in partnership with World Lacrosse. This is our shiny new format of one of the fastest games on 2 feet, and who knew that it could just get faster? So with you today on comms, you've got myself, Georgie Heath, and alongside me I have the fantastic Jane Powell. Morning to you, Jane.
Good morning, everybody, and it's just great to be here. I'm so excited about today and just to see how the girls and the guys adapt to this new format, and we take this game onto another level.
It really is another level, isn't it? Lacrosse is changing by the day. 1 minute we're playing in the freezing cold, can't feel our fingers, and now all I can think about is sun cream and an ice cream at the end of this.
Yeah, I think it's really a good job that we're only playing 8 minutes a quarter, because I think the girls and guys will need some water breaks as we go through the day, because unusually for us this is a really scorcher.
Yeah, and so you mentioned the 8 minute quarters we've got going there, so that's one of the differences we've got. So let's just run you through a few of these. This is 6 players on each team at a time, and we've got 12 player squads. And actually, whereas we've normally got restraining lines, we've got offsides, it's each man for himself, and you can go anywhere except the goalkeeper must stay in their half, and obviously we've all got to stay out of the goalie's circle. And our first game today, we've got the women's game, Hustle versus Forge. And before we talk you through a few of the teams, let's finish off with a few more of these rule changes that you might not be aware of. So, whereas normally you could play possession, say you're up ahead, today we're actually starting with these new rules, the 30-second shot clock. And so once a team comes into possession of the ball, they have 30 seconds before they take a shot or possession moves over. And after each goal, instead of going back for a face-off or a draw, the goalie will restart play from the goal circle, and it's just continual. It's going to be really, really tough on these girls out there today because it is hot.
It is hot, but the rules will help them to sort of manage themselves in a performance environment and make sure that they manage their when they do sprint and when they do hold their position. And I think that's where the team tactics and the coaches' understanding will come into the game as to when are we all out, run, and when are we just holding, when are we just trying out a team play. And these teams have been known for about 2 months now, but they've not had much practice time because obviously a number of these girls have been training for England, a number have been training for Wales, and a number have been training for Scotland. So it'll be new for the girls as well that they're coming together in a joint team to compete against the best in the UK in this event.
Unfortunately, due to current circumstances, no crowds with us today, but hopefully we'll have lots tuning in on our stream across the Fly. So let everyone know. But another thing I think is actually mega about this is that everyone plays attack and defence. And having played goalie myself, I used to watch some of our attackers. They did not want to be in that defence. You knew they'd be like, oh, I've ended up where I really don't want to be. And they've all got to do everything today.
That's right. And conversely, every defender thinks that they're a great goal shooter. So we'll see today. We'll see whether they can actually put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we won't be seeing penalty shootouts at the end of this, or that could be really a moment to take into account there. But, you never know. Maybe in the future, lacrosse penalty shootouts could be a thing.
Another unique thing for this event is that our umpires will be in the fluorescent yellow and not the traditional stripes.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that one, though. All I can think of is flies. How about you? I just look at them and I think, oh, you're going to be covered in them. I saw them all spraying up earlier. The first thing they thought was sun cream and fly spray.
And isn't it called the Fly?
There you go. That was it. It's all intentional. Someone thought this through. So when normally as you know, Jane, we have shooting space in lacrosse. And for those of you that can see the pitch at the moment, we haven't got a fan. We haven't got a 15 yards. So the shooting space is out of the picture. And when I mentioned this to you earlier, I was like, I worry for the defenders. Are we going to need concussion on the side? But you had a different view on this one.
No, I think the game will be a bit more open, and therefore the chances of that happening, whilst they're still there, they're always still there.
Yeah, this is true. And also, as you know, we have our minor fouls, our major fouls. Oh, here we go. We talk minor, major fouls, but actually the girls are on the pitch. We're all ready. And so for the first game, are you ready, team? We've got Hustle versus Forge about to start with the draw. And we've got Liv Wimpenny facing up. Here we go. This is momentous. I'll start there, but it's okay. Dress rehearsal, we go again.
And the first draw winner of the fly is Liv Wimpenny. And
oh, it's in already. Here we go. Goalie straight out from Sophie Allen there.
Miranda Bate running down.
Okay, we're still setting up in a perimeter like we normally would. We just haven't got a fan. It's all a bit smaller. Oh, it's a nice save there. See, goalie clears. It's all about the goalie clear. It's already down the other end. And here we go, 1-on-1. That's 2-0. Easy as you like.
2-0 to the Forge.
Hustle in their quality street coloured attire. Just holding it nicely. You know, just up the top. Just feeding it round. There's some nice looking defence here. Liv Wimpenny, England player there, just directing traffic.
Oh, great shot there from Sophie Coombs-Roberts.
Well, I'm going to say it's almost a worm burner, that one. Is that what we call them, the worm burner? I mean, nothing really the goalie could have done about that one.
And we're straight back at the other end. And you can see that the players get a 30-second shot clock. So the shots are coming in fast and thick. And there's another one. 3-1 to the Forge.
Right, here goes Ruby Smith. Ruby.
And there's Emily Chandler looking for that long pass again, straight from the goalkeeper. Oh, great save.
See, this is something Hustle, I think, need to look out for that one, because she is just hanging up there, isn't she? We've got Anna Saunter. She's just chilling. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they've cottoned onto it now. There's another shot, another goal. God.
That's Sophie Morel scoring that one for the Hustle. 3-2.
I used to hate being a goal against her. She's got a mighty fine shot on her, Sophie.
Timeout called by Connor Dockery.
Yeah, so we've just had a few minutes play there. My thoughts so far, oh my gosh, keeping up with the score, quite difficult. Thank gosh we got all these scoreboards everywhere, because it's just goal after goal after goal.
And you can see that the coaches are working hard in this very short time for a timeout, but Connor Dockery and his assistant there just giving it their best shot. Right, Martha Cornbrook, sorry, my apologies.
Martha, she did actually coach me for a while. Very adorable set of twins.
Forge in the attack again, just moving the ball around. Liv Wimpenny seems to be one of the drivers in this squad, and it's a great save.
Great save there from Sophie Allen.
And because the shot came off the goalkeeper, even if the ball had gone off, they would have still been in possession. But if they take a shot and miss everything, then they no longer get possession, even if they run off and get nearest to the ball. So that's a big change for this version of the game as well.
Oh, I used to yell at my attackers. If they missed the goal, I'd be like, you chase that ball. I'm not having to save another one.
And you can see on the ball again, Liv Wimpenny has the ball. One person is taking a short break for a foul. So there we have, who's gone off? Hannah Thurston, I believe.
Is it Hannah Thurston? Just finished her junior year at Duke University. Great place for lacrosse over there. Over in the States, they're all doing their thing, really, aren't they? That's nice. Oh, just over the top corner there, and I was about to yell, chase it, but that's not how it works in this game.
Goalkeeper's ball and play on. Here we go. Emily Chandler's making her way up the field.
She is. Remember, only go halfway now.
She's the sort of goalkeeper that would love to run the length of the field.
I always think I'd love to run the length of the field until I actually start, and then I remember that actually there's a reason I was in the goal.
I remember our England men's goalkeeper, Ben, running the length of the field and scoring in the championships.
Oh, hit the post. Yeah, you see that's... All right, Sophie Coombs-Roberts, off she goes again. Nice little skip there. She's still got possession. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
She's got a very powerful shot, Sophie Coombs-Roberts. She's one of the top Welsh attackers who scores many goals for them. And
Liv Wimpenny, there we go. Straight on with another shot again there. So they fight back well, but I still think they're hanging out that player up here.
oh, Ruby Smith, yes, she did win it in the end. It was a bouncing ball out to Miranda Bate, who just drives in, but tries to recycle it, but gives it straight to Liv Wimpenny, who unfortunately throws the ball off the sideline.
And it is a much smaller pitch we're playing on today. I mean, you wouldn't want to put 6v6 on a full-size pitch. We're not that mean.
It's interesting, when we set it up yesterday with nobody on it, I thought, oh, it looks quite big. But once these players get on there, it actually does look much smaller and is much more serviceable for this variation of the game.
We just calmed it down a bit, it seems. Oh, that's a lovely check there from Liv Wimpenny. She's really in on all the action, isn't she?
Yes, she seems to be the kingpin, doesn't she, for her team.
And there's some great saves coming in here from Emily Chandler. So this is nice. She's also captaining the side. I love that. Goalie of the captain.
Oh.
There was a big wind-up there, wasn't there?
Big wind-up. I think Liv was seeing that one going into the back of the net, but unfortunately she pulled it a little bit and it missed the left-hand post. Straight out to Sophie Coombs-Roberts, who does make the shot. It's almost a competition between Sophie Coombs-Roberts and Liv Wimpenny at this stage. Liv's gone off for a breather, though.
That's another close one there, but almost a little bit frantic, maybe getting a bit tired here. I'm sure we'll be coming up to a quarter any minute now, but as you know, there's subbing on the fly going on here, so you don't have to stop. There's just players running off, running on.
And we've got a real mixture of players here, some young under-19s and the senior players, and that was a great shot again. Sophie Morel. She knows where the back of the net is.
Oh, and she's done the redefending right there.
So she's taken the shot, she's scored the goal, and she's the player bringing it out of defence. Great work by Sophie Morel.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing you want to see as a coach, really, isn't it? She might take the shot. It's not celebration. She's straight back on the redefence. Has already adapted to the new form of the game and is in the defence straight away.
Yeah, excellent play.
And interestingly, I don't know if you saw it there, Jane, we actually had Sophie Allen coming out to defend that hanging forward player who has been the one to get the goalie clear and take the shot. So Sophie was like, you know what, I'm taking this out of the game. which has worked quite nicely. Oh, I felt that. Oh, you heard that off the foot.
Ooh, and good umpiring there. Advantage was being played. The player fouled and she's gone off for a breather, but the team are now given, instead of it materialising in an attacking shot, they've got the ball back because it was a foul. There's some slightly different interpretations of rules as we go through, so we all have to try and keep on top of them. And this is our first look at this game, as well as no doubt you, the viewer. So it's all good viewing for us as well. So that's the end of the first quarter.
Oh, I'm exhausted. How about you?
It's really end to end, and it's really it's great. I mean, as a spectator sport, I'm sure it's great. When you're trying to commentate on what's happening, you're just thinking about what's happened there, and something else is happening. So it really is end to end stuff. And I think both teams are playing a slightly different style. We've got the Forge where they're leaving a player up, and I think Hustle are just starting to get to grips with that now, and just starting to be aware that they probably need to pick up that player that's being left up, because Emily Chandler, the goalkeeper, is finding her on a regular basis.
Yeah, and also Emily Chandler is having an absolute stormer so far. She's made some great saves and then taking the great clear. But although, as we said, the shot comes in and she can take the clear anyway.
You could almost say that she's saved however many she's saved, and she's assisted on at least 2 goals. She's been the person who's created the attacking move for the goal.
Oh, that's the most satisfying thing as a goalie, when you're like, oh, I definitely set that one up. And you just brush the shoulder. Thanks for that, everyone. Yeah, the players just taking some shade during this quarter. We've got Hustle there under their little gazebo, all huddled together. But Forge, they're going, you know what? We're going to take this heat. We can take this. We can handle this. We've got 5-all, actually, which is unsurprising. It's been back and forth, and you can't really imagine there's going to be huge margins at this point in the game. We're only 8 minutes in. We've got another 3 lots of 8 to go, so it's all to play for, really. I'm just loving this new format. You're learning, you're watching, you're commentating all at the same time. And then we've got the men's game going on behind us. It's just crazy. My friend over here, Jane, is just trying to somehow cope with the sunshine, which we're just not really used to. Normally we need that umbrella to shelter us from the storms.
Yeah, I'd like to say this, that the umbrella was to try and cover the technical equipment we've got here, but it's not working. So we won't bother. We'll just watch the game and look at what we're seeing. So we'll go for that. So Paul Bibby back in the middle, ready for the draw.
Taken lovely from her own draw there. Draw to herself from Liv Wimpney. She's a very good player. Oh, that's a lovely feed. So Forge straight in with the early goal. Sophie Allen back out. Oh, she's being man-marked. I just hate that as a goalkeeper. It's coming straight back down her end.
Oh, well played by the goalkeeper there. Sophie Allen comes out and intercepts it, and she needed to do that because otherwise she was looking a bit dodgy there.
And not just speaking as a goalkeeper myself, but you need a good goalkeeper in a game like this, don't you?
Well, interestingly, I think we're noticing how important the goalkeeper is just in the first quarter, and now at the start of the second quarter, where we've seen goalkeepers assisting in goals, preventing goals. They are absolutely vital in this game. And the goalkeeper, you might not see it on your screen, but she's coming way out of the goal to mark the attacking player now.
That's a great peg back there from Emma Oakley. She's got wheels, that girl. Apologies for the noise, everyone. We have just... Jane is okay. We've just been attacked by a ball from the men's pitch. We've lost screens, we've lost everything, but we will keep you going. Okay, so here come Forge moving up the pitch. Nice take on the perimeter, slowing it down a little bit here. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Again, we've got Sophie Coombs-Roberts. And there we go. We're finding that extra player once again, just out on the side. I think that's something Hustle really need to have a look at because they just keep finding it, Forge. And Sophie Allen can't take her every time because they're going to pick up on that too. Sophie Morel with the ball again. Oh, that's a lovely check there from Liv Wimpany, who sets off down the pitch. She has worked hard today. And here we go again. So it seems to happen more often than not, almost, that it's Anna Saunter. They're just leaving her out there.
And Anna Saunter played in the last Under-19 World Championships in Canada, and she's really growing as a player and really starting to mature, and it's great to see.
Yeah, she's another one of those Cambridge players. We've got quite a few of those around today. We've obviously got Sophie Morel. She was a Cambridge player. When I was at Bristol, we used to face them and I'd be like, oh no. Oh no, yeah. I know who exactly I've got to play. There's also Julie Wise. We're going to see her at some point today. There's lots of them around. It's just not fair. You can't be that clever and this good at sport. That's not allowed.
Yeah, and we've got a few people like that because we've got 2 or 3 who've been who are doctors and actually have done their stint during COVID as well. So a big shout out to all our medical people who've done that. Yeah. Not detracting from the game, of course. And that was Hannah Thurston there just going through and slotting that one in.
Oh, that was just a lovely shot. Low to high there. That top corner shot is just fantastic one to see. It's something about that. It's just, oh.
And it's really all square here. 7-all?
7-all, yes.
Some great footwork there, but challenged, and the ball has been stolen. Georgie Greenwood coming out with it and laying it off to Hen Watson, who's looking wide.
Georgie Greenwood, one of our Scotland players, down from north of the border. So it's nice that we've not just got the England girls in here, you know.
No, and in fact, that goal was scored by Ellie Jones from Wales. So real multicultural on the pitch at the moment.
Oh, we love that. You love to see it.
Absolutely, because if you think about it, the next one of the big Sixers events that's coming up is the World Games, and we have to play as GB in that. So that's a mixture of England, Scotland and Wales. So it's great that we're getting this chance to play them together in this. Oh, and it's a ball again from Emily Chandler. And
that was a lovely fake, wasn't it?
Ellie Jones slots it away.
It can make you feel like a right idiot as a goalkeeper when you go for that fake. But with a great fake like that, actually, you know what? Kudos to her.
Oh, what a great cut there by Hannah Thurston, and a good feed in and a very straightforward goal for them. And it really is end to end. We go from one goal up to the other end and it's another goal.
You almost feel like Hustle are having to put a little bit more effort into making their goals. They find the goal and then quickly you get Emily Chandler gets the ball, feeds it up, hanging out player gets it, goal, and then it's equal again.
In fact, you could almost say, why are they passing it to that one player when the goalie goes to mark? Why don't you just shoot from where you are?
Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
If the goalkeeper comes way out of a net and takes that player, then that leaves the goal open. So I wonder if any of them will spot that. Like that. Oh, if that had been straight.
Well, back in the day when I was on the pitch, it was if the ball went off, everyone stood still.
Not anymore.
No, you don't even get that rest anymore.
No, you certainly have to be aware and fit.
Oh, that's well over the top there. That's shot. Emily Chandler, here we go again. Hustle have had time to get players back this time, so we're going to see a different Forge goal. If it's to come, might not.
Oh, good shot, Liv Wimpany.
She's been this good since she's about 15, Liv Wimpany. I remember watching that.
Yeah, she has been one of the standout players, and in fact in the Under-19 World Championships in Edinburgh in 2015 she made the world team, so she's certainly one of those players there. I would think Most people around the world will know the name Liv Wimpany.
And that hair, you can't miss it.
The bubble on top.
So we have got a fair few players with masks on, and by masks I don't mean the masks we've all been talking about for the year, but covering their eyes. It's not mandatory, but some people decide that that's what they want to do. I believe at school level it is these days.
It's recommended,
Yes.
Certainly recommended, and I think it's compulsory in the States, where no doubt a number of the people watching this will be from, but we're trying to move towards that for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think once you start wearing it all the time, you just get used to it and it just becomes part of it, really.
And in fact, it's interesting looking out there because the people not wearing the face masks are the older players, with no disrespect to any of them, but they're the ones who grew up that they didn't...
Seasoned players.
Yes, they didn't have to wear it, so they probably have just drifted into it, whereas all the younger players out there definitely are all wearing face guards. Oh, great shot there by Ruby Smith, but he bounces off the post. And because it's bounced off the post, you can play on. So, in essence, you can't go from front to back. But because it hit the post and went over, then that's counted as almost coming off a defender. So you're allowed to play on.
So that is half-time here at Lilleshall Sports Centre, and it is 12-10 to the Forge.
Correct. 12-10 to the Forge.
And out of that 12, I'm wondering how many have come from that long pass to the hanging out player.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, and I think there must be at least a quarter of them must have come from that long pass.
Yeah, easily. And I think that's what's key with an accurate goalie clear. It's very, very helpful. We're still recovering over here from our attack from behind. Attack from behind from the men's pitch. It came with quite some speed. Jane moved like faster than the people on the pitch. It was astonishing.
It's amazing how quickly you can move when you need to.
Yes.
But, it's interesting. We talked about the girls going into the shade during the quarter time, and both teams now are in the shade, and no doubt hydrating because it's quite a warm day. And I think we've extended the half time to 8 minutes because of the temperature.
Yes, I think we'll let them have that one, won't we? So this is actually the first event of its kind. So we feel like we're part of something quite momentous here.
I know that there's been a number of trial matches, etc., particularly by the US and Canada, but this is the first competitive tournament. So this is certainly the first of its kind, and it's quite nice being here when history is being made. And England Lacrosse, I know, have worked really hard on developing this concept and developing the tournament, and we are so grateful to do it in partnership with World Lacrosse, who have supported us along the way, and that makes a massive difference. So just to have that support and have that operating as we've gone through with all the planning, etc., has been phenomenal. And so it's really good just to have this opportunity to play a competitive six-a-side tournament.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And also, we were saying earlier, we've got players from Wales, we've got Scotland, we've got England, and actually this is the format that is proposed for a future Olympics, which would just, lacrosse in the Olympics. Can you imagine it? Yeah,
and that's absolutely right. And, we certainly we gained Olympic recognition, I think it was 2-3 years ago now. So this is all important in working towards that acceptance as an Olympic sport. And certainly many of the players out here, should we get that Olympics place, I think we're trying to get 2028 in Los Angeles. The players out here, there will be some of these players playing for GB in that competition.
Oh, and we're seeing them here. We'd be like, we were there.
We were there
on their first go. And from what I've seen so far, there definitely could be some of these names on that list.
They could, and some of the tactics, some of the styles of play are starting to be seen here. We've already seen a really key one with the leaving the player up. The Hustle have not got used to that tactic by the Forge just yet, but maybe they'll come to terms with that in the second half, and we'll see a different style from them to adapt to it. So it's just great.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something Coach Gloucester will be addressing, because that's their kryptonite at the moment, really, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Because they seem to have scored a lot of goals, as you said earlier, from that long ball up the field. So it's really important that we that they do something to manage that.
And so obviously we've got Olympic proposals for the future, but yes, next year's World Games is something we definitely look forward to, because it tends to be that the Americans and the Canadians are pretty dominant in the lacrosse world, but this is a whole new format, and I think this is something we could look to becoming, a world power in ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's right. But, we are still pushing with our tennis-side game, and the women will be going to Baltimore, John Hopkins next year. And the under-19 men's championships that's been postponed 2 years running, so it's under 21 tournament, will be in Limerick in Ireland next year. So we've got two groups of players, and lots of them are playing here today, who are looking for that tennis-side world championships, which is still the pinnacle of most lacrosse players' lives at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. I remember back in the day when national schools was the pinnacle of my lacrosse life. I remember, God, there were tears, there were tantrums, and you'd be like, I'm just going to go get a bacon baguette to cheer myself up because we've lost.
I think you're right. When I first saw national schools, I was bowled over. And for those of you that don't know anything about national schools, basically 56 to 60 teams turn up at a venue. We have 17 pitches, and we're out there just playing lacrosse, and every school brings their own tent. And the tents are just, it's like tent city. And it's
you can't forget the boom boxes too. There's
just
always some,
immense.
whatever's number one in the charts at the time. Everywhere you go, someone's got a new chant or a dance to it. And maybe we'll see, you never know, a Sixes schools tournament one day in the future.
Yeah, we're certainly, as England Lacrosse, we're looking at the different variations of the game and how we can bring it in. And certainly all the way through our talent pathway, we play a lot of Sixers because we think it's the best way to develop young players. They have to be able to attack and defend. So if we can develop a group of players who've got those characteristics and techniques and skills, imagine how phenomenal the tennis-side game will become with people who can both attack and defend, and we can then manoeuvre the teams around.
Yeah, and that's what's quite exciting, is that the two could sort of complement each other, Like I said earlier, I had those players on my team I knew didn't want to defend, but they've been playing this. It boosts their confidence.
Yep.
It lets them know that actually they've got quite a nice shot on them, the defender.
That's right. And I don't see them as being unique, or discrete from each other. I do see it as this is lacrosse. This is a variation, and so is the tennis side. And hopefully there'll be a number of players who will play both disciplines. However, we may well start to see specialist tennis side players and specialist sixer side players. And it really doesn't matter as long as they're playing the sport because they love it, because we don't get much funding in this country. So the players have to pay for virtually everything themselves to be able to compete and play. And even the World Championships next year, I think each player may well have to pay up to £3,000, let alone all the costs for training. It's a tough environment when you're having to do all the training, all the hard work that every other national team does, but you're having to pay for it as well. But we're certainly not going to let that stop us, and the girls will continue and the boys will continue to do that because it's just a great sport and a great worldwide family as well. I think we're up to 60, 70 teams now that are playing, and the players are starting to come back out onto the pitch. So let's see if we can see a turnaround in the second half. What's the half-time score, Geordie?
12-10 to the Forge. And as we all know, we come back out for the draw at the beginning of each quarter, which in the normal game we would have after every goal.
Just thinking the normal, in a tennis-side game, not normal, let's not call it normal, let's call it tennis-side.
Let's call it
in the tennis-side game, we would have had 23 draws already.
And so we've got two England internationals. We've got Liv Wimperney and Ruby Smith. facing up against each other for the draw here. Both going for the push technique and both gone for the draw to themselves. Oh, nicely picked up there by
Miranda Bates taken that one. Oh, I'm not sure she didn't go from the attack into the defence there, but maybe it was deemed she didn't have control.
Oh, that's a great save there. Or is it a block? It just all happens so quickly sometimes. Oh, that was a great cut there in Miranda Bates. She's come into the game suddenly, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's a great young player. Really like the way she plays the game.
Oh, feed over the goal. Oh, I used to hate those.
And the goal's wide open. I wonder if Emily Chandler will try and score.
Oh, yeah, Sophie Allen. She's miles out. Oh, yeah. I mean, the idea was there. I get where she was coming from. And it was either 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. She didn't really have a choice. You know, it was going to be a goal either way, you almost think.
Yeah, sadly, she was caught in no man's land, as they say.
Yes. Oh,
she's marking the player, and here we go.
Oh, there we go. See, this is the Forge. I'm going to take this down as Forge's #1 technique, I think. You know, give that player up there, and the goalie's having to make the decision. And either way, the long pass is coming, and they're getting the goal out of it.
And I quite like the idea that the Forge are thinking about picking up that attacking player, but at the same time, they're leaving their goalkeeper completely isolated because she can't. Oh,
fantastic save.
She can't always do that, but she's made 2 great saves in a row there, so well done, Sophie Allen.
I'm not sure that second shot didn't make her look better than it was. You know, one of those, when your coach shouts, spaces, not faces, that was a bit of a faces, wasn't it?
It sure was.
Oh, just a little moment here, you know, Forge and their shots just not quite converting as they might like to. So Sophie Allen's got the ball, she's going for the clear out. And it's nicely on the wing there. We're completely free here for Hannah Thurston.
Long range shot from Sophie Coombs-Roberts and easily taken by Emily Chandler, who nearly got another assist. But great save by Sophie Allen.
Someone put a Fitbit on Sophie Allen, please. She's running miles.
Can you imagine the old days when the goalkeepers used to stay standing?
Or in that old-fashioned kit that you just clunk along and you sound like the junk man coming up the road.
No longer is that possible if you want to be a goalkeeper in lacrosse.
No, you have to choose whether you want to be able to run fast with hardly any padding on and never see your knees looking unbruised again, or you want to sound like the junk man and not be able to move. You always know when it's lacrosse season by the bruises on your knees as a goalkeeper and the bruises on your arms as a field player.
That's so true.
You get those field players who'd be so proud when they had bruises on their right arm if they tended to be a right-handed player, because then it meant they'd been using their left hand more, and they'd be like, look at this one,
yeah.
I've been using my other hand.
Yeah, it almost becomes like a medal of honour, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Here's my medal. Look at this medal.
Yeah. Oh, look at this bruise. It's just shaped nicely like someone's lacrosse stick.
Ruby Smith driving through there, just laying it out to Emma Oakley, who drives in and she drops it. Oh, but picked up again by Ruby, but Emily Chandler yet again.
Yeah, and those two have worked together a lot, haven't they, Emma Oakley and Ruby Smith?
There's that long pass, an accurate pass from Emily Chandler. She's having a stormer today.
She really is. So far, she's done everything that's been asked of her. And more. She's not allowed to score a goal, though, which is a shame.
Time out again by Conor Dockery, the head coach of the Forge, who must be quite pleased with the way his team are playing at the moment.
And what's interesting there, we just saw Liv Wimpney coming up towards the goal, and in the tennis side, you would see that she would almost be going to fake the shot and she would get the shooting space, she'd be out on the fan on one of the hash marks and she'd get a penalty. But as we know, we haven't got fan here today, we haven't got that, and we don't have the shooting space.
No, but we do have, the umpire is allowed to call a foul if it's a dangerous scenario. So, in essence, we still have shooting space, because if it's dangerous, then the umpire will be calling a foul.
Right, so with the score 10-14 here, we haven't had the flurry of shots we started with in the first half.
Well, interestingly, the Forge have taken shots this second half. I'm not sure Hustle have taken many. I guess Emily's made 2 saves, so they will have taken a couple. And there's another shot, but I don't mean to be rude to the player, but that was pretty tame. And Emily Chandler just took it with ease and just feeds it simply this time. So she's got a very cool head on her shoulders. She doesn't always look for the long pass if it's not necessary. Liv Wimpenny again, and another goal from the Forge. They're taking this one away from the Hustle now.
Oh, just televised that a bit, Sophie Allen, I feel. And so we've got one-on-one here. Oh, you love a one-on-one. We're just taking it out wide. It's okay, got control.
Well, they have, but remember they've got 30-second shot clock. So I can't see the shot clock from our position. It'd be good if the Hustle could come back and score a goal, and they did.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Sophie Coombs-Roberts.
Yeah, well, I think you can claim that one there, Jane.
It'd just be good if it got close again, because then we might see this end-to-end stuff. But, I think Forge are playing it very sensibly indeed. And they've still got the legs. I mean, you see the pace with which they can move from defence to attack, and they're moving the ball around nicely. Back to Liv Wimpenny, who takes quite a tough one there.
Oh, man down. Oh, she's on the floor, she's up, it's in the back of the net. Even from the floor.
And that's good, because it was a foul, but because the umpire allowed advantage, because the ball went in the net. So why bring the ball back if you've already scored from it? Anna Saunter again. She's having a good game as well, young Anna Saunter.
Yeah, but quietly.
Yes. You wouldn't notice her unless you were actually putting some data analysis on, but she seems to have been in the right place at the right time and been able to take it and make something of it. Oh.
But some nice clean pickups though today. Normally we get. Oh, that's just another great save there. She's really just on. She's on one today, isn't she? Emily Chandler.
Is. No, she's having I think this game suits her. I really think the six-a-side game suits her, because she's a very mobile goalkeeper and she likes to be involved in the game. So any goalkeeper who doesn't like to be involved in the game, this is not for them, because they're involved in the game from the start.
This is the kind of game, though, you like as a goalkeeper on a cold day, when you're like, I'm actually moving around instead of just standing here.
And certainly from an international point of view, I'm delighted, because the more young people who can aspire to be a goalkeeper, the more challenging it is, the more competition we have for places. And wow, wouldn't it be great if we had like half a dozen goalkeepers that were like, wow, they're world class. How are we going to decipher between them and have that opportunity to make a decision?
That's great, isn't it?
Because in the past, you go to most schools.
Oh, we've gone for a very long shot. It was clever. I didn't quite see the time there, but I now see what she was doing there. Sophie Coombs-Roberts was like, well, you've just thrown that one away, but...
Yeah, great match awareness.
Yeah, really good.
Great game awareness, being aware that the three-quarter time hooter was about to sound, and I'm going to take the shot and just hope that it goes. And it wasn't far off, to be fair to her.
No, it wasn't. It had some great power on it, too, watching it rebound off the net behind there. So if you just look in your screens, you've got a few replays. Oh, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? There's nothing Sophie Allen could have done about that one.
Yeah, some real action from the first half.
And if we're just seeing the same goal here from behind, look at that power as it hits the back of the net. It's just, that's just a lovely one.
Yeah, unfortunately the goalkeeper had been dragged out completely there. So it was a relatively straightforward finish, but she did finish it well.
It's one of those things, when the goalie comes out and then as an attacker, you've got a completely open goal. The last thing you want to do is miss. But they seem to get it into their heads. They've got to take a really nice shot. And I'm thinking, you've got a completely open goal. Just go and plop it in. Just roll it in. At least it goes in. It goes down as a goal either way.
Yeah, exactly. More people will say how many, not how did you do it.
Exactly. I mean, it's like in cricket. You see some worldies of a catch. And then annoyingly, it only goes down as a catch.
That's absolutely true. We've seen some sensational ones, anybody who's been looking at that this summer. But here we go with some action still from the last quarter. and you'll see the ability of Emily Chandler and the defenders to just try and restrict as many shots as possible.
Right, we're coming back out again here. We've got our luminous highlighters. We're all wandering onto the pitch, the umpires.
Somebody told me they were the lemons, but I'm not sure that was meant in a complimentary way, so I probably better steer clear of that one, because we normally call them the stripes or the zebras.
Zebras, I love it.
And now we've got them in fluorescent yellow.
Right, here we go. We're going for another draw here. We've got Sophie Morrill going for a pole draw here.
The final quarter of the game.
And Liv Wimperney still in at centre. Well, you don't. In the centre position to take the draw. It's gone up, she's got it to herself. Oh, it's nicely fought there.
I think the attacker went into the area too early there.
It's interesting, though, that you can move. With moving around on the whistle these days, you don't just have, sometimes you're waiting for the whistle to go, and you can see that player free, and you're like, just blow the whistle so I can throw it to her. And there's always that person just sneaking a little bit closer.
Yeah, and I just find the new interpretations are so much more flowing and so much better. I just think that the game does flow more, and we just saw there Forge started as they meant to go on by the scoring early again at the start of the final quarter, and Liv Wimperney yet again.
Oh, unlucky. It was nice. That was well seen, that, in the centre. Unlucky, just in front of the goal. But, Emily, here she goes again. Emily Chandler can't keep her out the game. She's got the ball again. Lovely, accurate clear there. There's just no assistance there for the Forge attack. Oh, here she is. See, she's quietly there, isn't she?
Yeah, Anna Saunte, yet again. She's just a really quiet, effective player. She's one of those people who oppositions might not even notice, and yet she's always there.
Yeah, another one of the Cambridge girls on the pitch there.
And Anna Saunter there is challenging the goalkeeper, making it hard for Lucy Allen. Sophie Allen, sorry, my apologies.
Sophie Allen, originally of Putney School.
Yeah, in fact, she was in the. Remember her from the talent pathway, and then she made the call to go over to Wales. And good for her that she's still with the Welsh team and still playing at this level.
Yes, because she was actually the same age as I was, so it was always I'd be in the goal at the one end, she'd be the other. We'd make the wave from the other end of the pitch.
That's right, and she's had a really busy time this game. So it'll be interesting to speak to the goalkeepers after the game, because I think it'll be interesting to get their take on it. I would think that they're fully enjoying it, but it'll be interesting.
I can tell you, they will be warm in those goalkeeping shorts. And Sophie's got the shin pads on as well, and actually, Emily Chandler has opted for bruised shins. She don't care what colour her shins are this summer.
She's a North Country girl. She's tough. They make them tough up there. But she's also got great footwork, I think. So I think she back herself to get her legs out of the way if the one's coming, and gets a stick in front of her shins.
Yeah, so that was a miss there from Ellie Jones. It was a nice looking shot, just found the outside of the net, and the ball is now back up in the Hustle attacking end. And they're holding it a bit, but remember, we've got 30 seconds. Oh, Sophie Morrill going for another worm burner there. I think the worms are getting burnt enough in this sunshine. They don't need any more of these shots.
And that's the one where Emily Chandler quickly gets her stick in front of her shins, just in case she misses it. So good footwork, good play. Yeah,
I think you need a good head on you for this game. You need to be able to think quickly, make intelligent decisions, and then be able to react before you've almost made the decision.
Yeah, it's almost like think calmly under pressure, isn't it? The old teacup.
Love that.
Emma Oakley taking the ball up the pitch, looking left and right, seeing who there is that she can pass to, and going through.
That was a nice check.
But it's been kept on, so it's not run off the back line.
There's great pitch awareness there from her, though, always scanning the pitch as she's heading off up towards the attacking end.
Oh, Liv Penny intercepting.
That's well seen. What's she gonna think? Oh, that was a lovely top corner shot.
And that's Chloe Carruthers from Scotland. Great goal and great linking up with Liv Wimpeny.
You can just hear that from the sidelines over there. Communication, it has gone a bit quiet on the pitch.
Another good shot from Sophie Coombs-Roberts. She's found the goal on a number of occasions. I think for her team, they probably would like her to do it a couple more. Certainly before we run out of time in this quarter.
Yeah, so we're at 19-12 at the moment, and we've got 3 minutes remaining. But as we learn, goals can come very, very quickly, but that makes it 20-12 to the Forge, so maybe they can start feeling a bit comfortable. It's not quite squeaky bum time yet. Oh, it's just another great save from Emily Chandler. She really has been fantastic today.
Yeah, there's a few standouts in this game today so far. And remember, this is the very first game that we're ever seeing of this format. So it'll be interesting to see who are the quick learners when we get further into the day as well, to see if some other names are spoken about a bit more.
Yeah, and so that's another shot there for Forge. So another goal. So it's 21-12. So we're almost coming in with a 10-goal lead. But, you know, when Hustle are taking shots like that, they're like, no, you're not having your 10-goal lead. We can catch up. We got 3 minutes.
And that's Ches Gray from Scotland as well. So the Scottish girls seem to have found the back of the net now and are starting to put the ball away for their respective teams. Great to see.
It's interesting because this is the very first game of this form. We know what Forge's tactics are, but to us, that is the best tactic thus far. But, you know, we have... Oh. Was that off the helmet or off the
I think that was the crossbar, and that was Hannah Thurston taking that shot. Such a shame.
Yeah, and so we've seen that, to us, is the fantastic tactic thus far. But
you see, off the crossbar it goes there in that replay.
And there could be any others coming in that we think, actually, that's very clever. Take another timeout here.
I wonder what Ash Gloucester, head coach, and Evie Stevens, assistant coach for the Hustle, are going to be saying to their team at this moment in time. I've got a fairly clear idea that Conor Dockery and Martha Cornbrooks will just be asking them to be calm and just keep doing what they're doing because they're 8 goals in the lead.
Ooh, quite a nice cushion, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, you've got to say you'd feel fairly comfortable with 1 minute 24 to go, haven't you? You've got to say.
But they can't play possession because we've got the 30 seconds.
So we've got a minimum of 3 shots coming up.
Yeah.
If my maths is right.
Love that. Yeah, minimum of 3 shots.
So hopefully we'll get more than 3 shots, but keep watching, folks, because we've got a minimum of 3 shots coming up in the next 1 minute 24.
And that's not Jane talking about her night out today.
No, not at all.
That would definitely be more than 3. I think testament must also go to the fitness of... Oh, there's another shot in there from Forge. Nice, great change of hands there we've had from Forge's 62, Ellie Jones, Wales player. Yeah, it's got to be like testament to the players for the fitness levels because they haven't really been able to train together. We all know what's been going on the last year. We won't mention the P word or the L word. And they're making it look like they've been running up and down pitches all year.
Ruby Smith is a real workhorse in that middle for the Hustle.
And so as we come into the last 40 seconds, we have Forge leading Hustle 22-13. If you were the Forge side, you'd be quite comfortable here. Sophie Allen feeds the ball out for Hustle. I think they need to take some quick fire shots here. She thought about it there, Sophie Muriel, didn't she?
She did, and maybe that's the only time where I think, you know what, I think that could have been shooting space. But, you know, I'm not umpiring, so I'll leave that to the people in Lemon.
Okay, we're in the last 10 seconds. We're down to 7 seconds. The clock has stopped. Oh, is that something out of a movie? Just the goal's not quite as close on the scoreline.
Emily Chandler just hanging on to the ball now because she's...
Oh, here comes Emma Oakley. That's a scary sight, isn't it? Emma Oakley comes storming towards you.
But there's the match awareness of Emily Chandler. I'll hang on to it for as long as I can, and it's near the end. I've got 2 players coming to press me. I'll just throw it up the top end of the pitch now because that's the final hooter, and it's a first win to the Forge against the Hustle.
It was a convincing victory there, I think, for Forge, 22-13. It would be interesting to see how many of those came from that long clear, because we picked up on it quite early, but it took Hustle a while, I think.
It did, and then I think the tactic where they put the goalkeeper on the high-hanging player was probably not as successful as they hoped it would be, because the Forge quickly adapted and went, well, if the goalkeeper's out, if we move it quickly, there'll be an open goal.
Yeah, exactly. We had some nice-looking shots as well, but you know, the players line up on the middle, do their thank yous to each other, stick tapping. All COVID safe, but lacrosse has always been COVID safe. You don't have to touch the ball with your hands
Absolutely.
at all.
And, you know, for people who are new to this game, you know, 50-odd minutes for a full game, of an exciting game where we've seen something like 30 plus, nearly 40 goals, has got to be a game for spectators. It's got to be the game to bring your friends to, bring your family to, those who don't know what the game's about. Come and have a look at this fastest game on 2 feet.
And I think, whereas in the 10-man format when I was playing, we had the whistle, you stopped, and that really confused people. Why is no one moving around? I think the one thing that confused people still with lacrosse that I love is the going behind the goal. And let's pray to the lacrosse gods that never goes, and I don't think it will, but that might be the only thing that confused people now if they brought newbies to watch.
Yeah, and for me in that game, that was the one tactic that wasn't being used very well. Because, you know, you as an ex-goalkeeper will understand that once a ball goes behind the net, it's quite difficult because you don't know where you're looking and you're having to change your vision. Whereas if you just keep coming from the front all the time, it is slightly easier as a goalkeeper. So I hope that as we develop this game more, that we'll develop a tactic that is one where the ball goes behind the goal, maybe on a more set-up play rather than a fast break.
Yeah, I love it. It was a game of fast breaks, very much so.
That game was certainly, you know, and they therefore didn't utilise behind the goal as much as they possibly could. But then if you don't need to and you're scoring, does it really matter at this stage? But no, keep behind the goal, absolutely.
And I think for a first game of its type, a first proper game of its type, it was really something, and I think it set us up nicely for sixes. Yeah, so that was our first game of the day. So we had a victory for Forge women over Hustle's women, 22-13. And coming up next at 12 o'clock, we're going to have a men's game. We've got Rise versus Forge. So there's another Forge team back on the pitch. Hopefully they won't be attacking us with the ball this time, Jane. That was quite terrifying.
Yeah, I nearly got nailed from behind from the men's game folks in that game, but we're still here.
We're still here, and you're going to have us on again later. We'll be back in
at 2:30.
We'll be back in at 2:30 for the women. But yeah, now we're going to hand over to our men's sides, and you can stay on the stream and keep watching. And I hope you've enjoyed that first game as much as we did, because that was a bit fantastic, wasn't it?
I think it was everything that I was hoping for. It was dynamic and it was exciting, and there were lots of goals, and yeah, well managed by everybody. Great stuff.
Yeah, this is great. Oh, this is going to be good. Right, tune in with us again later.
Yep.
the lights are on like that, they're live, so you can just leave them on there. They'll deal with their end. If you want to speak to the director, just hold down that while you speak on either one. So just pick up and have a chat with him. Just.
Admin-wise, we're playing to the red lines, not the blue lines. And they said they made a point to coordinate strategy. If we are to allow them by card, green card in the everything. So you're in this red box.
Hello everybody and welcome to our second live streamed match of the day, bringing you our first men's game of the day, which will be between the Team Rise and Team Forge. We have Team Rise being head coached by Vince Cara and Team Forge being head coached by Mike Bartlett. Just to give you an update, we've just finished the first men's game over on the other pitch between Team Hustle and Team Swift, which was won by Team Swift. And we now move on to the other first men's game between Team Rise and Team Forge. Now, obviously, this is the opening weekend of the Fly. This is the new six-a-side competition for players in the UK, and it is trialling the six-a-side version of the game, the rules that are being proposed for potential Olympic inclusion and will be used at the World Games in Birmingham, Alabama next year. And I'm just going to introduce on co-comms with me today is Paul Coops.
Sean, thank you. What a great day. Here we are at Lillishall, one of the national sports centres in Shropshire. Absolutely fantastic conditions, couldn't be perfect. The pitches are just in brilliant condition, and obviously hardly a cloud in the sky, so what a day to be playing lacrosse.
Yeah, it's sort of really well set. There's sort of the anticipation for this day has been really high, and I think everybody is now fully ready and fully set to go, just as Team Forge and Team Rise take to the pitch here today.
So, Sean, having had a quick look at the first matches, what's your feeling about how the players are reacting to these fresh rules that we've got out in play today?
Yeah, it's been a really interesting start. I think, we might see it again here, but from that first whistle, the energy was so high. Everybody was playing at sort of 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I think the game was moving really quickly from end to end, and we saw that in both the women's and the men's game. And then after the first sort of quarter or so, the team sort of settle more into their sort of rhythms and try and get used to the style. Like you say, the big change between for some of the players between the usual field game and this game is the removal of the long stick in the defence. So essentially we've got all the players who would be usually playing defence having to now cope playing defence with a short stick, in addition to players who usually play in attack because of the speed and the tempo of the format, having to also work in defence. So I think there's been a lot for the teams to sort of get their heads round in these sort of opening few minutes.
Absolutely, and just in conversation with some of the coaches before they were taken to the field, I think they've got some interesting tactics that they want to try out today. I think that as coaches, they've been working hard to get the players to understand some different sort of outcomes they want to get from playing in defence or in offence. So it'll be really good to see how this plays out today, and really sets a tone for us, for not just for the rest of today, but also for then the second weekend as we roll forward into August.
Yeah, so just as we're about to get underway, it's a good opportunity to look at one of the other new rules, which is the removal of the face-off after every goal. So this face-off now at the start of the game will be the only face-off for this quarter, and then we'll only get them at the end of each quarter. And it was Tom Bracegirdle for Team Forge who seemed to pop it up. Scramble for possession, and the ball will go to Team Rise.
And here we go. We've got a 30-second shot clock on here, and you'll be able to hear the officials whether call a reset. So it's to be down to them whether they determine when it gets reset. But also then the idea that if goalie's going to take the ball from the net soon as the goal scored, and it's again we're on transition, and it's this fast pace that the teams have got to get used to.
Yeah, that was Alex Russell there with the first goal for Team Rise, number 42. And as you see, like you say, the ball went straight back down the other end, with Forge starting back from the goalkeeper, but a loose possession has given it back to Rise, and they'll get another go here, again with a 30-second shot clock.
And there's an example, the officials calling the reset. So the ball will come off the goalkeeper, reset the shot clock for another 30 seconds. And here's another rule change. So they've missed the goal, they lose possession.
Yep, ball goes to the other team. If you shoot and you miss, ball goes to the other team. There's no backing up, there's no closest to the ball. You lose possession and it goes to the other team.
And
I think it really is going to place the value on good shooting, on taking good percentage shots. Here, as we see there, both teams just having a shot, losing ball straight away. I think they're probably, you need to think about the shots that you're taking.
And again, I was having a quick conversation with one of the coaches earlier about that percentage shot, and trying to get that understanding about, you have the 30 seconds. You've got to try and get a shot from a really good angle. Anything from a narrow angle and you're missing the net, you're just losing the ball.
Nice save there from Forge goalkeeper Sean Edwards, number 63. Just pushing it over, and as we say there, because the goalkeeper got a touch, the ball does go back to Rise, and we've there got an over and back. So again, once you've taken the ball into the attacking half, if it then goes back into your defensive half without being touched by the opposition, you then lose possession and it turns over to the opposition.
So again, we're just looking at Vince Cara. He's really trying to work his defensive cover here. He's making sure that the defence are really nice and compact, lining up the slides and really trying to minimise the shots from the top.
Oh, that's really good work there from number 5, Ben Page Laycock, breaking through, getting the shot in front of goal and leveling things up at 1-1.
Lovely finish from Ben Page Laycock there. He's one of the players that played in 2016 over in Vancouver at the Under-19 World Championship. Again, that narrow angled shot, easy for the goalkeeper to save. You're turning the ball over straight away. Really need to be thinking about where we're taking the shots from and where the high percentage is going to come from. Some good work there by Will in net.
Yeah, really good, Hassan. I think, again, talking to some of the head coaches before the start of the tournament, I think they all saw that that goalkeeper's position was going to be really crucial in both, being able to make point blank saves, but then also what you can do in clearing the ball, setting your team off in transition.
Absolutely. We were drawing comparisons with the role of the goaltender in ice hockey. They do say that the Stanley Cup is usually won by the team with the best goalkeeper, the goaltender, and it's going to be very much in play here for this six-a-side game of lacrosse.
Will Prescott there putting Rise back into a 2-1 lead. Again, levelled up there by Paige Laycock. Again, managed to, so you say, Vince defence pressing out there, managing to get inside and get the, a good angled shot straight in front of the keeper.
That's a great stop, a really good save. And
one tactic I was keen to see if any team went to employ, because we saw it in the women's game at the start, was a team just leaving an attacker up at the top of the pitch, not having them all move back in unison. And it really paid dividends for the Forge women in the sort of first and second quarter. They just left one attacker up top throughout the whole game, and every time their keeper made a save, it was a real quick transition ball, and they got real joy out of that. And I was wondering if we were going to see any of the men's teams do that, but so far they've all gone to their sort of natural rhythm, I suppose, natural sets.
And it has to be an option, is playing just four, but play a zone 4 at the back, leave one upfield, you then on for a shot virtually every time. And I think that we're going to see teams going to that when they really need to start scoring. You're going to have to think of something innovative to get the shot count up.
Yeah, nice work there again. Alex Russell with the goal.
Great stop there by Will Baxter. Really strong save.
This is real trademark work there, making himself big as the player comes in for the close shot.
And you've got to say a little bit of poor handling there on attack. Really was looking at the net before he'd caught it.
Yeah, it actually created a nice opportunity there with the couple of men on goal line extended, and we've got quick break, ball lost. Good save there from Edwards.
And that's a tough save to make. Off hit, one of the hardest stops for a goaltender to make in lacrosse. I think Forge were caught a little bit napping there. They really didn't think about who was taking the ball.
Yeah,
ended up with a simple put in.
I think that was an interesting situation where they actually thought too much about the new rules, didn't get themselves back in shape, and Rise were able to capitalise by the Forge defence not backtracking quick enough. That is the end of Q1 here in our first men's game of the day, which it's Team Rise 4, Team Forge 2. So there we go, Paul. Opening 8 minutes. That's 1 quarter for you. What's your assessment so far?
And I think it just follows the pattern that we've seen in the first matches. So the tempo's high, a lot of shots. Goalkeepers really are the central point to what we've got here. The number of saves they're having to make and the concentration levels. I think that just every now and again, I think the attack players are just forcing it a little bit too much, and they've really got to concentrate on their stick skills. I think if you put it in the stick and make that extra pass, then you will get a good shot off.
Yeah, I think it's that one always of, you sort of introduce that 30-second shot clock and it goes straight into people's minds and they think, right, we've got to do something quickly, we've got to do it immediately. And actually, because of the shorter pitch, because, it takes you less time to get the ball up into the attacking end, you've actually got a nice amount of time to run yourself a good play, run yourself a good set.
Absolutely, and I think that I haven't got a problem with people being hasty if it's a clear path and it's a clear feed, open player. But actually, it's a long time, in all reality, to work that goal.
So we just have 2-minute quarter times. Followed by there'll be a 5-minute half time, and then back into the 2 minutes between third and fourth. So just the way the format works this weekend is that all the teams will play each other today. So they've got each team's got 3 games, and then those will determine their placings for the finals weekend, which takes place the 7th and 8th of August, and it will determine who they play in their first playing game. So essentially, win all your games this weekend and you get yourself a nice little run through, advantageous run through to the final. Lose all your games and you can still make that final, you can still win the thing, but you're going to have a harder route to get there.
I think one of the things you mentioned there, Sean, is that they've got 3 games today. It is warm out here, and I think that that the coaches have got to try and, we're talking about managing that shot clock. And I think that making sure that there's enough legs left by the end of the day is going to just be so important. It's going to be a brutal day playing. And I think they've got to manage their legs, manage the time in front of the goal.
Good save there, again, from Will Baxter to start Q2. As the world situation's been at the moment, teams are running with rosters up to 12 players. However, on both these teams today, we're down to 11, just from people unavailable through COVID situations, self-isolations, etc. So like you say, they're going to have to fully utilise those players and make sure that they can keep going deep into that third game. I just want to say there you go, Forge taking their time, but I think actually they didn't particularly know what they were doing. Got caught by a shot clock violation, but that's a really great check there.
Jake Parker showing his speed there as he's getting back. He is very quick.
And that's great work from someone like Jake, because, somebody you really associate more with being at the attacking end, doing his work in front of goal. But there, in this sort of situation, everybody's got to make their own contributions, and an absolutely brilliant check there to take the ball away. Nice attempted sidestep and pass there from Elliot Leonard, but couldn't take the feed.
And it was a lovely look. You really got to expect your teammates to take that. A super player, Elliot Leonard. Some slight disagreements here with the officiating team, however, they are always right.
Yeah, I think they did get that one right on their occasion. Again, it was another good save from Edwards in goal. The keepers have been really prominent so far, keeping the score at just at 4-2, I think, shows testament to the work of the keepers.
But it has been I think it's been a bit of a scrappy start to this period. I think that, the teams have really not relaxed into the game.
Obviously, I think it's obviously going to take some time for the teams to gel. They've not had a chance to train or practice before this weekend. So, like I say, they're just getting themselves used to each other. And I think it'll be important, while obviously you want to win these games this weekend, this is really a great opportunity to get to know all your players before the big important finals weekend.
It's actually just there for Team Rise was a lovely cut and shot from Brandon Chalmer. Very unlucky to hit the pipe.
Instead, it was Dan Watson bringing the Forge within one there. And again, Rise wasteful with the trying to get the ball out, quick transition, but didn't execute the pass, and they're going to find themselves back on defence again. Again, really good defence there from Rise, putting the pressure on.
Putting the pressure on, but just holding on the ball too much. We've got to move the ball.
And there you go. Again, got the shot clock violation there, and tried to move it quickly, but the feed couldn't be taken by Mike Pomfret. Keeper come out, and again shot wide. Well, a little bit of chance there for Rise, but again, it's been pretty much the story of the game, to be honest, and not the best work in front of goal so far.
Lovely play by Elliot Leonard again. They've really struggled to mark him.
He's going to cut a bit of frustration there because, like I say, a couple of times he's drawn 2 or 3 defenders, managed to pop off the feed, and his teammates not been able to take the ball.
I think we had some loose equipment there that just break in play.
Yeah, lovely quick transition goal. Ming Trin there with the effort for Forge, tying the game up at 4-4. Another removal from the game is the removal of body checks, which something like there, for example, where we've got the sort of loose ball situation, it sort of prevents people from coming in, taking people out, and clearing the path to pick up the ball. So it sort of puts a bit more work on your sort of handling skills and your ground ball skills.
It's a well-worked opportunity there for Team Rise, but really you've got to put the shot on target. To put it past the post is, in this, where you're immediately losing the ball if you miss. Really got to hit the cage.
Nice work there, nice feed to the crease from Dan Watson, but again, not finishing, and again another save from Edwards.
But a narrow-angled shot. I mean, as we said at the start, the goaltenders are so important, and any narrow-angled shot, you're really going to lose possession on this.
So we're getting a bit frantic here as we've got 40 seconds left in the first half. Both teams trying to give themselves the advantage going into the break. Might have time here for another attack. Good save from Edwards, and Rise will pick up the ball from the keeper save. So they've got 23 seconds here. They probably want to look to get last shot off, really. Timeout called. Yeah.
And that's a good timeout to take. Just gives Coach Cara just some time to talk to his players, maximise his shooting opportunity, give him a breather.
In a game in which really a coach doesn't get that much opportunity to sort of speak to his team or be able to, affect the game and make adjustments or make changes, this is a really good chance for him to sort of focus his team for the final shot.
Absolutely, and I think that you know, as ever within within lacrosse, so much of this is with the coaching system is getting everything in place before the game, because it's happening so quick while we're on. It was a nice initiation dodge from Alex Russell. And that's it. Half time.
Half time here in our first live streamed men's match of the day between Team Rise and Team Forge, and we go into the half time break with the score at 4-all. So yeah, things got off to a good start. There were a few early goals there, and then the sort of I think things kicked in and became a little bit frantic, a little bit teams maybe not making the right decisions, and I think the defence and the keepers sort of put pressure on the attackers and, you know, trying to take shots that really weren't on in a lot of situations.
I think you're right, Sean. I think that I sort of felt certainly watching that. I think there was a certain amount of frustration, coming into play there. I think the coaches were a bit frustrated. I think the players really didn't think through their game. I think the word frantic you used is exactly right.
It's important now, as I say, just the 5-minute break to be able to take on fluid, take on water, and get the minds composed, because, you know, there's definitely opportunities for both teams out there. It's been a very even game, I'd say. You know, Rise got ahead early and Forge have slowly worked their way back in. I think Sean Edwards in goal for Forge has been really great. He's made a number of saves down low, up high, and he's sort of been their sort of standout man that's allowed them to get themselves back into the game.
Absolutely, I think that he's definitely kept them on the go, and without him, I think that they'd be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think he's someone that I think Sam Patterson brought him over from America to play in his Nottingham Trent team, and obviously this season has not really been a season for them, and they've had a sort of very disrupted calendar, and the sort of Bucks season's never really been able to get off the ground. So finally get an opportunity to get out there and put his skills on show. So obviously this is the opening weekend of the Fly, and we are being presented in partnership with World Lacrosse, and obviously the format that's been put forward here, the Sixes format, is something that's been developed by World Lacrosse over the last couple of years, since I think probably about 2018 was when the first working group started getting involved, and ultimately it is looking at the path towards Olympic inclusion. And I think, Paul, for the sport, that it's something that, there's now a real concerted effort to sort of, there's been a lot of thinking, and now we actually get to see what it looks like in practice. And I think it's really exciting.
It is exciting, and World Lacrosse should be congratulated on the work they've put into this. And I think also how they've involved the players and the player council involved in the discussions to shape this, and really put the athletes at the centre of developing this format. And it's certainly from what we're seeing today. It is certainly something I wish I'd have been able to have played. It's a fantastic game and version of the sport.
It's something would have suited your style, or maybe not.
I think as a midfield player, I would have enjoyed it. But this is going to be there, Birmingham, Alabama next summer at the World Games. This is the format that will be used there, both for obviously men's and the women's game. Players here will be given fantastic opportunity to show themselves. Certainly besides the coaching staff that are on the ground here, there's also some of the coaches who've been identified to take a GB team. They're on site having a look. I'm sure that they're learning a lot about the players that they've got in front of them.
Yeah, as you say, this is format for World Games coming up next year, and I think the Americans had a sort of trial weekend last weekend, and it looked really exciting. Seeing all the sort of top players getting involved in the game, getting themselves out there, and it's. I think it's going to be really interesting next year to see what the teams bring to the table.
And again, just before we started playing, talking to some of the players around the sports centre here, and they certainly were really, really excited to engage with this and to really put themselves out there and show their intention to make that World Games team.
Yeah, obviously, competition for places, squads down to 12, involvement from all the home nations. Being selected in this is, the levels that you're going to have to achieve to be able to get selected in that 12 is going to, essentially, ultimately produce a really high standard game at the end of things. So here we go, set for the start of the second half here between Team Rise and Team Forge. Score is at 4-all. We have, looks like Matt Tatton taking the face off for Rise up against Tom Bracegirdle. And Bracegirdle penalised there and ball goes to Rise.
So I'm sure that we're expecting the coaches to have had words of wisdom. Hopefully this next 8-minute period is better than the last days, which I think we can probably say was a little patchy.
An opening goal there for Team Rise. Number 42, Alex Russell, getting them back on the board at the start of the third quarter.
And a much better percentage shot from Alex. Taken some in that second period from very narrow angles coming from behind, but really that top split dodge from the top, very effective.
And in comparison there, Parker took a bit of a hopeful one that thought it came off. Yeah, so I think the ball came off the post, and I think shots off the post count as on target as well. So the ball stays with your team.
I think they called it a save, actually, Sean. I think that hit, there was a tip from Baxter.
Possibly looked like a tip again there, but they've not called that one. So
There's a crease violation. I mean, Tom Bracegirdle ended up in the goal circle there, so lost possession. Another good save there.
yeah, another good save there from the Forge keeper. And I'm going to have to apologise here because I spent the first half bigging up the Forge goalkeeper as Sean Edwards, and the team sheet that I was given was not updated before the start of the day. And it turns out that they are utilising the central replacement goalkeeper today, which is Matt Goddard. So all that praise that I gave in the first half, that now goes to Matt. Congratulations for his great efforts in the first half. And again there, his save has turned into a nice transition for Team Forge, who have levelled things up.
Bit more of a press there from Forge. I thought it was a good distance to play. It definitely forced the mistake.
Yeah, starting position higher, it gives sort of Team Rise less space to work in at the top, and it put them on the back foot and forced the turnover.
Keep him low. You're low. I'm high, you're low.
And again, that's Alex Russell from the top. Good percentage shot, but nice left-handed off-hip shot. Really good finish.
Over and backcourt there against Forge. Ball back to Rise. Like I say, Alex Russell, just great quality on the shots there. Another goal there. Josh Simpson-Pink there picking up goal for Rise, giving them a 2-goal lead.
And better shooting from Team Rise, I think. Just seen in the last 30 seconds, they've shot well.
I think they've also got their best shooters on the ball. They've given their best shooters the opportunity to score.
Lovely inside move there from Jake Parker. He's got such a good step and he's so quick.
Here we go, look. Russell from the top dictating. I think they're just going to, give him as much opportunity to shoot, essentially, as possible.
And that's a good tactical decision by the coaching staff. They've moved Alex from really playing behind or on the plane of the goal extended to far more up above.
I think shot clock was running out there and he had a speculative one.
And why not? I think you've got to do that when the time's running out. You're going to lose the ball anyway.
Incredible initial save there from Baxter while he was on his knees, but unfortunately couldn't recover to make the follow up. And Tom Bracegirdle was able to put it into the empty net.
I think the coaches have obviously done a good job with their players at half time. Both teams are playing a much better standard. That was nice defence there from Tom Roper. Just pushed his man down behind.
Yeah, if you want it. Should have Ben come in.
Timeout called there by Mike Bartlett. Trying to get his Forge men set up as it's 7-all with just over 2 minutes left in the third.
So again, just the timeout here by Forge, just Mike Bartlett and Mikey Armstrong, chance to get in front of their players.
Yeah, there's quite a few interesting matchups here over the weekend. You got Vince Cara head coaching Rise versus Mike Armstrong, assistant on Forge, both part of the England under-21 setup. So I think there's definitely some sort of rivalries there about how they think that each other are going to face up and trying to almost outthink each other. Again, managed to get the ball into Parker, which I think has turned out to be their sort of shooting option. But
well, it was a nice look by Bracegirdle, but Jake really pushed that one out past the post. You've got a good angle there from where he was. You've got to hit the target.
Nice pressure on ball and covering the crease there.
But a classic mistake. Looking at the goal before you've caught the ball. Some good possession here from Forge. That was some Paisley Laycock just holding on to the ball. Good pressure by Team Rise, which just forced that shot off target. Good defence.
Gosling possession entering the last 40 seconds of the quarter. Initial check from Leonard, but recovered. Chance to shoot, not taken, instead passed on, and a good save.
Great save.
And there we go. Quick transition. Goal, lovely finish. Paige Laycock again, and there's a real example there of how you can affect quick transition, make the save, get the ball up the other end. We almost see it happen again. Yes, equaliser.
This high tempo is just showing, even in last 40 seconds, number of shots we've had has just been excellent.
I think that last 40 seconds there was probably a perfect illustration of what can happen in this game. You know, how the game can move from one end to the other so quickly, and we go into the end of the third still tied up at 8 apiece.
Yeah, not a lot between these two teams. I think that period of play, Sean, I think it just shows where the coaches had a real influence at half time. It was I'm sure that both sets will be much happy with what they saw in front of them.
Yeah, as I say, there's a real, concerted effort from both teams, I think, to try to get their better shooters in position. They, particularly we saw with Alex Russell sort of dropping him back into the top so he could take shots from the top, and sort of, trying to work advantageous positions rather than just sort of playing the game, playing the situation, playing to what you want to do rather than being dictated to by the opposition.
Absolutely, but I also thought both defences were maybe playing a little bit further out, which putting a bit more pressure on the ball carrier. But that in itself just opens a few more passing lanes and few more shooting lanes. Just gives a little bit more room sometimes. So here we go, last period, 8 minutes. Nothing between these two teams.
I think it shows that, so far it seems that there's been a really nice balance between all the four teams. The first game was a 1-goal, 2-goal game, and this one again, it's tied up. So I think shows that we've got four teams that are really going to be battling it out well over the next few weeks. Forge, they're taking Bracegirdle off the face-off. He hadn't won a few of them. Tried to switch it up to Dan Madeley, but again being called for illegal procedure.
I think there's some discussion here about whether the goalie got a touch on that or not.
How can you miss that lid as well? Have we got action replay of these 9 cameras? Right, monkey, good.
Officials have made a ruling. Grey ball.
Drive. Two, come middle. Pipe.
Great ground ball pick up there by Russell coming towards. Guys got options left, right. Oh, terrific save again there, point blank. But Rise had got their numbers up there. They had the overload and were able to pick up the loose ball.
So even though we've had the 2-minute breather, just a little bit of a slower tempo, I think, since they've come out into this last period.
Great interception there, Tom Hallam. Just changes the momentum there. I think there's definitely a bit of tension out there. I think you can see everyone wants to get themselves off with a win.
Well, I'm rightly so, and I think that just a bit more caution. Nice look, and a lovely finish from Elliot Leonard. Really nice position take up on the back post.
Good feed to find and a good finish. Take by Bracegirdle, keeping it alive, looking for something. Nice dodge inside, but defence got out well.
A really nice defensive play there from Team Rise. Really, really fast slide. Not quite sure what's going on here.
Yeah, the shot clock violation was called. Forge were unsure whether it had been reset or not, but not sure if they counted that as a shot or not. And
well,
they've gone through with the
gone through the form. They've gone through the ruling. And that's a really tough finish from that angle. A really, really nice bottom corner shot.
Dogged drive as well. Came up against his man, got himself in front and finished really well. misplaced pass there, a big moment. You say that, you know, sort of small margins now. It's been going back and forth, and I think if one team can finally find themselves a 2-goal lead, it might prove crucial.
I think you're right, Sean. As we've seen, there's been so little between these two squads. I think a 2-goal lead at the moment.
Pomfret trying to repeat his earlier goal there, but just got himself off balance and couldn't find the shot.
Good press here by Forge. That was unlucky. They really put a pressure on, but they've left themselves so open. When you press like that, you've really got to come up with the ball and leave yourself open upfield.
Kev Alex Davidson there, free run at goal. I think he was very happy to find himself clear there. Forge just need to settle now. They've had a couple of loose possessions and they've still got 2.5 minutes to find themselves 2 goals, and we've seen in this game basically how quickly you can turn things around. Again, just not being able to take the feed, and again Rise looking a little bit fitter here,
Nice
sort of taking the momentum. This is Rise's opportunity now to seize this momentum, put another one on the board, and just run the game down a bit.
And really, you know, Paige Laycock, who's had a great game, should have handled that in front of goal. Just couldn't keep it in his stick. But a super opportunity went missing for him. And we're going to see a little bit of scoreboard and time pressure coming on here against Forge.
That's really good work there, isn't it? Again from Paige Laycock. Like you say, he's actually had a really good game and just proving himself again there. I think they're also going to get the advantage here of...
I think they are. They're going to retain the ball. This could be a bit of a game turner. It's the opportunity. Score and then retain the ball.
Yeah, foul after the goal was scored. Got man on the penalty chair for a minute. Again, in the Sixers game, we have minor fouls 30 seconds, major fouls 1 minute. So it's been great for the game that we've almost had no penalties at all. You know, we've got to sort of 1 minute 30 to go before a penalty. Shot blocked again.
Seems to have a bit, just retaining the ball here. Forge that still haven't had a shot though when they've been the player up.
Yeah, unfortunately they got the clock reset now. Oh, great finish! Ties the game up there. James Reddy,
another player who went to the Vancouver Under-19 World Championships in 2016.
And here's Alex Russell, an individual effort puts them Rise back in the lead. 55 on the clock.
1 goal game.
Bowscorder comes forward into Leonard.
That's a lovely look.
Paige Laycock again, he's popping up everywhere. There he is again on the crease. Great.
Really showing his athleticism with Ben Paige Laycock up and down this field.
It's gone from minute 1 to the last minute, and we enter the last 30 seconds.
Last 30 seconds, tempo's really picked up. And that might well be a little bit of a foul there from Elliot Leonard.
Yeah, definitely going to lose a man there.
So some tired legs, I think, with that defensive play. Luckily, I think Team Rise had called timeout there before the shot.
I think players are going to be very fortunate for Kara's call there, because it's a bit of a wild attempt there, and Kara's just managed to calm things down just in time.
And in fact, a really good shout by Coach Kara there, with 23 seconds left on the clock to call timeout. Just that bit, just try and settle things, settle people's minds. Just that, just make sure that they have in their head about work the ball, make sure that you've got the right option, and take the good percentage shot.
Similarly here, what's Mike Bartlett telling his Forge defence? They were man down. How do they go about this? Are they just looking to force a shot from a poor angle?
I think so. I think you've got to look to work on the percentages for your goalkeeper on this. So, slide hard high and really try and leave those narrow angles as best you can.
I think, as we say, we've got the ball here in Alex Russell's stick. I think they're really going to look to give him the shot, essentially, to win the game.
Absolutely. You've got to work out as a defence where that shot's got, the opposition's trying to get the shot from.
Here it comes, and it's saved
Lovely
by Doggard.
save.
We've got 8, 7, 6, 5. There might be a chance here for Forge to win the game.
And a lovely save by Baxter.
And we're going to go to overtime, Paul.
I think both teams there had chances, but as we said right at the start, goalkeepers coming up with the big saves when their teams needed them.
Just seen that there at both ends, Rise with the chance to win it. Ball bounces back, and it was I looked for all purposes that Forge were going to take that then,
and good athleticism by Forge. The temperatures like we've got today, it is warm today. Right at the end of the game, making that run up the field to get the shot off. Fantastic athleticism by the Forge team, and a super save by Will Baxter. So we got a 2-minute break, just a chance for the coaches to have a conversation with their teams.
Yeah, and then overtime procedure is go into a 4-minute golden goal period. So first goal takes the game. And then if still no goal, we'll then go into 2-minute periods after that. So in a game in which all the talk has been about how face-off men aren't important and, nobody needs to carry a specialist face-off man, we've now got a situation where essentially if you win that face-off, you might win the game.
And not forgetting that Forge is still going to be a player down. Elliot Leonard is still on the penalty.
Yeah, we had I think it was about 25 seconds left on the clock, so it's probably about another 30 seconds to run on his penalty. Are we going to give... Is possession going to go to Rise because they're a player up?
So yeah, player was off the field on penalty. Yellow have retained the ball. So, real advantage here for Team Rise.
Shot wide from Pomfret, and game's levelled up. The penalty must have been only a minor, so there was only 5 seconds left on the penalty.
And that was a good angled shot. Mike Pomfret's going to be a little annoyed with himself with that. That was a good angle to take.
Paige Laycock on the ball. He's been so influential. Tried to pop it off, but it's been intercepted. Pomfret again. Can he make amends for his earlier miss?
Great save.
Saved again. Went for the bounce shot. And there we go. Game Forge. Dan Watson with the game winner there. Forge take this opening encounter 13-12.
And really, what a great standard it's been since half time. I thought that the first half, bit cagey. I think first period was good, but we then had that second period which was a bit patchy. But since half time, I think that we've seen much better lacrosse out here. And I think that the coaches did a super job at half time to settle their squads down. And I think we've seen some really, really good goals and some quality saves from both teams. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, I think, as you say, by the time we got to the end there, we were really seeing, what this sort of format's all about, what this game's all about, where the sort of key plays are and where the key players are going to be. I think it's just a really good representation for this format of the sport. So both teams will now head off for a well-earned break. The next game up on the live stream will be at 2:30, which will be a women's contest. Again, we'll be seeing Team Hustle again on the field, taking on Team Swift. And then that will be followed by Team Rise again playing Team Hustle in the men's at 3:30. So it's goodbye from me and it's goodbye from Paul, and I think we'll leave you with some replays. But Paul, thanks for joining us. It's been a really enjoyable first men's game.
And Sean, it's been great being here with you. Just been a great match to watch. Superb venue. You can't say enough about Lillishall. It's a superb sporting arena for us to be playing in, and I'm looking forward to some more of this standard of the sport being on show for us all.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Lillishall National Sports Centre, where we're just getting ready to play the 2:30 game. Before we do that, then here's some highlights from this morning's game, Hussle against the Forge. Okay, and here we are for the Hussle against the Swift women. For the Hussle, we saw this morning that Sophie Coombs-Roberts was one of the main goal scorers, with Miranda Bates growing into the game, a young England player. Sophie Coombs-Roberts, of course, is one of Wales' all-time goal scorers. And also Emma Oakley, who's also one of England's key. She's a defensive player in the tennis-side game, but she shows that she has some wheels out here on the six-a-side format.
Yeah, and having wheels is really what you need in this, I think.
It sure is. We saw this morning that it was really end-to-end stuff, and they have to shoot up one way, and as soon as they've done that, they're running back the other. In fact, I think Sophie Morel, who's playing for the Hussle women this afternoon, she scored a goal and then was back marking the high player for the opposition almost before you could blink an eye. So it really does mean you have to have wheels out here.
Yeah, and I bumped into her after the game, and she was like, oh, wow, I have run miles. It'd be interesting to see how far they've all run, actually.
Yeah, in fact, one of the teams today, I think it is the Hussle team, we've put GPS trackers on, so we'll be able to get that data at the end of the day. So we'll be able to have a bit more straightforward analytical data that we'll be able to look at. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, and so they will be taking on Swift, who I am loving that colour today. So we've got the Quality Street Hustle versus the Swift in their nice pale blue here, and they captained by Laura Merrifield, who is just, if you know anything about England lacrosse, you will know the name Laura Merrifield. She's just a household name in the sport. She's captained it. She's played international, world dream team. She's right up there, and she's actually about to take the draw against Sophie Coombs-Roberts. So we're going to start. We start each quarter with the draw, like in the tennis-side game. And so here we go for the beginning of Hustle v Swift. And off we go. Oh, that's a very nice take there, wasn't it?
Yeah, Laura Warren, one of the all-time great Welsh players, feeds it to Laura Merrifield, who shoots and scores.
Oh, some things just never change, do they?
No, it seems like the old experience comes good, even in the six-a-side game.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how they adapt their game to this new format, because you've got someone like Laura Merrifield, who has been around for so long and been so at the top of her game in the other format of the game, the tennis-side. So it'll be interesting to see what she can do in six-a-side.
I suspect, knowing Laura Merrifield, she'll be able to turn her hand to the six-a-side game. She's one of the all-time greats, as you said, so I can see that she'll really love this.
Yeah, and Swift, so far, look like they're playing sort of more of a across the pitch. They're using the width quite nicely, I think.
Yeah, it'd be interesting that all of the teams have played one game so far today, and it is really quite hot. I think every single person here has said to me, "Ooh, it's hot." So it'll be interesting to see if they change their tactics slightly and let the ball do the work a bit more than this morning with lots and lots of running. But Sophie Coombs-Roberts comes in there with that high shot to the left-hand side.
I'm going to take credit for that one, because I bought her a fruit shoot at lunchtime. So I'm going to say that's my goal, that one. Fueled by fruit shoot.
Good call. And Laura Warren going through, turns,
She's
feeds it
had a lot
out.
of the ball, hasn't she?
She has.
Oh, that's a great save there by Sophie Allen.
Yeah, Tors Anderson there, the lefty, again an England player who always stars on that left-hand side. That's her main strength.
Yeah, well, she does it well. She's one of those names as well that's been around a long time. I remember I went to a under-17 festival, and she was playing in the under-19 World Cup at the time, and her and Ruby Smith were in there. You know, names, you knew them straight away. They were like celebrities to us.
And here, look, it looks like the Swift are trying to build this rather than just go for fast breaks. So they're looking to build. Good turn, but a good save again there by Sophie Allen.
Yeah, you almost wonder if she could have gone in for the fake on that one. It was sort of high to high, so it sort of went straight into Sophie Allen's stick, that one. Yes. Oh, that's a very powerful shot. You heard that thud. Nice pick up and nice save again. Sophie Allen looking good. Like this. She didn't sound too excited about the moving around too much. She was like, I was a goalkeeper for a reason, but you know, she's getting into it now. Yep, Sophie Merrill just directing traffic.
We've seen a lot more sort of competitive play here, and Laura Warren's been penalised there, so she has to go off the field, and that means that Swift are playing with a man down. So we'll see if the Hustle have got a set play for when they're playing against a man down.
Yeah, can they capitalise? Because a man down in this kind of situation, you need the fitness. It's hot, as we've said. Yeah. Oh, it's a fantastic save. That's what you need. Oh, it's a goalkeeper's game. You love to hear it.
Yeah, and that's Katie Greenwood, the current England goalkeeper. So she'll be pleased with that touch as well to make sure that she gets there. Anna Neville takes the shot. Picked up round the back by Tors Anderson, I think.
Yeah, we've already seen a bit more use of behind the goal in this game. There's been a lot more sort of building goals, whereas the first game we saw was fast break after fast break. That's another fantastic save from Sophie Allen. Yeah, it was sort of fast break after fast break, but this is much more...
But the experience of Merrifield comes through, and she just places the ball into the bottom corner of the net. And they're back up, I think, to full size again.
So it's 2-1 there, and if you just look at that replay, that's just lovely. She knows what she's doing, Laura Merrifield. She's done it once or twice. It's not her first rodeo.
No, and obviously the young players on her team will learn a lot from her, and that's key to this game as well, is the experience of somebody like Laura Merrifield, Laura Warren, just encouraging the youngsters to play the type of game that they should be playing. And that's a foul there, was it?
Yeah, you say that on the age difference there. Well, we've got, not to bring up ages, but Laura Merrifield, more of a seasoned player than some others in her team, you know, maybe a little over 30. But then we've got someone like Anna Neville coming in at 19. So to play alongside someone like Laura Merrifield with all that experience is just, you couldn't ask for more, really, especially in a new format like this.
No, that's absolutely right. And Anna Neville took 2 or 3 shots. She was in good position, but sent them too high almost. And Laura just came in, and the first shot she takes is down at the feet. And that made all the difference. Anna's shots were saved and Laura's went in. So hopefully Anna has watched that from Laura, and the next shot will hopefully be a much more effective one, and she'll place it down into the corner of the goal.
Oh,
and there's
do you know what happened there, Jane?
Laura Merrifield goes through again.
But it is interesting, different form of play we've got going. Hustle look like they've learnt from that early Forge game with the leaving the player out, and they're sort of hanging back a bit in the defence at the moment and forcing Swift to build these goals.
Yeah, and in many ways they've completely changed their tactic from this morning, which is great to see. And an amazing shot there from Laura Warren, just skimming it off the floor into the goal.
Oh, it's a nice little triple team. She's almost kept it. Oh no, here we go. Swift are off up the pitch. What's this transition going to be like? Oh, some wheels there on Miranda Nichols, my fellow Bristol alumni. She's a very good player.
A real mix of Welsh and English playing in this competition in the same team, and it's great because normally they're just so competitive against each other, and here they are playing with each other on the same team.
Oh yeah, home internationals. Oh, it does hot up a bit, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah, really competitive. And that's one of the differences. So the shot was taken, the goal was missed, and instead of the nearest person taking the ball, it automatically goes to the goalkeeper to feed it in and move up the pitch.
She does seem to be everywhere, Laura Warren, doesn't she?
Yes, and in fact, she played in the last GB World team as well. So she's already been in an environment like this where she's playing with Welsh and Scottish and English. And a good goal again there. And they seem to be taking this game away from Hustle a little bit. But as I say that, Sophie Coombs-Roberts just comes through and scores another goal.
So I'm just going to have to eat my hat over here, although I won't, because it's keeping me a little bit sheltered, my little redhead skin. Laura Warren is actually more than double the age of her teammate Anna Neville, and she is just flying up and down the pitch. You would have no idea. And she's really showing her class here.
Yeah, I think Laura Warren is just one of the great players in the UK at the moment. You can always rely on her. She's always there. She's got so much fitness, despite her being twice the age of, as you said, Anna Neville. She is probably one of the fittest out there. She actually injured her ACL in the last championship. So in some ways, lockdown's been good for Laura because she's been able to rehabilitate sensibly and come back really strongly. And here she is, one of the fittest players on the team.
And I think, like we were saying earlier in the first game, the fitness has just been phenomenal from the players here today. Like, it's not that small a pitch. There's only 6 of them on it, and it's rapid, and they just go and go and go.
And they'll be keeping their eye on the clock because there's 40 seconds left. But remember, they have to take a shot within 30 anyway. So that's the key thing that's in their mind. And there's been an error there, and Sophie Coombs-Roberts is challenging for it, but misses out.
Emma Brown recovered nicely there, gone for the pick-up. Much easier to pick up on this than in that muddy stuff we see quite often, through the winter, Jane.
Yes, it's much easier, isn't it, on a nice, dry, hard pitch.
Yeah, so we've got less than 10 seconds. So 5 seconds left. It's currently 5-2 to Swift. And much thanks to the stick of the seasoned Laura Merrifield as we go into quarter time. So what do you make of that first quarter there, Jane? It's very different to the first game, don't you think?
Yeah, very interesting, because Hustle, this morning were all charging up the field in the attack. But in this game, they seem to be trying to rely on a defence, a more settled defence, a more formalised defence to try and stop Swift scoring. But Swift have got so many talented attackers and experienced attackers in the likes of Laura Warren, Laura Merrifield, that I think they're going to, and Tors Anderson, that I think if Hustle continue to try and defend, they're not going to get anywhere near them. And I think they need to have a rethink about how can we balance what we did this morning with what we're doing this afternoon, because they've gone all out attack and now they're all out defence, and neither of them are working for them at the moment.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was actually talking to Katie Hudson, coach of the Rise, who played Swift earlier, and she was saying they had a very strong attack. So perhaps Hustle have gone away, had a look at that game and thought, okay, they've got a strong attack, we'll try it defensive-wise. But yes, you can stop yourselves from losing by defending, but you can't win if you don't score the goals. And they need to put in the attack as much as defence.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Nobody won a game by not letting the opposition concede. But, it's great that Sophie Allen is playing so well in goal. But now let's bounce off that. And who have we got in attack? Who are we looking towards? Let's learn from Emily Chandler, the Forge goalkeeper this morning, and now try and do a few fast breaks and get some score on the board. So we're not starting with a draw because there was a foul just before the end of quarter time. So the ball starts with the Swift, which is not great for the Hustle because it means you're automatically defending because you've not got the ball, and they're also a man down. Good save by Sophie Allen, shot from Tors Anderson there.
And she also did really well to keep it in her goalkeeping circle there. It rebounded off her and she stopped it, which is great because the last thing you want is to give them that second shot after you've made a great save. Oh, that was a lovely take from Sophie Mills. She just missed out there. Here's Miranda Nichols, another Wales player there. They are working it around nicely, aren't they?
Yeah, quick handling from the Swift team, and there you go, Laura Merrifield just putting the final shot in.
Yeah, I really felt they built that goal. They sort of earned that one. That was nice.
And Hustle are back up to full team again. And a great shot there from Laura Beeman.
Interesting. Swift aren't really going for the long clear from the goalkeeper. They just go for the quick pass out to whoever's left behind, and they've gone that way instead of what we saw with Forge earlier, who left a player hanging, and they just kept launching it to her, really.
Yeah, I think Swift are going to rely a bit more on the stick work and skill of the attackers and the experienced players, and that one interestingly came off the goalkeeper, so whilst it went off the back line, it becomes Swift's possession because it last hit a defender when it went off the back line.
You can see Sophie Allen there in the goal directing traffic. Always nice to hit. Oh, and Laura Merrifield hit the post, but she's still got the ball. And here we go, Swift are building again. Oh, just a casual one-handed catch.
Don't think she was expecting that, but that shows the class of the girl, that she can just turn around and, oh, okay, I'll take it one-handed over my left shoulder.
So as we said, we saw Forge earlier leaving a player hanging out. I would almost like to see Hustle try something like that. You know, it's day one. You don't know, you haven't played this format before, really. It'd be nice to see them try something different. She's done well there to keep that. Sophie Coombs-Roberts. Swift players in all directions. On the rebound, and off we go back up the pitch.
If you just look at the leg length of Laura as she goes up the pitch, she's just seems to walk past people purely on the leg length or the stride as she's going up there. But good manoeuvre there, and a great goal yet again.
Yeah, Laura Merrifield leg length. It's like watching my two dogs together. We've got Rhodesian Ridgeback and a Dachshund. It's like watching that together, watching her set off up the pitch.
Poor little Dachshund, we must try hard to try and keep up.
Oh, yeah. You know that he's in charge, though.
Oh, yeah, the small dog with the big dog temperament. It's getting a little bit scrappy this afternoon, you know, lots of balls being dropped. That might be something to do with the pressure, or it might just be something to do with the heat of the day and the nature of the game.
Yeah, and tiredness can come into it a bit. Something I very much have noticed in this format, and I'm not having a go at anyone or anything, is much quieter, a lot less talk on the pitch, but I don't know if that's because they're tired, it's hot, and there's a lot of running. There's a lot of voices coming from the side, but not so much on the pitch.
I spoke to Ruby Smith and Emma Oakley at lunchtime, and they were like, we're just trying to keep our breath, so we're not saying much because we're trying to keep our energy intact. So I think they know that it is a high pressure environment, it's intense, and they're just trying to keep as much energy as they can to make sure that they can play the game.
And I think that's where the subbing on the fly really comes in, isn't it? You've got to be tactical, you know. You feel like you can't put the legs in. Don't be embarrassed to take yourself off, bring someone else on.
Yeah, and I think that's where the coaching team have to come to the fore. They have to recognise, or they have to set their standards from the start. And it's not, you know, I think sometimes in club lacrosse it's like, oh, don't take me off, I don't want to come off. It's seen as a negative. Whereas I think, you know, skipping on the fly is a really good thing to do because it maintains the intensity of what you're trying to do.
Ruby Smith was unlucky with that one there. Just defender getting their stick in the way of what could have been a very powerful shot. Sophie Allen coming out the goal. Oh, that's lovely from her there.
She's really grown into this game, I think, Sophie Allen. She started quite slowly this morning, but now she seems to be loving it.
Yeah, I'm not sure she enjoyed the first game that much, but I guess it didn't really know what to expect from it. And as a goalkeeper, you would think your role is quite similar no matter what format you're playing. But as we've learned today, that is definitely not the case.
No, and just looking at the games today, you know, if I'm a youngster, I'd be thinking, oh, I'd want to be a goalkeeper because you're involved the whole time. You're either there trying to stop the goals or you're there trying to assist them by releasing the ball quickly and releasing it accurately so that we can build the attack. And I think Emily Chandler would say she had about 5 assists this morning.
Although no one wants to be a goalkeeper in all that kit right now. Looks like Swift are building something here. This could be a nice set play going on here. No, just kept her out there. Emma Oakley. Oh, unlucky.
I think they reach a stage. They are only allowed 30 seconds before they can, from a shot, before they have to take a shot. And I think there was a little bit of panic near the end there because it must have been getting close. We're not in a privileged enough position to be able to see the shot clock. So, but I suspect that was getting quite close. Oh, good effort. One of your worm burners there.
One of those worm burners. No sun cream going to stop that.
I've learned that new phrase today from you, Jo.
Oh, you're going to love it. You'll be using
worm
it forever.
burner. Yeah.
Worm burner. It's a lovely roll there, wasn't it?
Yeah, she's got such great footwork, hasn't she? But, you know, the young Anna Neville's growing into the game. Oh, good effort, good try.
Yeah, she's doing well. She came through a couple of defenders there, swiping sticks around, but she's kept the ball safe and they were just unlucky with the shot, really, at the end.
And Anna Neville is one of those young players who's missed out on home internationals because of the COVID situation. So this is really massive for her to be playing in a tournament like this with probably her idol, you know, in Laura Merrifield. And Laura Warren is somebody that she's probably looked at over the years. So it's just great. As a youngster, you'll be like, oh, I can't wait to play this.
Yeah, it's one of those moments, as soon as they say good job, you're like, oh, thanks. Yeah. It's like me talking to you, Jane. Sophie Coombs-Robert just trying a little pick there, but wasn't used in the end. But it's nice to see some of the tactics from the longer format coming in. I love a pick. Not as a goalkeeper, but, you know, as an attacker, it's quite satisfying.
Yeah, it is, especially if it's done really well, because it really throws the defenders. They're all going one way and they've gone the other.
Yeah, it looks fantastic as well when it's done.
So the half-time score is?
So it's currently 7-3 to Swift, which is, you know, in this form of the game, nothing.
No, that's something that can quite easily be pulled back. It will take a little bit more determination, really. But before we talk about that, let's have a look at some highlights from the first half, shall we?
So we're just looking at a few highlights from the first half there. It's just some lovely shots going in. But as we were saying, it is quite a different game to the first one we showed you this morning. You know, we had a lot of fast breaks today, but we've got a 7-3 Swift hustle. And a lot of these have come from goals that have been really nicely built. That was a lovely shot there from Sophie Coombs-Robert. She's got a great shot on her, hasn't she?
She has. She's a powerful girl. But not only that, she's accurate as well. So she knows where the gaps are and she puts the ball in there.
And that's the thing, you might have the power, but if you haven't got the accuracy, it's completely pointless.
Particularly in the six-a-side game, because if you miss the goal, it's straight over to the opposition.
Yeah, you can't go chasing after it, but like, I'm sorry, it's okay, I chased it. All the players trying to find some shade in this Saharan weather we've got going on today. We're not going to complain, because this time next week we'll probably all be in our thermals again. I haven't even bothered putting mine away this year, just in case. You never know what's going on. But yeah, they're all taking some shade, getting some water on board, discussing a few tactics. It's hard to discuss tactics when you haven't played many matches. Or they haven't had time to come together too much with lockdowns.
No, I think what we've been suggesting that the coaches do is they speak to their male counterparts as well in the men's game. So we've got hustle men and hustle women. We've got Swift men, Swift. So we're trying to get the coaches to share information with each other, because it's a new format for both the men and the women, and we can learn from each other. So they may well have taken the time at lunchtime to actually share some information. So, and they will have seen four different styles this morning as well. So they may have already looked at that and thought, right, let's tweak this, let's try this, let's see if we can do this different.
And that's something you love to see in lacrosse as well. It's just the gender parity in lacrosse is fantastic. Like, both teams getting the equal coverage on this. They're learning off each other. They come under the same name, and I love that.
Yeah, it's very important to England lacrosse that we are open, equitable, as diverse, and we're inclusive. And we're trying to make it as proactive as possible, particularly for the women's game and the men's game. We treat you all the same. You're lacrosse players as far as we're concerned.
Yeah, and I think that stands for lacrosse worldwide, really. World lacrosse have been fantastic with all of that. And it's something that is just great for the sport. And a new format like this can only boost that.
Yeah, and also there's a really good social game in our summer hubs where you play mixed. So you play together in the same teams. You know, the rules are changed slightly, because obviously if you watch the men's game, you'll see that they're quite physical, and they're wearing helmets, etc. Whereas the mixed game is very much more similar to the women's game. So it's much more about throwing the ball around and not hitting each other.
Yeah, but it happens. You know, occasionally you get a little shove, but no one needs to know.
think that's one of the reasons people are attracted to lacrosse in later life. I know we've got a big uptake in the universities, and a lot of the time it comes from guys who've been playing rugby and they want something a little bit more physical than, say, soccer, so they think, oh, I'll try lacrosse, that looks good fun. And that's why I think the numbers have been growing in universities, because they see it as a friendly, welcoming atmosphere, but also it's one where you do get a little bit of argy-bargy as you're going through, because we all like a little bit of that, don't we?
Yeah, I always remember talking to my mum when I first took up lacrosse. She would go, oh yes, I used to just whack the first home on the hand when the game started. And I was like, Mum, I don't think you could do that.
No, and it's interesting, isn't it, listening to the tales of yesteryear, and when people say things and you think, oh my goodness, you can't get away with that now. But, they're quite open about it, and this is what we did and this is how it works. But whilst we've got a break, it would be really nice just to say thank you to World Lacrosse for partnering with England Lacrosse on this event. It's been fantastic, the support that they've given us, and without them we couldn't have be coming to you today as in such a way.
And also, we love any of your feedback. Let us know what you're thinking of the day, what you're thinking of myself and Jane. Nice things only, please. And just fantastic to have live sport like this back. It's a shame we haven't got any spectators today, but we're only moving slowly. We'll get there, and that's why we're on a live stream.
Yeah, and also, one of the things we said to the players this morning was, well, the main decision was no spectators, because we weren't allowed to because of the COVID situation. But we did say that, this is a test, learn and compete day, and we wanted to focus on the players to make sure that we've got the right backup, the right support, and that the players feel valued as we attempt to launch this new format of the game. So, the players should feel very special, because all the focus is on them.
And also, we are in this glorious setting, and you can't complain too much.
No, Lillishall is very special to many people in the sporting world, not just lacrosse, but there's been other national team sports that have come to these beautiful grounds. But over the years, I was just checking the other day, and I think I've been here over 40 years ago was the first time I came. So, and I've been lucky. I've been here for badminton, for cricket, for hockey, and now here I am with lacrosse. So I've been very fortunate along the way, and it's just one of my special places.
I definitely bumped into some Irish hockey players, but they were definitely in the pub. They'd finished, they were done. There's even, can you play football in the USA on a scholarship going on over there? So it's all going on here.
Definitely.
Right, so teams are coming back out for the second half. We're watered, we're shaded somewhat, and we're back for another draw. I think it looks like Laura Merrifield is going to take this. That doesn't surprise me. When you've got that height, it's quite an advantage. It's a bit like a face-off in basketball, If you can get that height there at the beginning and you can draw it to yourself, it's a real advantage.
Yeah, and interestingly, these two used to work at the same school together, Ruby Smith and Laura Merrifield, so this will be a real sort of, I'm going to beat you type thing.
That's a school I know well, Wickham Abbey.
Correct.
Spent a few years there. Right, here's a fight for a ground ball. The first time we've seen it have to be rolled so far. Oh, and we've lost our stick. It's okay. She's got it back. That's Charlotte Neal. It's okay. I don't think defending without a stick is the best thing. And now she's got the ball, so that's quite a nice recovery there from her.
Laura Merrifield calming things down as the ball seemed to be a little like a hot potato at the start there, and nobody seemed to want to pick it up. But
that was
as always, you can rely on Laura Merrifield.
Yeah, it was a nice cut in there from Miranda Nichols. It was unlucky not to be spotted. She made herself very free in what, in the tennis-side game, one would call the fan area,
which we don't have anymore.
No.
Sophie Morel running towards goal, tries to take a low to high shot, but completely goes high. But according to the trail umpire, it touched the stick of the goalkeeper, so she keeps possession.
Yeah, you really feel like they need to start putting balls in the back of the net now. Hustle.
You're absolutely right.
Because,
George.
Yes, it's only 7-3, but they haven't really looked the attacking team yet, as we were saying earlier, and Swift have spent a lot more time in the attacking area than Hustle have.
They just look more threatening as well. You sort of think that every time they're going down there, there's a chance because one or two of the players look as if they know where the route to goal is. But
Yeah.
as we say, it can change.
And that's another fantastic save there from Sophie Allen. She's come into her own a bit in this game, I think. The first one, she was a bit of a shock, but she's calmed it down now. She's got into it. Yeah, it's going along nicely.
There's a ball on the pitch. Umpire, you're going to fall over it. Should I go for it? There's a ball on the pitch.
Right, Laura Merrifield just taking on 3 defenders, as you do.
And interesting there, it's stuck in a stick. And that's often the problem that the people who do the draw have because their sticks are slightly differently strung.
It's interesting, though, with the draw, because you've got different ways you can do it. As a goalkeeper, unsurprisingly, I never had to. I'm not sure it would work. But, yeah, so you can have the push, you can have the pull, and it's not just about who can hoik it the hardest, who's got the biggest biceps. It is quite tactical.
Yeah, and I think there's times when the people who are not directly involved in the draw can make a big difference because if you get to know that it's always going to go in a certain direction, then the players can be ready for it, ready to compete. And the whole point is to gain possession. So if they gain possession, they've done a good job.
Oh,
Sophie Morel not happy with herself there.
no.
Takes that low shot again and it just goes past the post. But here we go with Laura Warren.
They've really slowed it down here, Swift. I think they're being quite savvy, energy saving, and I think that's very clever. And we just got Tors Anderson heading off behind the goal, and I don't think behind the goal was utilised. That's a lovely intercept from Sophie Morel there, but she's... Here we go, coming up on the right, we've got Hannah Thurston as her assistant, but Swift have managed to regain possession again, and I think that's a problem for Hustle. They're just losing the possession when they get it up there. Bit of a throwaway there.
Yeah, I think Laura Merfield had too much lunch there. She overthrew that, so used to playing on a bigger pitch that hadn't quite judged the depth there. But Hustle, we could do with a goal or two from Hustle. Whoa.
Yeah, I don't think that's
That one's
where
launched
it's gonna
high.
come from. It's actually gone over the catchment net behind the goal.
It's time out to the Hustle. So Coach Ash Gloucester and Evie Stevens will be talking to them. And the coaches for the Swift, Karina Walsh and Sally Keogh, will be trying to give her team some key points as well.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Sally Keogh, a goalie herself, she coached me a couple of times, and she was a former England goalkeeper herself, so she will be definitely giving Katie Greenwood something to listen to, because as we've said before, the goalkeepers really are integral to this.
Yeah, and Sally Keogh's just recently been appointed England under-23 head coach, so she's taking on that coaching role with our up-and-coming senior players as well. So she's really growing into the coaching role now after finishing a successful career in goal, as you quite rightly say.
Nice to see a bit of perimeter work. Well kept in there by Laura Merrifield.
Picked up by Miranda Bates. She's getting stronger as we go through the day. Oh, what a great run by the young Miranda Bates there.
Yeah, she really deserved that. She really worked on that one. So we still stand at 7-4 to the Swift.
Good save again by Sophie Allen.
Oh, that's a lovely clear from Sophie Allen to Ruby Smith there.
Great take by Ruby Smith, though, because that wasn't easy. She was surrounded by 3 players. Trying to set it up, trying to create an open chance of a shot here. Ruby Smith. And they're just not finishing it off. You know, they're doing all the right things in the build-up. They're moving the ball around, but there's just not that final bit at the moment from the Hustle. So if they could try and get that final bit in there, that would really start to change this game.
That's another great save. She's really on form here, Sophie Allen. I'm backing this. I'm loving this from Sophie Allen.
I think she's shooting.
Oh, she is shooting. We're playing goalie to goalie here. We've got young India Chadwick there.
It's probably a more sensible feed out there by Sophie Allen. To Hannah Thurston inside.
Oh. It was almost one too many twiddles of her stick there.
And there again, they did all the moving up towards the goal superbly, and then they just can't finish it off. So it's just that final finishing point that they need to work on as we go, probably from today into the August weekend.
And I think that's potentially just lack of match play, really. So you've got your skills in there. You can do as much wall ball as you want. You can get your fitness up there. But if you just haven't had that game time, you can't get that finesse.
You're absolutely right. You know, and it's COVID. I know it's been a problem for everybody worldwide, but the fact that we've not been able to play for so long has been really difficult. And even there, she went through there quite easily. And here's another one, and a great save from Katie Greenwood.
Yeah, she's showing her international standard goalkeeping there, really, isn't she? She knows what she's doing.
She's just very calm, isn't she? You know, nothing looks like it phases her. She's like, and I'm walking off already before the
swag.
Yeah,
swag. Oh yeah, saved it.
Yeah, we're in the lead.
Yeah, cool. That was me. Saved it. And what? Right, so it's currently 7-4. It's not been the flurry of goals we saw in the first game. It's a completely different game, almost.
It is. What was the first game? It was something like
22-13 or something like that.
And here we are, and it's 7-4, which means that we can easily change this around. And we'll just have a few highlights from that quarter for you to look at.
So while the highlights are on, Jane, what do you think is the key thing that Hustle have got to do now? We mentioned the attacking, that finesse at the end. They, with only 8 minutes left, they've really got to get those shots in.
I think they just need to concentrate on the final bit. And that sounds easy, doesn't it? But, you know, they're moving the ball up nicely. They're cutting into space nicely. But they're not being precious about their shot almost. So they're just taking a snapshot when all they need to do is just see where the space is and then just try and angle it, you know, like Laura Merrifield did, where she puts it down low because she knows that the goalkeepers will struggle with that one, because these lacrosse balls can bounce viciously.
Especially on this ground.
Yes.
It's like playing on concrete. But yeah, they just got to get the final countdown and they'll be in there. But I think this proves to be an exciting quarter we've got coming up here. It's still, I mean, it looks like 7-4. It still could be anyone's game, really, if you ask me.
Just three goals difference. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, you've got Ruby Smith there, she's really boosting her team there. A little bit of team morale. That's what we're all about, that. Right, they're both going for the push on this draw here.
It's a bit confusing because there's a blue line and a red line, and Laura was setting up on the blue line, but there we go. And there's the draw, and Hustle come out with it. Oh, but she was checked and lost it. Just needs to be a bit more aware.
And what's interesting when they set up at that draw, obviously we only have them at the beginning of the quarters, is that you see both teams had an extra player in their defensive end, because normally you'd see them partnered up, a blue and a purple together. So it's quite interesting to see a different
And
way
that-
that's done.
Yeah, and I think there's two reasons that's done. I think Hustle are going extra in the defence because of Laura Merrifield. And I think the other team... Oh, sorry, that's a great shot from Sophie Coombs-Roberts, which pulls it back to a 2-goal game.
Yeah, she just takes herself up to sub there. Hopefully we can get us. We can see that one again because that was lovely. Oh, but Swift is straight back in it with another.
Yeah.
That's the worst when it comes through your legs as a goalkeeper. So we're on 8-5 at the moment. Oh, this could be a nail biter.
I hope so.
It's just kept out there. Great defensive work from Swift.
Hannah Thurston trying to see if there's a space, but not finding it. Sophie Coombs-Roberts takes the long shot, but Katie Greenwood is well up for that one and takes a good save and helps the Swift move down the pitch.
And she might be on the opposing team, but Sally Key has got to be pleased to see someone like Hannah Thurston and one of her England under-23s play so well.
Yeah, absolutely. Hannah was one of the stars of the under-19 team in Canada in 2019. She finished as one of the world team. And she's just a very solid young player.
I think there's a few tired legs out there now. You can tell it's gone very, very quiet. It's a lovely shot there from Emma Oakley. I don't think she ever gets tired legs.
And interesting, because Emma is very much a defender for the Tennesside team, and yet there you go. She'll be saying to the attackers, anybody can score in this game. Look, I'll show you how it's done. And here we'll see that on the replay. She just comes in and just puts it past the goalkeeper.
And that's what Hustle need now. They need someone to show that it can be done.
Yes. And if it means that a defensive type player comes through and shows the attack what can be done, then so be it. When you're playing six-a-side, you're all attack or you're all defence. It's as straightforward and simple as that, really, as Tors Anderson puts that into the side netting.
And what was lovely there, we saw a pick for Laura Merrifield setting up Anna Neville there. And that's the teamwork we want. Age isn't just a number, baby.
Ah, you're so right. A great save again by Katie Greenwood.
And again. And kept it in the circle nicely. I think that is a very key aspect of this, because you don't want to lose it and then get the rebound automatically, because then you've got to pick it out of the goal and clear all in one go. So it's nice to see the goalkeepers really focusing on that. That was really well worked by Swift there. Lovely shot, lovely finish there by India Chadwick.
And you'll see that on the replay here. Great inside pick, inside cut, and puts it away into the far side of the goal by India Chadwick. Great goal.
That's a lovely save again there. As a Sophie Coombs-Roberts going low, fueled by Fruit Shoot.
I suspect that Katie Greenwood will be saying, look at my save stats at the end of this game.
Oh yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? Get them framed.
Yeah. Don't forget me, I'm the goalkeeper, but look at how many I saved.
I mean, Sophie Allen could rival her.
Equaling her, yeah. Sophie Morel just checking and coming back inside to Ruby Smith.
She always seems it seems like she's got time always, Ruby Smith, doesn't she? She really gives herself space and doesn't rush anything.
Yeah, she's a very calm player as well, but she's one of the quick players as well. She can normally just have a turn of pace, but sadly Sophie Morel just lost control of that ball and it's run into the Swifts' hands, but they've got 10 seconds to get over the halfway line.
There's some great redefending going on there. That was really, really nice work there by Ruby Smith. She just needs that assistance, and then she's got to keep your head up.
Yeah, she could just do with a choice of assistance as well. So, at least two people supporting, one either side at least, or one in front, one back, just so that she's got a variety of choice.
Yeah, we're going for another timeout here. Just a little regroup, maybe a bit of refreshment, just pull ourselves together, ready for the last 3 minutes of the game. 9-6. Oh, it could be spicy.
That's interesting, because we've got 3 minutes left, so that's a minimum of 6 shots, and there's only 3 goals difference. This could be close.
Oh, this could be nice, right.
If I was a betting man, which I'm not, it would be interesting to see what people would expect to win this one. 6 shots, 3 goals difference. Let's see if the Hustle can hustle it back,
Do the hustle.
or if the Swift can go swiftly away from
Oh,
them.
love that. So we've got young Miranda Bate with the ball here, just starting off and pass it to the well-seasoned Sophie Coombs-Roberts. Got a few goals on her card for the day already. Emma Oakley directing traffic whilst manoeuvring the ball around. It's a lovely change of hands, isn't it?
I think Emma will be starting to say she wants to be an attacker at this rate. That was 2 good goals as she's gone through.
She is a very solid defender normally, and to see her up in the attack, it's quite nice to see someone doing something a bit different.
And Hustle are a man up at the moment, so they've pulled 1 goal back. If they can pull another goal back whilst the Swift player is off the field, that'll really start to make people concerned.
Yeah, because remember, we've got that 30-second shot clock. But you know what?
Do you know what? Anna Neville's learnt from Laura Merrifield. Did you see where that shot went? Down low.
Lovely. And Anna Neville knew that there was a 30-second shot clock, and she was like, I can do this in 30 seconds, easy. Oh, that's very unlucky there. She was in the right place. Oh, we're about to be taken out by some men. And
Yeah, the men's pitch is quite close to where we're standing, and so far today we nearly got hit with a ball, and now 2 of the guys have just come tumbling off the pitch. So apologies for our distraction there, but this is real life, folks.
that's the effect we're having on the men, isn't it, Jane?
Fall at our
They're
feet.
falling at our feet.
Go on, Hustle. Let's see if we can get up there.
It would be great, wouldn't it? So we're at 10-7 at the moment, and we've got 1:20 left.
Probably need a little bit more urgency, though, in this.
Yeah, even their subbing seems a bit
Needs to be a
turgid at the moment.
bit more intentional. There's one intentional, but a great save yet again. Picked up by the ever young Laura Warren,
Ever dependable.
which I think Laura Warren shows to me that age is just a number,
Oh, it is.
because she's so youthful.
It just, yeah, you can hear that from Swift there. Keep it moving, and then finds Laura Merrifield just in the slot, back of the net. Back of the net. And Sophie Allen looking for the clear, but she can't find anyone at the moment. She's gone very, very long. It's gone
here's
way over the head of Sophie Coombs-Roberts.
Here's the Laura Merrifield goal that you're just seeing now. She just cuts in nicely and places that ball in the goal.
Easy as you like.
It really is, or it appears to be for somebody like Laura. 26 seconds left, so should be possibly 1 shot.
I just want to highlight the graft from Miranda Bate today. She has been everywhere. She may not have had all of the goals and everything, but every time I look up, she's chasing back, she's defending, she's taking on some of the top players in the game. That's a Hustle goal there. Can they do this? We've got, well,
So it finished as a 3-goal difference.
yep, so it's 11-8 to the Swift that game there. And by the looks of things, I think Hustle actually could be quite pleased with that one, because they did have a very strong attacking unit, the Swift side. We knew that before they even came on the pitch. All you had to do was look at some of those names on the team sheet or watch them in the earlier game against Rise.
You're absolutely right. That last goal, by the way, was scored by Harriet Mann, who was took a nice shot and scored. Nice for them to finish with a goal.
I always love this at the end of a lacrosse game. I don't know what it is. It's just, there's something nice about the noise of the clinking sticks on sticks.
I think it's really good that, you know, fundamentally we should all be sportsmen and women, and I think it's really nice to acknowledge the people you've just played against, and that's what we do. And I really enjoy the sportsmanship of people as they play sport. There's no point in you finished the game now, so just be civil and be respectful.
Yeah, there's a real camaraderie as well, I think, because a lot of these girls are playing against each other. They've played on teams together since they were knee-high to a grasshopper, you know? You turn up at all these England lacrosse events, you're like, oh my gosh, hi! We used to do this together. I turned up today and it was amazing. I've seen my old coach from school. I've seen people I played with at uni, and that's what's so nice. That's the lacrosse community for you, I think.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. And the lacrosse community is very much a family community of people who seem to know each other from years ago, and they still love seeing each other. And that competition there, that was very much, it's almost like you want to be your big sister, or you want to sort of get out there and show them. But at the end of the game, we're all the same family.
Yeah, and you can tell they put that aside. They get on the pitch and they want to win.
They do. That's what we want. We want it to be competitive. We want this to be the highest standard of lacrosse in the UK, and that was our aim as we set out. So we're pleased with the way that they're all competing, despite the high temperatures. And I know that we keep saying that, but it really is. It's been seasonally very different, and so it's been pretty chilly leading up to this. But this weekend's a scorcher.
It's fantastic, and it's just so nice to see a new format like this just being shown exactly what it can be, and you can see that the growth is going to come from this. And looking ahead to next year's World Games and then potential future Olympics. I was talking to Paul earlier and he was saying how they've adapted the game from the tennis side to this game, and I'm always one of those people I'm always a traditionalist in these kind of things, but I could so easily be converted to this. It's fantastic, and people that have never watched lacrosse, you don't have to turn up and be like, and that's this fan, this, that, the other. You know, you turn up, see ball, back of the net. It's so speedy, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the main reasons of adapting the format is we want to appeal to probably the non-traditional lacrosse market as well as the lacrosse market, because if you love lacrosse, you'll love this. If you love seeing a high-scoring, fast-paced game, you'll love this. It's just, if you want to see skill, you want to see speed, athleticism, determination, and you can just keep reeling off the characteristics, you will see it in this game.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not just, I'm really fast, I'm faster than everyone. As we saw in the first game, a lot of fast breaks, but this one was much more working the goal. So it's still using all those traditional aspects we know from the tennis-side game, but adapting them into a faster, action-packed game in the same way.
Yeah, and we're also seeing traditional tennis-side defenders suddenly scoring lots of goals. So that's got to be a benefit to the tennis-side game, because it means that you can be more flexible and you can move the ball around and you can use a different setup each time.
Yeah, well, coming up after this one, we've got the men are back on the pitch. We've got Hustle taking on Rise. And, I mean, I'm so glad I'm not a men's goalie, aren't you, Jane?
I tell you what, they really put some pace on that ball. But also, you know, there's a few sticks flying as you're running forward to goal as well. But the guys are well protected. They've got arm guards, they've got helmets, they've got gloves. So hopefully that keeps them safe as they go through. I think some of them are struggling with the heat with the helmet, and also because they've not played for the last 15 months really of competitive lacrosse. So it's a big step up to ask them to come in and play this straight away.
Yes. And so looking back on that last women's game, and we will leave you to the men in just a minute. So Rise are coming up after this. They lost to Swift in the first one. So Hustle have had 2 defeats so far, and Swift have had 2 victories. So Swift are looking very, very good, really, aren't they?
They are looking good, and I think it's that combination of experience and youth that they've got, that they just know how to use the time, how to use the size of the pitch. They just seem to have it all, don't they? So it'll be good to see if anybody can take them down in the August weekend.
Oh, won't it? Well, coming up later with us, we will have Hustle taking on Rise, who, you know, earlier we were thinking Hustle, a bit like a box of Quality Streets. Rise, I'm thinking Tequila Sunrise.
I'm loving your analogies, but please join us again. I think it's 5 o'clock for the women's game, but the next game is coming up, I believe, at past, and that's the men's game.
Yeah, and stay tuned. Even if you're normally into the women's games, this men's game is It's rapid enough on a big pitch, but this is just nuts. And the men, normally defenders, have the long sticks, and we haven't got that today, so that makes it quite interesting. And it's another example of adapting your game from a traditional defender to being an attacker. And so that's what we're loving about this 6v6. And I think that's why it's the future. So we're gonna... You have been listening to Georgie and Jane on the commentary of Hustle versus Swift. So that was a pretty nice win for Swift there, although maybe tighter than they would have anticipated at the beginning. And we will be back with you at 5 o'clock to watch Hustle take on Rise. And they are...
Yo, Sam, there's a bunch of...
And that will be us at 5 o'clock. So get the kettle on, get out in the sun, get your stream on, and we'll be with you at 5.
Most of those yellow ones in the back line.
Good afternoon and welcome to our second men's live stream match of the day. We are here for Team Rise versus Team Hustle. Both teams ended up with losses from their opening games. We saw Rise earlier on the stream go to overtime against Forge, unfortunately going down 13-12. And then Team Hustle also lost a 1-goal game to Team Swift in their opener. So both teams now looking for a win as we are getting very close to the start of the game now. Rise just on the pitch, Hustle just coming out of their team talk, and I'm joined here for the second game of the men's programme with Mark Coops.
Thanks, Sean, and very much looking forward to this game. I think that when we consider what's happened in the first round of games, with it being just so close, 1-goal games for both sides, coaching staffs are really going to be having a look at those games and making sure that they've got themselves well sorted for this competitive game that's going to be coming up. I think the biggest thing of all, and the thing that's going to excite me, is we've probably got two of the best keepers in the country here, and goalkeeping so important to the six-a-side game, and to see Drawbang and Baxter front up against each other, superb.
Opening draw being taken there, and that's Matt Tatton winning the opening draw, giving Rise possession. Yeah, like you say, we've talked a lot already today about the quality of goalkeeper being so important, and we've got two of the best on show here today. So it might be the deciding factor in things, who can maybe get the better hand of the keepers.
So really interesting that they're actually taking a bit of time here over the first shot. And one of the things that we were commenting on in the first set of games was how fast they really were. Obviously extremely hot out here today. And I'm sure the coaches are going to look to try and use up that full 30 seconds before shots are actually taken. Have a turnover there, and here we have Hustle bringing the ball up the field.
Yeah, I think as soon as the day goes on, the first quarters of the first games were goals all over the place, hectic scoring, teams running up and down. I think as we've settled into things, teams are now taking a more considered approach to things. As we get our first goal of the game there from number 30, Hustle, Dan Flisk coming up there with the goal.
Yeah, I mean, Flisk has been a member of the under-21 squad for a while, and nice to see him get early on the score sheet. And it'll do his confidence no end of good, that. Again, Rise are going to be looking to move the ball, I think, and again, shot wide, but that was actually a good option shot there. When we think about the rollout there from Roper, he really had some space to free his arms, that way generating the power for the shot. Unfortunately, just managed to actually not hit the target. So important to hit the target today, make these keepers work for their saves. So
Ryan Forshaw driving towards goal.
And they've got a reset, so obviously they now get another 30 seconds. Ball was touched by Rise, so that gives them an extra 30 seconds, and there's a good chance here for a dodge up front. Really good defence that. Simpson Pink just doing an excellent job in there as he kind of stood up to the roll dodge that was going on from front centre, denying the shot. Really good defence, and here we actually have a break. It's a 3v2 if they want to move the ball, and it's Pomfret, but it's a goal.
Timed it very well there, just waited and waited, drew the defender, waited to the last minute, and he had maximum space to make his finish.
So really good draw of the defender across. Loads of time there for him to actually then take the shot, really standing the goalkeeper up, making the goalkeeper be high in the air. Very difficult then to actually get down to that low ground shot. Really good finish, Sean. There's been a penalty called, and I presume that penalty was called on Hustle for infraction as the shot was actually taken, but it looks like the officials are actually just going to have a quick conference about exactly what this call is and exactly who should be having the ball, and there they go. They've sorted it out because of the hit on the shot. Hustle will now be a player down, which means Rise now go into offence. A apart from they just changed their minds.
Yeah.
That's
I
quite.
think we're all trying to work out this one, but
Well, it's okay. It's going to be a hustle ball, so we'll move on from that. And obviously, Rye's now playing with an extra player. They're going to make sure that they really force them to move the ball round the outside, away from the goal, deny as many shots as possible. Kirkland up top here. He's the big dodger. He's going to take the shot. That's a great save.
Will Hardy, someone, takes a great outside shot, has got a really powerful, but Baxter was level to it, knew where it sort of read the shot.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy's shot was a good shot, but again, if you're going to take on those top corners against keepers like Baxter, you're going to come up short. You really ought to be shooting that a bit lower. Rye's moving the ball round.
Again, there's sort of just not very many options on, choosing to just throw in a little dodge and bit of a speculative effort, and it goes wide, and Hustle claim the ball again.
I mean, it's noticeable, Sean, isn't it, that the pace of the game has just dropped from what we saw at the beginning of the opening games. Teams taking more time to try and find shots. Defence has been better set, so we can see here that Rise are really well set from a defensive position. And maybe we're just going to find scoring is going to be a little bit more problematic as we run through this game. That's a lovely give and go. Really, really good goal. All set up by Hardy. Hardy drew the cover across, fed it down the post, and then the easy backside finish.
Straight back down the other here. Russell driving from top, takes the step, comes in and goes through the legs of Doiveng and levels things up. I think that's something that from the first game we watched Russell, he sort of started playing sort of close to the goal line, close to the crease, and they got to half time and they went, no, we want you to be our main shooter. We want you to take a step back and get yourself in a position from top to shoot. And he sort of executed really well in the second half of that.
And a really big error there. Robbins just putting the ball out of play. That's a turnover, an easy possession gives Rise another go. Simpson Pink with the drive down there and a really nice collapse there. So Challoner was able to use the space. Basically, the first drive pushed the defence back to an easy score.
But just like that, Hustle hit back themselves. Dan Flisk again. That's the pace of this game right in show there for you.
Absolutely. Just a bit of a rising intensity over the last couple of minutes. And we're all tied at 3 with only about minute 30 to go. So we're probably looking at a couple of shots per side. There's the drive-in effort, but unfortunately some shot over the bar. Pretty good defence, Sean, in fact. He got himself across to actually cover that drive by Roper and shot over the bar. So 1:20 to go. Obviously setting things up here. Hardy again on the drive.
Shirt looking to set up his man. Gets a step on him, but can't make the feed.
That was a really push feed. There was very, very little space to give that ball in. But here's the break again. Some excellent defence there. Roper just doing a fantastic job for his team. Really standing the guy up. Really putting him under pressure. Not long now, so they're going to be trying to find a really, really good shot in here, yeah? And that was such a good drive. Unfortunately, just couldn't find that bottom corner in that shot there. Moving round, and we've got a whistle. Okay, illegal procedure by Rise, which automatically gives the ability to get the ball up the field.
Oh. And again, look at that. Baxter rightly celebrating that. save right on the buzzer there to keep the scores level.
He is just so exceptional at those one-on-ones. He kept himself so calm. If you look there, super body position, really balanced. Shot came in, split legs, managed to tip that round the corner. So we're all tied, Sean. 3-3.
Yeah, it seems to have been the theme so far, particularly in the men's games, that the scores are 1-goal, 2-goal games. You know, we've seen both teams going back and forth. They're really evenly matched, and it's, you know, little fine margins from that are sort of making the difference at the moment.
I mean, absolutely. I think that is completely right. And again, we're just seeing how important those goalkeepers actually are. And this game here, the battle of the two goalkeepers, it's just key, really. Whichever one's going to make the bigger saves percentage, the better it's going to be for that team.
Yeah, I think Baxter's definitely made the most impact so far. But you know that these things can change, and sort of once I'd imagine Rise to probably turn it up a bit more in the sort of the next periods. Having watched them in the earlier game, they sort of got better as the game went on, and I think that might be a theme for them here again today.
Yeah, it's slightly more firepower from Rise. I mean, they've got probably a couple more options offensively than Hustle actually have. Especially as we commented before on whether Russell can get himself free, especially up top. I mean, such a devastating shooter. But both goalkeepers obviously doing a fantastic job at being able to shut the teams down. And really, the number of one-on-one saves that have been taking place so far has been an exception. Shows the quality we've got there. So the fly event presented by England Lacrosse in partnership with World Lacrosse. Really pleased to be here at Lilleshall, and just can't really believe the day, Sean. It's very untypically English weather.
Yeah, as I say, the conditions, whilst maybe some might say it's a little bit too hot, the conditions are perfect for getting out here and, you know, showcasing this event on its opening day. You couldn't have asked for a better setting or a better scenario to play the game.
I mean, absolutely. These dry, hard fields, just fantastic. So here we have the opening face of the second quarter. Kirkland up with the ball there. And again, movement being put in by Hustle. Just taking a bit of time, aren't they? You know, nice spin out move there. Shot clock running down. They're going to have to find a shot from somewhere. They're going to be running out of time. There must be
looking for a cutter, but nothing's come.
And there we go. Shot clock timed them out. Halfway possession to Rise.
Yeah, I think that's something that teams are going to look to do as well. You know, when the shot clock's running down, how are you? You know, are you either looking to, you know, find somebody clutch for a feed, or are you getting the ball into a position where maybe your team can get set to get back on defence?
I mean, absolutely, Sean, absolutely. And we haven't seen any team yet actually take the ball into the corner and just drop it, leaving it the furthest away from the goal. And we wonder when we're going to see that kind of tactic come into play, when they just can't find a shot. So again, ball movement, everything seems to be going through Hardy here. I mean, he's such a dominant figure at the top of the offense here. But in fact, a really good hustle from Rise, absolutely. And there's Baxter, the goalkeeper, out of the cage winning the ball. That's amazing hustle from the men in yellow.
That's something that Baxter loves to do. I know, talking to a couple of the goalkeepers.
And there's the early shot, but again, Dalbeng with a big save. Yeah. Back to those keepers again, Sean.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I know, talking to the keepers before the game, they were a little bit disappointed that they're not allowed to go end to end and try and get themselves a goal. But someone like Baxter, particularly, you know, will really utilise being able to come out of his goal. How can he, you know, be that extra man to help his team get the ball up the field? And
obviously, we've just seen yet another save from Baxter, and we have an infringement.
Yeah, I think he might have just got penalised himself there, just trying to block off the pass.
coaching staff trying to sort themselves out here.
Yeah, they'll have to have their designated man take the penalty, I think.
Coach Patterson just sorting out exactly who's going to be taking what, but
Stay with the score still locked at 3-3. This is a real big moment for Hustle to...
yeah, trying to make the man advantage count. That's superb defence. Porter there just doing a super job on the slide. And the shot from the outside there, I don't know whether you noticed that, but Tatton got himself in the way of that shot and actually managed to block it, didn't even reach the goal. That's amazingly committed defence. And obviously, just if we look on the sideline there, he is taking a bit of a knee. I'm not at all surprised.
Yeah, he's definitely Gevil there. We can see him from the commentary position.
Russell from behind, they're going to have to be wary because he's so good at this, but again, really good defence, really good defence. Just managed to give him a bump as he turned the corner coming round the post. That just set his balance off, meant that he shot it wide.
Danflex 2 goals already today, looking to initiate attack.
Yeah, spin move up top, they're really looking for that spin move and then feed up top for the better angle shot. An excellent save again by Baxter. But another penalty on Rise. And that's going to start to count. If you're playing man down and you're playing man down time after time, you're gonna start leaking goals as these players get more pressured, more exhausted as the game goes on. The gaps will open up, and there is a gap. That's a lovely spin move, but unfortunately he fired it wide. Actually, just can't believe it.
Yeah, Dan Jones there looking to get his first goal of the game, but just gone wide, and Rise now can get themselves back onto attack and just trying to run the clock down here for their penalty, I think.
Absolutely. They'll try and take as much time out of this before actually then lining up a shot, or maybe they don't even take a shot at all.
Dogged work from Pomfret there.
And there's the shot. You see there's the shot from Watson, but a very long way out. Easy save for Dowbang, and ball gets transferred up the other end again. Chapman misses the target, just totally disappointed in himself. He can't believe that he managed to take such a good position up. The shape of the shot was excellent.
Yeah, he's given that the big wind up there. And,
absolutely. And out of purple, it's going to be a goal ball here.
So we're still tied at 3-3. We've not had a goal in this second quarter so far, as we've got just over 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, a testament to the way that the defences are playing and the goalkeepers. Yet another save from Dowbang. I mean, Rise are finding shots, Sean, yeah? They're finding shots on the outside. They're taking up good positions. They're able to actually make sure that they've got good angles on the goal.
And there's our first goal of the quarter, Thomas Porter.
And a really nice little move by Porter, just as he comes inside the defence, and then he really does take the high bounce shot, really drills it into the floor, making that ball really steeply climb up into the top corner. Really good finish, and obviously our first goal of this second quarter.
Yeah, and double punishment for Hustle. They've got a player in the box as well, so they will be down 1 as they attack.
And again, one of the things that you can hear on the kind of on-field microphones is just the amount of communication that's needed to be going on. Not only players encouraging each other, but also just setting up the tactics. Here, Rise are really going to try and double team Hustle. We got Hardy on the far side with the ball, and they're trying to throw that double team in there. Ball's moved again, and that's excellent pace, really good. He ran himself out of trouble there, and maybe has an opportunity here. And there's the shot clock. but actually did really well. Worked the time all the way down for 30 seconds.
Also
Didn't
going to
they?
have to move here. They're a little bit out of position. I think Coach Carr's called a timeout there for Rise.
Yeah, correct. Just wanted a bit of a break in play. I mean, again, pace of the game. Coaches are going to have to look at exactly how they manage the time during the game. As we pointed out before, there's only been one goal, and basically when you look at the shot, when the actual field game time, we've got under 30 seconds to go. So therefore, Coach Carr has called that timeout in order to be able to set up a unique play within this 25 seconds to just see whether he can just edge a 2-goal lead into half time. Really good coaching, Sean.
Yeah, he was very obvious with that in the first game as well. Like you say, picking the timeouts at the right point where, close to quarter times, close to half times, where you can just, sort of set your team, focus the minds and get them set to, go get one more goal just before the break.
Yeah, I mean, it's understanding those key moments, isn't it? That's the thing. And it really understood that was an opportunity here for them to put in a unique play, make sure that they're able to get a top chance to be able to take that 2-goal lead into the half time.
So here we go again. Russell holding position up top.
And let's not forget that Hustle are a player down, so there's actually a man advantage in here. Watson was free on the crease but ignored there. The penalty's now over, so it's 5v5. And here's the shot, and there's the goal. And again, Baxter just encouraging his team around getting back, and there's real encouragement being given to his defensive players. I mean, unfortunately, in this kind of game, you cannot be there celebrating goals because the ball's going to be back down the other end, and you actually need to play defense. One of the tough lessons for the players out here.
Yeah, even still, I can see him berating his teammates for not thinking about getting back into position. But that's something that they'll learn with time with the new format, and it's always good to have someone there to who's always switched on, got that game brain on.
And Baxter's such a competitor. I mean, played in World Championships in the field format of the game, and I'm sure he's looking forward to being a star in this new Sixers format that we've got presented here today by England Lacrosse in partnership with World Lacrosse.
Yeah, it's been, like you say, this is the opening weekend of our new six-a-side competition, but it's been quite a long time in the making. It's been quite a long process to get to this point.
Yes, I mean, as with any new format, there's so much to kind of work through, and it's not very often that as commentators you actually get to stand on the side of a field commentating on something that is absolutely brand new. Outside of one or two games that have taken place in America and Australia, this is the first time that Europe's really seen this format and this level of competition. And we're delighted to actually have the best players in the country actually out here. Selection for these men's teams was really rigorous. There was highly competitive to get spots on the rosters, and that's why we're seeing such excellent performances on the field.
Yeah, I think we've seen people wanting to take part in it, wanting to like you say, be involved in something new and something exciting. I think we've seen that in the sort of the level of players that we've got here this weekend and for our finals weekend in a couple of weeks.
And obviously you'll be seeing some of the highlights as we show you some of the recap from the first half of play, and really looking at the way that people are shooting the ball. I think that's one of the real keys as we kind of go through the highlight reel. If you're going to shoot against these kind of goalkeepers, you have got to be so accurate, you've got to be so calm, and technically you've got to be in the right body shape in order to make sure that your release is completely correct. So we have some really excellent examples of that, where we can actually see the way that the player lines himself up sideways onto the goal in order to be able to release the ball. I think one of the interesting things about that first half, Sean, is really around the way that both teams played defence. I think that the coaching staff from the first games have obviously gone and looked at looked at the way that the games went and really impressed upon the team to be able to actually funnel back very quickly to defend the goal. So when somebody's taking a shot, the rest of the team are fully focused on defending their goal, not necessarily on ball recovery or challenging if there is a mistake made by the shooter. They're really thinking about the idea that they've got to get back and defend their own goal. And therefore we're seeing much better defending going on in this game than we saw in the first round.
Yeah, no, like you say, now that everybody's had a chance to look at each other and look at sort of, what seems to be working, what doesn't. And also I've sort of, noticed while we've been standing around during the games that whilst the other teams have got breaks, they are here watching the other teams. The head coaches are here sort of assessing the other teams, looking for where their strengths and weaknesses are. And, they're now making their adjustments. And it's sort of paying off on the pitch. We can see the levels of the defence improving.
I think that's so right. And when we think about the kind of new format being done and this being played for the first time, we're so much looking forwards to people digesting what's happening today. And then when we come back in a couple of weeks for the actual the full-blown flight finale tournament, they're going to have so much more experience about how to construct the game. I mentioned in the commentary during the first half about the game management that's required. And we can see that the game management that's been done during that first half is different to when we saw them play in the first set of games. Much more time being taken to find the right shot, much more time and care being taken around using the 30 seconds that's available. And as I've just pointed out, that defensive point, got to get back on defence. We're playing against great goalkeepers. They're going to make saves. There's going to be turnovers. You've got to defend your goal. You cannot give those opposition players an easy chance.
Yeah, as I say, just, looking back at the format, whilst everybody wants to win all their games, wants to come out with a 100% record, this weekend is about getting to know each other and about getting to, work out how your team works as a unit. How do you gel together so you can come to that finals weekend with a lot more knowledge about how you go about your business. Even for, the way that the format works, that nobody's out of it after this weekend. So even the teams that don't have a great day today then have 2 weeks to take what they've learned here and put it into practice, and then come back and show everybody how much improvement they've made in the finals weekend.
I think you're completely correct. And one of the things that the coaches are going to be assessing all the time is what role they want certain individuals and certain players to play. They'll have had an idea when they came into these games about the sort of roles that they wanted individuals to actually perform on the field. Whether somebody was going to be a main shooter, whether somebody was going to be the main ball carrier and to squeeze the defence back on the goal. And also about who's going to be the key main defenders. I think they're going to be learning about that all the time, and we're going to see that game management added to this extra player role responsibility as we move through the games. So the team's just coming back onto the field, Sean, for another eight minutes. And the score really close. Only a 2-goal game. Rise just having that excellent period before the half time, managing to just get 2 goals. A really key goal, that last one, by the way, where they were a man up, managed to actually get a really good shot on the goal. Excellent angle. And I'm sure that Hustle are now going to be looking at a really fast start. They've got to get some possession. Got to really make the next score.
I know we've seen Will Baxter be so key in that first half. If you were a Hustle attacker, how would you go about taking shots on him? Where are you? There's not really a weakness, but how are you? Making the most of your chances against him?
I mean, they've got to take good angle shots. They've got to be able to see a lot of the goal to shoot. If you're shooting narrowly, you're going to have the shots saved. And here we go, opening face off of the third period. Competitive in there. There's been a whistle. It's going to be a purple ball.
Really valuable for them, that.
Well, Coach Patterson clapping on the sideline. I'm sure that was in his team talk before the teams came out. Make sure you win the first possession.
Yeah, and now we'll see how they how they set up, how they set the tempo for the rest of the quarter.
Yeah, a bit.
Looking to work from behind, which we've not seen much
Well,
of.
and they're also spread out a little wider. So, but there's an error there. There's an error, and that.
Yeah, Dan Jones couldn't take the pass, but looking to do some good work on
that was
defence.
excellent. Chapman snaffling the ball, and that was not over and back there. Yeah, that had gone over the halfway line, and so therefore Hustle regaining possession just inside their own half enabled them to turn the ball over. But unfortunately, shot went wide. Fusk had a good chance then to score. He really had a good angle for a shot, probably being a bit. Really trying to find those edges of the goal because Baxter's just so good at that shot stopping. Roper with the drive finds Watson all alone.
Great finish there, Alex Russell popping up.
It was all about the feed. It was all about the feed. Roper really good. Got all the eyeballs on him.
Got a hold there, I think. Will Church on it. No, Baxter makes the save, but Hustle will keep as Rise go a man down.
So another penalty there, yeah? Another penalty. But just back to that play by...
Yeah, by Rise, by Roper and Russell.
Yeah, I mean, Roper just did an excellent job. He drew eyeballs to him. If you can get people eyeballing you, then they're not looking at exactly where their man is. The cross, such a fast game, able to really zip the ball around, be very accurate with your passing. That was a great goal. That was really, really good. And obviously, they've now just edged another lead, haven't they? Just another goal. And there they go. They survive a man down. Rise beginning to stamp their authority on this game.
Yeah, again, that was, their Chapman, I think, hints of desperation there, looking to go along the ground there, trying different things to, how can we beat Baxter? Where can we get a shot that's going to be a...
Absolutely. Tatton doing a really good job here with the ball, by the way. Under quite a lot of pressure. He's carried it for a good 15 seconds there. And we had a speculative shot that went in then. We got Pomfret just really taking a big outside shot. Reason for that, Sean, was that he knew there was a penalty coming. He knew that they were going to retain possession. They knew that Hustle was going to be going down to 4 players. And here's a big opportunity again. This Hustle really need to do a great job defensively. See if they can keep this out.
Yeah, I don't think they could afford to be going 4 down here. With the sort of lower scoring affair that we've got at the moment. This could really put them up against it.
Yeah, they've got to be committed on defence.
It's going to be Roper and Russell again.
Yeah. Russell really looking for feeding in there, and he's got a very good opportunity to shoot. There we were just talking about before, weren't we? The idea of making sure that you get a very good angle, and Dalbeng, excellent keeper, but no chance with that shot from Russell. Beautiful finish.
Yeah, again, Roper and Russell playing 2-man, little give and go, and it just created the angle for him in front of goal, and not really much Dalbeng can do there.
And again, they were just squeezing him. That was that passing up front to just take the ball closer to the goal. Very good, very, very, very good. That was a huge goal, absolutely huge goal. I mean, Shirt, yet again, coming up with a massive play. That brings them right back into it. Excellent individual responsibility there. Must have carried the ball for about good 10 seconds before he managed to find the opportunity. Obviously managed to get his defender pushed back on the goal. Really good inside finish.
Yeah, as I say, interesting note, that was a...
Shot, head. All the players shouting, obviously very, very important to be very quick on the whistle with head injuries. We're all extremely conscious of the damage that can be done by a lacrosse ball, but actually that seemed to hit him pretty much square in the helmet, which is always good. It's when it misses the protective equipment that we often have issues, but that seemed to hit him really square, I think by the looks of things, on the ear.
Another one back there for Hustle on a 2-goal run now. Dan Flisk, I think that might be his 3rd of the game today. He's generally shot very well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He keeps on finding that bottom right-hand corner, doesn't it? That's the 2nd finish he's had. An absolutely golden opportunity for Rise there, and and Dowbang really standing up to the plate, saving that one-on-one, keeping his team in the game. You know,
And Hastings, another top corner. Put it back to within one. I think you could just see there that just that extra 5% from Hustle has lifted here, and they sort of found themselves up against it, and they've managed to turn the tide.
Yeah, come back to that goal by Shirt. Yeah,
they were down a man as well on that goal.
Yeah,
Individual efforts.
I mean that was the really big play for me. Yeah, was that goal by Shirt. It just brought them back into the game. It just made sure the gap wasn't too big, gave the team some confidence. All of a sudden, couple of good shots, couple of really good finishes, well back into it. However, back on man down now, so we'll see whether we can actually Hustle can actually hold them out. Again, so difficult with 4 players playing against 5, and great to see Pomfret back on the field. He seems to have sorted himself out. Sure, he's down here on the bottom left. And Watson's changed place in this. So Watson was top centre before. He's moved down to this left-hand side. Very good ball movement. Linz really trying to find Watson. That was super defence. They stayed so tight. Hustle really did take tight round the goal line, really forcing the ball to move, taking time off the clock, and making sure that good angle shot was shut down. Excellent defence. Sure that Coates Patterson, being such a renowned defender himself, would be delighted with that.
Yeah. Hustle now back to all evens. Hardy trying to repeat his goal from before, but goes wide.
Yeah, and he was just under a bit of time pressure. He knew the shot clock was really low, yeah? That's why he took that narrow angle shot instead of spinning out and moving the ball.
Just entering the last minute here of the third quarter. Rise 7, Hustle 6.
Ooh. Always difficult when you just get that fly ball. You go up to try and catch it. You're very aware that you're leaving yourself terribly exposed. Good opportunity to shoot. Just a beautiful save again from Dowbang. Beautiful little tip.
We also have a perfect angle to watch that as well, right behind it. But Russell there, being alert to it, went to the back line, took the ball quickly, and
Hustle's defence went to sleep, didn't realise that he tipped it, and therefore they had to keep playing defence. Watson just walks around the crease, throws it in. Around the back. Hardy really disappointed with that, wasn't he, yeah? It was all set up for that round the back shot, but unfortunately just threw it wide.
And save on the buzzer.
Brings a really exciting quarter to an end. Just a raising of intensity. That half-time talk by the coaches just seems to have enabled both teams to raise to a different level. Much more pace in the game, much more space to shoot, and yet also some really tough defensive plays being done.
Yeah, again, saw these in the earlier games. Just when the coaches get that little bit of time to be able to, give their players some key thoughts, give them some sort of something to refocus on. It seems to energise them and, give them that little extra 5-10%. And we just saw it in that quarter, which was a really great quarter of lacrosse.
And also some of the senior players, we can see about how people need to step up, take responsibility. There's some very experienced players out here, and we can see on both teams that responsibility being taken. I think, though, that what's interesting for me is the way that maybe the less senior players actually also taking some responsibility on themselves. We talked a bit in that last quarter about Flisk, and that he just did a really good job, kept his team in that game with that goal. And as you said, Sean, we think that that's his third in this game. Well, your team scored 6, you've scored half of them. I mean, that's a massive contribution from such a young player.
Yeah, they've got a really solid, group from that England under-21 squad that Rise head coach Vince Carr is an assistant on, but they're working against Carr at the moment, working for Hustle. Sort of Will Shirt, Dan Flisk have been doing a really good job for Hustle in there.
I'm sure Coach Carr is going to be just trying to get his team to focus. Yeah, I think that when they really look through the last 3 quarters, you know, they've been the more dominant team. Yeah, not only on the scoreboard, but also in the kind of numbers of chances that they're making. Yeah, and I'm sure that Carr is going to want to make sure that people like Watson have the ball in their sticks, Roper being very influential and important. So here we go with the final quarter, and Hustle come up with possession.
Paul Chapman there with the face-off win for Hustle. Fliss trying to goal again, and there we go again.
Just doing an outstanding job for his team. I mean, really keeping them in it. And we're back to a 1-goal game again.
This is where Hustle needs to have a good defensive set. Set the intensity.
Here we have Watson just controlling the offence. Very good pinch feeding there.
Yeah, Russell just dictating play from the top there.
Well, you could see Roper just ghost across the crease and really a bit of a no-look feed into him. And I'm sure Roper's a bit disappointed. Being so close, really should hit the target there. This feels like a big play right here, by the way, yeah? You know, Hardy from the top. Unfortunately, scooted it wide, but actually, that was a really good play. They managed to manufacture space for him down the edge. He had a really good opportunity, got his hands free, plenty of gas on the shot, but unfortunately missed. However, at the other end, here comes Rise with
Brandon Challoner picking up the goal to take Rise to 9.
Just a really nice drive from him, and he gets his hands up. You can see the defender really struggling there to actually get close enough to him to disrupt his shot. That way he was able to get his stick just free enough on the right-hand side to pop it in the left-hand top corner. Really nice finish, Sean.
We've got Rise here on Pellinger. Challoner, after scoring that goal, now has to sit it out, absolutely. And again, the ball movement just key here. I'm sure they're going to be trying to work a really, really good outside shot. That's a lovely feed. And so unlucky. We heard the dink of the pipe there as the ball hit the left-hand post. Because that was a really, really good pass. Cross-cut pass of the defence, picked out the back bottom left player. Really good. So here we go. They're just trying to get the air out of the ball. They just, even if. So there's the foul. That they were really looking for the foul there. They were trying so hard. And unfortunately, Dan Jones bit there and took the bait.
He really, really did bite, yes. Yeah. They were desperate to try and get the ball back, but still being a player up. And, of course, because of that penalty, all of a sudden, they're now the one that was a man down. I mean, Davidson did a good job there because he was under real pressure, yeah? The ability to be able to just hide that stick away from the defender, make him overcommit, make him foul you. Really good lacrosse. Watson again. Watson's moved place again. Can you see he's back in the middle? So
linking up with Roper again.
And here's the shot. So outside shot, a no-look pass. Watson will be so upset with that. That was a lovely backside pass, but unfortunately unable to be handled by Rise. And here's Hustle coming hard. Two-goal game. Shot. And here we go.
Yeah, Forshaw with the shot. Unfortunately, it was straight at Baxter. Rise got the penalty.
And it's a 2v1. If he moves the ball, there was the chance. And the referees are just going to have a pause here while they just begin to sort it out. that was a really good play. But unfortunately, Robinson just couldn't handle the pass across. I was really quite surprised. That really is something that you should be taking and throwing in. 2v1's bread and butter goal chances in this sport.
So it seems to be 2 Hustle men going to be taking penalties there.
It's a double penalty, correct? Which means that they'll be playing 3 against 5. So quite obviously, Rise are going to make sure that this ball moves really quickly and make sure that they get a really good opportunity to shoot the ball. Again, there are shots here on the outside, and the Rise are really just going to try and make sure that they have a very good opportunity to score, and that's an excellent move. Robinson feeding from the backside. Prescott open goal finish. Just takes them into double figures now. So just a bit of blue water now between them and Hustle. 3 goals up now.
It'll be interesting to see, even though Rise are now 3 up, how they press the ball. Timeout given by Hustle just to regroup and work out what they're going to do from this stage on.
I mean, absolutely. What the coaching staff would be thinking about there is what personnel do they actually want on the field. Again, just an interesting point is that he really needed to call a timeout. And if we look at where the ball is actually positioned, Rise are going to take possession right on the halfway line. Now, we've got to remember they can't go back over the halfway line. They can't go back into their own half. So therefore, the coaching staff are going to have a real think about exactly who takes possession of this ball and exactly what move they want them to make in order to get some space, because this halfway line is going to act like another defender.
In normal circumstances, I think we'd probably see the Rise defence push the ball, but I think with being 3 goals up with 3 minutes to play, they'll probably just be happy to hold and run 30 seconds down.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that from a Rise point of view, they're going to make sure that they don't give up an easy goal here. They're only playing against 3 outfield players. Absolutely no surprise at all that Will Hardy comes across to take possession.
Dan Flisk in the attack as well.
And in fact, they're standing off him. So that's really interesting. There's no pressure here from Coach Cara. So no pressure at all. There we go. He's just doing an excellent job of holding possession. But there's the shot, you see, because again, under pressure, only 3 of them. Yeah, those penalties seem to be going on a while. So obviously personal fouls. And here's yet another chance. But Dao Beng saves it. Oh, in fact, the officials have called that he didn't touch it. The shot seemed to have gone wide.
Yeah, it's a bit of a let-off there for us.
And actually, Dao Beng had an option to feed upfield. We actually had Shirt open and way upfield on his own, having come out of the penalty box, but Dao Beng just refusing that pass, deciding that in fact they needed some time in possession, use up some shot time, make sure that they get an excellent opportunity.
Really nice roll there, Will Shirt, great goal.
Yet again, we keep on mentioning his name, he's just been outstanding. A real threat every time he gets the ball, a real threat.
So they've closed the gap to 2, just coming in with 1 minute 45 on the clock. Great point blank stop from Doi Beng, and can he really looking to release his attack?
Simpson Pink absolutely doused his defender. Inside shot, right up close. Dao Beng just fantastic. Really cool, really calm, just stuck big. Ended up just making a really regulation save. Excellent goalkeeping, but the dodge itself was super.
Side netting there. Fortunately, Dan Jones with the shot.
Yeah.
With 1:12 on the clock, I think we'll see.
It just shows. Just run it down. It just shows the pressure. Yeah, he felt he had to take the shot. There were other people open, but
Russell individual comes behind. Prescott fires up. Doi Beng again with the save. Hardy makes the pick up. 54 seconds on the clock. Ball moves fast into the attack. Tony Kirkland.
1v1.
Yes, and Hustle pull it back within 1. 47 seconds left on the clock.
Got to take care of the ball. If you're Rise, the Rise coach is saying calm. Hustle pretty much know that they're going to get an opportunity. They're going to get one chance here.
Yeah, just got to put together one good defensive set. And then they're going to get a chance
Simpson
to level this game.
with the ball.
Two-man.
Doing a very good job.
Comes off the post, but I think we've got a penalty against Hustle. And that could be really costly.
So that's actually going to reset the shot clock right there. The actual shot that was taken there, not sure they actually knew that there was a penalty, because that was a proper go at trying to actually finish the ball. It hit the outside of the left-hand pipe. But Rise are going to start with the ball. No surprise that Watson's got it in his stick. Okay, because 19 seconds in the game, Hustle a player down, real tough position to be in. Very little you can actually do. You've got to go out and play the ball. As tough as that actually is, you've got to try and present some sort of turnovers for your team. Here they go. They're sending more than one player. The ball just being moved.
5 seconds. Saved Oibeng, but here comes the buzzer. And Rise take a 10-9 victory in the second game of their day against Team Hustle. Again, Hustle with a spirited late fight back, but Rise do just enough to see themselves through.
Just excellent game. The way that Hustle managed to come back into the game, I really did fear for them when they went that 3-goal deficit down, but a couple of crucial goals kept them in the game. However, you've got to give credit to Rise. They kept the nerve. They were pretty much ahead all the way through the game, yeah? And so therefore, Coach Cara chalks up his first win, must be really delighted. And, we look forward to seeing both teams again, yeah?
Yeah, I think, Hustle now, that's 2 1-goal losses for them, which I think, whilst they're looking pretty disheartened at the moment, I think, they'll be able to use that. There'll be things there that, that there were elements of the game that were positive, that were good, and they've only just been behind in these games, and it won't take much to change that.
And it's about recognising the crunch moments, about when you really need to come up with a big play. And I think that they were so close, weren't they, to actually being able to tie that game up. They come up so strongly in the final quarter. However, you've got to give Rise credit. They managed the game. They managed all 4 quarters well, and one has to say, better than Hustle did, because obviously they're coming up as the winners.
Yeah, I think maybe too many key moments. Hustle probably got pinged on penalties and often found themselves a player down or 2 players down there. And, in a game like this, you can't spend that amount of time being a player down and, trying to come out with the win.
You have to be disciplined. You have to keep your players on the field. Quite obviously, it's so much easier to find good shooting opportunities, goal-scoring opportunities if you're playing against people who've got a player less or even more than a player less. And when we look at the output from the Rise scored 4 extra player goals out of the 10 that they scored. So there you go.
So Rise take the win today in our second men's game of the afternoon, and they will now take a rest and come back at 6 p.m. where they will take on Swift in their final game of the day, which you can also watch with us here live on the Fly YouTube. Our next game coming up will be another women's match at 5 p.m, which will be a repeat of the game we've just seen for the women's team, so Hustle versus Rise, and you can catch that at 5 p.m. So thanks for joining us for the second game of the day, and thanks, Mark, for joining us on commentary today.
My pleasure, and just thoroughly enjoyed the whole of that game. I thought that it was so competitive. Excellent athleticism being shown on the field of play, skill sets really high, some really good decision making under pressure, and we come back again to world-class goalkeepers, keeping both teams in the hunt for a win. And congratulations to Coach Cara and Rise for the 1-goal win.
So thank you for joining us here for the Fly, presented in partnership with England Lacrosse and World Lacrosse. Tune in again at 5 p.m. for our next live stream match.
is a little bit of a pressure. turn round, just go step up.
Yeah.
As soon as I feel a little bit tired, yeah, like I literally run off so early, so I'm like, I don't want to get into the bed because I won't get proper. That's why I can go so short. I'd rather come off when I'm
we pick it up? I know we're tired and everything, but right, here we go.
Welcome back to our final women's stream of the day of this inaugural version of the Fly Sixes tournament. You've got myself, Georgia Heath, alongside the wonderful Jane. Hey, Jane.
Hi, Georgie. How are you?
There go Jane's
Here
teeth.
we go again. Yeah, just managed to hit my teeth there, but I'm okay. So we're all good to go.
Yeah, so for this game, we've got Hustle versus Rise. And if I am correct, which I often am, two teams who haven't yet won.
I think you're right on that. I've not been checking,
Yes.
if I'm honest, because
Yet
I've been
to
so
win.
enthralled by trying to watch the women and then the men, etc. But we've certainly seen Hustle twice now on this live stream, and they haven't yet hit the scoreboard as far as points are concerned. So it'd be good to see them do that.
Yeah, so we've got the box of Quality Street versus the Tequila Sunrise. And for those of you who don't know what Quality Street are, they're sort of delicious English box of chocolates we tend to eat around Christmas.
Yeah, the favourite ones at Christmas, you know, with the toffees and
What
all
colour
sorts
do you
of
go
things.
for?
I go for the purple one with the hazelnut in the middle
I
and the
had you
toffee.
down as a purple.
Yep, that's me.
I like that, the toffee one that sticks your teeth together.
Mind you, I'm impartial to a lot of them, so I'm not too worried.
Right, so yeah, this could be a nice game we got going on here. We've seen Hustle twice. They've yet to win, but last time we decided they didn't quite look attacking enough. And so here we go. We are setting up for the first draw of the final women's streamed game here. And both going for a push draw on this one.
Ruby Smith and Claire Farham, and who's going to pick the ball up?
It's not clean.
No, it's not clean, but she's...
Oh, there's Emma Oakley again. She had a fantastic game against Rise with her shots. And she's back in her defensive position where she would normally be. Rise looking comfortable, but a bit shoddy with the stick work so far. It's okay. Brush off those cobwebs. That's a lovely shot. Rise have gone 1-0 up. Or have they? Have I completely made that up? Right, Eliza Watson coming back up the pitch. Oh, she's a great player, Eliza Watson. She did well at under 19, and then that's a great save again from Sophie Allen. She had an absolute stormer in the second game today, and she seems to be continuing it here.
Good shot from Juliet Wise, but it looks like Juliet's injured herself on that one, so she's just been switched off.
That's not what you want to see as head coach Katie Hudson. Julie Wise coming off.
And that was Emma Oakley, I think, scoring that goal.
Nice use of the width here by Rise, just slowing it down a bit. In the first, oh, that's a great save again by Sophie Allen. In the first game, we saw a lot of fast breaks, but gradually, as we've gone through the day, I think people have sort of cottoned on to the game a bit, and there's far less goals coming from the fast breaks, and we're using a bit more of the traditional perimeter play that you tend to see in the tennis-side game. So we'll just see what Rise have got here, because coached by Katie Hudson, absolutely phenomenal attacker in her day. So maybe she's passing it on to her team.
Claire Farham on the ball. Claire's one of the stronger senior England players.
Right, that's the 30 seconds up. That's the shot clock. Remember, we've got 30 seconds while in possession to take the shot. And so the ball's gone to Sophie Allen, the Hustle goalkeeper. Let's see what she does here. She's got two low down players.
Feeds to Hannah Thurston. Hannah Thurston drives forward. Gives it to Sophie Coombs-Roberts, who takes it and feeds it out to Sophie Morel, who takes the shot, and it's saved by Lucy Grant.
She's a very good player, Lucy Grant, a.k.a. Gramps.
Yeah, and always good to have a left-handed goalkeeper as well, so it's nice to see variety in the net.
That was a nice long clear, and it was caught there by Sophie Tamblin. She's quietly done quite a lot so far. You know, she seems to be here, there, and everywhere at the moment. And I think that long clear from Gramps is going to be quite important at this time of the day. We've got tired legs, everyone's hot, we've had a lot of sun, a lot of running, and a lot to take in, really. But it's been quite fun, hasn't it, Jane?
Do you know what? I've loved the day. I've loved seeing the different ways the teams have played this six-a-side version. And, you know, even now they're still running and still trying to really make demands to score for their own team. And it's just really exciting.
Nice feed over the goal there. Can we take? Oh. A lot of these shots are going high to high, and that I can tell you, having been coached by Katie Hudson, she won't be happy with that.
No, she'll be looking at high to low or even low to high, but you've got to try and vary it so that the goalkeeper doesn't get that easy sight of the ball.
So we've got Erica Wallace just hanging out at the top here as that extra option. Not yet been used by Wise.
I think they might be fooling us because that's definitely Heather McRae, number 12. And while we've got Erica Wallace as 12, that's definitely Heather McRae there. So I think they've swapped kits. So I think Erica Wallace is in number 11.
Oh, they love to keep us on our toes.
I tell you what, they really tried to stitch us up. But I do know that's Heather McRae, number 12.
Well, it's lucky you're tuned up. That was nice there from Lucy Grant, coming out the goal, reminding them that she's there. And that always puts that bit of doubt in the attackers. Oh, what a save! Always puts that bit, sows that seed of doubt in the attackers. They always think, oh, maybe she'll come out for that. So it does cut off the angle quite a lot on those feeds.
It really does. And, you know, it's interesting to see people like Ruby Smith still driving hard and still trying to create space for the team to use up front.
Ella Malik just slowing it down a bit there.
A bit of a sloppy pass there, which means the ball is turned over. Hustle to come out with the ball via the goalkeeper, Sophie Allen. Out to Emma Oakley, EO.
I don't think she ever gets tired, Emma Oakley.
It doesn't appear so, does it?
This is nice work by Hustle. And a great finish there from Sophie Coombs-Roberts. That's something we've said a couple of times today, isn't it?
We certainly appear to have said that name a few times when there's been a shot. So this is Heather McRae on the ball, who feeds inside to Ella Malik, who just misses it.
Rise are just looking a little bit sloppy at the moment. They're not getting these clean pickups. The passes are being thrown away just a bit. They sort of need to just calm it down a bit. Remember that they've got time, they've got space. That's what's so great with this Sixes. There is the space to feed it out, to go wide. Oh, go one-on-one with the keeper. And that's a great save from Sophie Allen. You've got that space. Use the width.
And that shot there from Claire Farham, she just needed to alter the angle just a little bit. Claire Farham again driving towards Sophie Morel.
Oh, I don't know if I'd take on Ruby Smith and Sophie Morel in a 2-on-1. Thank you very much. I think I'd quite like my head to remain on, my stick and my body.
The Rise there, interestingly, claiming that the ball went in the net, but the umpire is saying no, it didn't, and I think I'd go with her on that one.
Should we call for VAR?
It would be good, wouldn't it?
It would be nice, wouldn't it? Goal line technology. Coming to a lacrosse pitch near you. Oh, she's going for it again, Sophie. She likes that low shot, doesn't she,
Yeah.
Sophie Morel?
She sure does.
And we're just going to see that one again. As you can see, she likes to go for that low shot. She just didn't quite get it low enough. It was almost a bit easy. It just made it a bit easy for the goalkeeper in this one past. And
Yeah, I don't think that ball went in, as you can see on that replay. So the umpire's got it right.
great pressure there from Claire Farham.
Another player on the ball now that we've said a lot, Miranda Bate, who takes the shot, the left-hand shot, low and hard. And there we go. There's the goal.
Yeah, it's one of those days you've really got to take advantage of that bounce shot.
Here you see Miranda Bate on the...
Yeah, see, she's gone for that bounce shot there, and it's just one of those things, as a goalkeeper, you don't know whether to go. You're trying to push out to the bounce of the ball, but when it's as hard as this, it can bounce up over your head, over your shoulder at that rate, and Gramps isn't the tallest of goalkeepers. She's a very good goalkeeper.
That was a great finish for that Rise goal just there, just before the hooter.
And so it's 3-1 at the moment. Right, so What are we thinking going into the first break there? I think Rise, they've just got to calm it down a little bit. They've got, it's just a few sloppy passes going on there. They've got the talent, we know that. They've got the coaching and they've got the ability to execute these. They're just not quite getting that last bit of finesse. So if they just take their time, pull it out a little bit. It doesn't have to all be at a million miles an hour, especially when you're tired. That's when you've really got to concentrate on those accurate passes. You've got to watch the ball into your stick. You can't just throw the ball away because you can't afford to keep having to chase backwards and forwards.
You're absolutely right. And they just need to just treat the ball as it's something precious. Don't give it away. Hang on to it, but make sure that when you're making a pass that it's going to the person you want it to go to. And just do all the little things, but do them really well. The game is a simple game, but it's the people who can consistently deliver it that are the ones who are usually the most successful. So consistency and execution are the key things at this stage in the tournament when they're on to their third game and they're trying so hard to actually get a W on the board.
Yeah, players definitely a little slower getting out onto the pitch than they were earlier on in the day, and I will 100% forgive them that. When you see the miles they've put in, trekking back and forth, and with this different format when we don't go back to the draw every time, you've really got it. You're defending, you're attacking, defending, your up is down, left is right.
Yeah, that's right. And in the tennis-side game, we can usually spend, you'll see how long we take over the first draw of each quarter. Well, we get that in the tennis-side game after every goal, so it just gives you that breathing space, whereas we, as you quite rightly say, we don't have that in the sixer-side.
So here we go again, both opting for a push draw up to themselves. That's well taken there by Hustle's number 25, Hannah Thurston. She's had quite a good day, I think, today.
But the umpire's turned it over.
Yeah, Lucy Fowler sets up off the pitch and finds Phoebe Smith out wide, and she's looked up to Eliza Watson. She's unlucky. See, that's that bounce I'm talking about. She's bounce shot that, and that's actually gone over the goal. So you can see what this hard ground, the difference that would make in what decision you're making when you take this shot.
Emma Oakley still running hard. And that's that lack of care that we're talking about. We just need to make sure that that ball went into Sophie Coombs-Roberts' stick, and sadly it went over her stick. And now Sophie Tamblyn has got the ball, but again, she's given the ball away. It's just, take care, girls. Take care over the ball and just protect it.
Yeah, you've done the hard work, so you just got to focus on those little bits. That's a fantastic take there from Emma Oakley.
I think this is Erica Wallace on the ball now, despite her having the wrong number on.
But that's okay. Keep us on our toes. We like that. And so she's just protecting it there, going slowly. Listen to the umpires. We've got different rules to play with, so it's understandable. They're just checking, and that's the best thing to do. You don't want to set off and find out you've done the wrong thing. Yeah, Phoebe Smith directing traffic here. I like that. You like to see that. All about the communication, especially when you're tired.
Yeah, taking responsibility and taking ownership as well, and that's a great move. Oops. I think she was distracted by the hooter on the men's pitch.
Yeah, it's a shame really there for Erica Wallace, because she had a nice chance at goal there, but she was confused. She was looking at the umpire and actually... Yeah. But that's what happens when you've got so much good lacrosse going on. There's whistles going everywhere. Sophie Allen has got a good clear on her, as you can see. But something like that even is... You can tell they're tired, or she's just thrown it straight to Gramps at the other end of the pitch, and it's almost a waste.
Yeah, completely. You need to make sure that we get possession of the ball, and then we make sure that we do the best with it. I think throwing it the length of the pitch might feel good for a goalkeeper, but it's of no benefit to anybody other than giving the ball back to the opposition.
So you can feel like Rise are building something here. We've got a pit going on. Julie Wise is back on the pitch. Nice to see she's not suffering anything too serious there. She's a great player, Julie Wise. It's very wily. Wily Wisey, that's what I'm going to call her. Yeah, she's setting another pick. I think this might be a bit of a Rise tactic at the moment. We've had a yellow card here shown to Hustle's number 36, Chess Gray. So Hustle are a man down, so playing 5v6 at the moment. So Rise really need to capitalise on this one. They need to just watch the ball into their sticks, take advantage, and pinpoint those shots. That's what they needed to do. That's lovely. And so we're going to see a replay of what happened there. And the reason Rise are a man up, but that's exactly what they needed at this point in time. And you can see there's...
Yeah, I think Chess just reached across, and therefore you're not allowed to do that. So it's coming across the person's body. So that's why they went a man down.
So 3-2 to Hustle. We'll call the timeout here. I think everyone's just having a moment to regroup. I think Rise are looking like they found their feet a little bit in that. I don't know if that's just because they were a man up or whether they've been listening to us, you know, maybe from afar. They understand it's all about just the fundamentals to anything.
I think you're right, you know, and I'm sure that's what Katie will be saying. You know, she's, as you say, she's a very, she has massive experience both as a player, as an ex-player and a coach, and I think she'll be saying to them, we need to keep possession of the ball, we need to not give it away easily. And that's what they started to do. They started to build better rather than just panicking at the last minute and just throwing the ball away.
So 3-2, there's nothing in it really, is there?
Absolutely nothing in it, and this could be a close one all the way down to the wire tonight.
We're here for your Saturday evening entertainment.
Sophie Morel picking the ball up. She has possession.
Yeah, Rise about to full strength on the pitch. That stint is finished, so we are 6-on-6 again. Oh, that's well defended there by... That's a lovely double team on Sophie Coombs-Roberts. I think sometimes that is what you've got to do to stop someone like her.
Yeah, sadly, that means Claire Farham has to take a few minutes in the penalty chair because the umpire deemed it was an illegal check.
It's interesting because when you take a double team, obviously it leaves a player free, and in a game like this when it can change so quickly, you've really got to think about that. You've got to get that V formation really nicely in. One of you goes body, one of you goes stick, and you've got to wait and take that chance to make that check so it's not dangerous and you get sent off.
And interesting, you know, if you're double teaming somebody, certainly the player on the ball must realise that there must be a spare player somewhere. So that's the key, is that when you see that two players coming to you, you have to scan quickly and recognise where's our free player, because there has to be a free player.
And on the topic of free players, earlier on in the day when we watched Forge play, they hung that player as just a goal hanger, really. And we haven't seen any of that this afternoon or since then. And that's the kind of thing I would have thought they would capitalise on. When we've got tired legs, you know, make the ball do the work rather than your legs. But we haven't seen that from either of these sides.
Yeah, sadly the Rise tried to play the advantage, but the umpires have made them come back to where the foul occurred. So now they'll have to do a more settled approach.
Oh, that's a lovely feed there from Lucy Fowler into Julie Wise. Just not quite found the back of the net there. And off goes Sophie Coombs-Roberts. That's great vision there. She's been double teamed. She knows there's a free player. And Hustle have capitalised. And there she is again. Miranda Bate she's worked like an absolute workhorse there, hasn't she?
She has, and she was one of the defenders. She just managed to run all the way back to defend as well, you know, and that's the key. That'll be the players that will be successful in this game, are the ones that can obviously score good goals, but they're also those who can change their from attack to defence very quickly so that they're there to help their team.
Yeah, there's no space for lazy defending in this game.
No, I don't think lazy people are going to be very popular in this game, because if you are doing all that hard work and you see that somebody's just taking their time, you might get a little frustrated with them as a team player.
Oh, you love a fight for the ball on the ground. Finally picked up by Olivia De Castro after a bit of a tussle going on down there. A little bit of gardening, a bit of digging. And that's, that was lucky for Rise, that one. It was a bit of, almost a bit of a waste there, but they've got the ball, they're in control. I'm just going behind the goal here. Oh, Ella Malik, you just got to take, if she takes that extra step and she'll find the angles. You can't shoot from behind the goal.
Yeah, it's a fine balance, isn't it, between taking an extra step or taking an early shot. And I think at the moment she's caught between the two, and as a result, Sophie Allen in goal is standing firm and not letting them get the easy shots in.
See that clear there from Lucy Grant. It's a shame, she made a fantastic save, and then it's just another one of those, just gone too far with the long clear, and it's just given it straight back to the opposition. Ruby Smith, always happy when she's in control. You know, she just looks like she knows what she's doing. Great save again from Lucy Grant.
Well, here we are on the
That's
fast
the
break.
hanging out player. Oh, it's a fantastic shot. Is it in time? We'll have a little look at that replay, because that was very nicely done. But there's that fast break. And she just takes her time, manages it before the player catches up with her, and I think that was just in time, on the whistle. One of those things you'd see in a movie.
I think the umpires didn't allow it, so I think they said that it was just after the hooter, which is a shame, and I'm sure Claire will be disappointed with that one because she took it so well.
And this is why I'm a commentator and not an umpire. So we can just reflect on the wonderful day we've had so far today, Jane. Here at, I really struggled to say this one.
Lillishall.
Lillishall. It's just one of those words. You know, sometimes there's a word. For me, it's Lillishall.
Correct.
I'll get there.
Well
get my
done.
chops around that one. Reflect on an amazing day we've had here. We started the day off and we didn't know what to expect, really, did we? And it is delivered.
It certainly has. It's delivered on many, many levels, not the least of which has been the level of play that the girls have produced throughout the day. We did start off very much like a 100-metre sprint, and we've probably gone down much more to a 400 metres now. But having said that, I think there's more thought goes into a 400 metres than 100 metres.
As long as there's no hurdles in the middle.
Well, there's always a few hurdles, aren't there? Because, you know, you could say that you're not in control 100% of what's going on, because there are people making decisions on whether you've done something legally or illegally. There's defenders coming in to try and stop you shooting. So there are some hurdles along the way. You know, it wouldn't be the same if you could just run straight, score, back to the middle, straight, score, back.
That's very much Year 7 lacrosse, isn't it?
Yeah, with everybody around the ball.
Yeah. Once someone had picked it up, they just weren't going to pass it, and they were just running.
And, you know, I think with Year 7, the reason they don't pass it is because people keep dropping it. So it's like, well, I've got it, so I'll just keep it. And, you know, maybe that's something that these teams need to learn. Not to be selfish, but just to keep possession of the ball a bit longer and not give it away. What's been your favourite bit, Georgie?
Oh, meeting you, of course, Jane.
You say all the right things.
I did laugh a lot when we nearly got taken out by the ball, and then when the men were falling at our feet. But I think it's just been fantastic. I feel like I've been out of the lacrosse world for a bit. It's nice to sort of get back into it, especially something completely new. It's a shame there's no fans around, but, you know, we got the fans on the stream getting to listen, so that's nice. It's just been great to see such quality lacrosse, even though we haven't had match play for so long. And you wouldn't, with a lot of this, you wouldn't know they'd been away from match play for best part of 2 years almost now.
That's right, you know, and it's good to, well, first of all, it's great to welcome you back to lacrosse, because I'm sure lacrosse has missed you in that time. So it's great to have you back, and it's great to have your knowledge and expertise on the commentary team as well. as far as the players are concerned, it would be good to see this next year as well, because they will have played throughout the year. So hopefully we'll be better prepared as well, because I think some of these poor girls have not been able to play very much match play at all for the last 2 years.
No.
They've done their training. You can see that because they're obviously fit. We've got some absolute trains out there, haven't we? The ones that can keep going. Who are the people, do you think, that are the ones that have stood out to you for the motors they've got inside?
I mean, you can't ignore Emma Oakley. She's put in the real graft in the defensive unit, as we would expect from her, but her attacking has been fantastic. But then the fight back and the tracking back into always being back in that defensive unit. If she misses, if she takes the shot, she scores, she's still got to track back. But someone that has really shone for me today, and I don't know if I'm biased to Hustle because we have seen all 3 of their games and commentated on those. Miranda Bate, I am so impressed by. She is only 19 and she has put in a really mature performance today in all 3 games. You can see she's given everything every time she's been out there.
Yeah, I think, for me, the two extremes in a way, Miranda Bate, as you've just identified, but also Laura Warren and Laura Merrifield, probably the other end of the playing careers, i.e., they've played for a long time. I think Laura Warren, it says she's been playing for over 30 years or something crazy.
Well, when you're more than double the age of one of your teammates, you've probably been playing a while.
And yet her motor, the ability to track up and down the pitch has been phenomenal. And certainly a lot of the youngsters can learn from those older, wiser heads, and the way Laura Merrifield just commanded the pitch.
And I tried not to be biased to the goalkeeping, but we saw it in the first game. Emily Chandler showed us exactly what goalkeepers mean to this game, and I love to see just how important they are. And goalkeepers getting the recognition they deserve. They're the ones that come out with all the leg bruises at the end of it. But she really showed that her pitch awareness, some of her saving was fantastic. The intercepts, you've got to be an active goalkeeper in this. You can't be that one that goes, I'll just be shoved in the goal because I didn't want to run around very much.
Yeah, in fact, I think all 4 goalkeepers have had moments of absolute brilliance, where they've made saves that you think, wow, how did they stop that? And then their ability to then change it from defence to attack, they're the key players in this. And for me, the positioning of goalkeeper has been elevated in this competition. It's so important to have a good goalkeeper there, one who can not only keep the ball out of the net, but also can generate the next attack as you move forward.
I also think some people we've got to give a shout out to are the coaches in this, because they've come into this not blind. They've all got their coaching background, their playing background, but this is a new format for them. And yes, they can bring some of their tactics, but they've got to be adapted.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've done a little bit of training with a group of coaches about expectations and values, etc. But we've left the tactics down to them. All I did was say to them, I wanted to encourage them to be brave and courageous and try things. And that's what we've seen. We've seen 1 or 2 different ones, and certainly Conor Dockery in the first game. His tactical awareness, I think, made them dominate that first game. And now we're starting to see the other coaches trying different things as well. And that's what's exciting, is this idea that we can try different things, and it's okay. It's okay to fail, because out of failure will come success.
Oh, we love that. We love that. Yes, so words to live by, not just on a lacrosse pitch. So 2 teams, the Quality Streets and the Tequila Sunrise, are back out on the pitch. And if you would like their names that aren't just my random amalgamations of words, we've got Hustle versus Rise. So we're out again for our penultimate draw, this will be, of the day, whereas normally we seem to have umpteen draws. Takes up a lot of time. We've both gone for a push draw here. Oh no, we're all moving around.
Yeah, we've got young gun Hannah Thurston against the experienced Claire Farham.
Right, we're off again. That's nicely picked up there by Olivia De Castro. Sophie Tamlin's quietly had a lot of the ball in this game. Actually, she may not have the glory shots or whatever, but she has made space. She's had the ball. She's been quite controlled. It's nice to see.
Yeah, and Juliet Wise taking that shot, but Sophie Allen being more than a match for that shot.
Yeah, it wasn't really on, was it? But it was just a bit too early. She was a bit too far out and too many sticks and players in the way.
Strong running by Sophie Coombs-Roberts. Good pass, and there we go.
There's that worm burner, although not too fast. You know, it might just be a little worm tickle. We're gonna get a replay of that one. That's nice. She's been trying to do that all day, Sophie Mill, and you know you can tell she's been practicing that one, and it's lovely.
And it goes back to something we said earlier. Nobody's going to ask how you did it. It's going to be how many, and she just rolled that into the goal because she could see the space in the line, and she did it perfectly.
Yeah, it's all about placement, really.
But Juliet Wise comes straight back and scores in the hustle end.
Sophie Coombs-Roberts links up with Emma Oakley. Something I might as well just record myself saying that. It comes up quite often.
Yeah, you start to see partnerships taking place, don't you, within the team?
Oh, that is a lovely shot. A lovely finish there from Ruby Smith. That's the kind of thing, as a young player, those are the kind of things you want to be watching. Shots from established players like Ruby Smith taking those, and you think, you know, that's what I'm going to go ahead and practice.
Yeah, and any younger players watching, you know, there's quite a lot that you could be copying and emulating here and making sure that, you know, in the years to come, you might be one of these players running up and down the field.
As Erica Wallace does right now. Oh, that was nice. She saw that little dink pass. It's a shame it didn't quite come off. That's that precision and that last just watching the ball into your stick that we're just missing here.
One of the hustle team are put into the penalty chair. So then playing man down.
Oh, so that's lovely. Unlucky there. Aiming for the top corner. Sometimes you've got to give yourself a little bit more of a margin for error. You can't hit that very, very corner every time. And need I mention, it's Ruby Smith in control. With Emma Oakley up top. We've gone for a nice wide perimeter here. Emma Oakley just indicating with her head. It's lovely. You can see the players are really concentrating on watching the ball into the stick.
And interestingly, in the tennis-side game, they would have probably wound the clock down to bring the penalty chairperson back on. But because there's a 30-second shot clock, it meant they couldn't do that. And that's why they then appeared to rush that shot.
Something building here from Rise. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a pick brought in a minute. That seems to be that was one of their tactics early on. Unlucky that comes in our direction, but we're wise to it. We're ready to move.
We're ready for that one.
It's currently 6-3 hustle, and I think Rise are looking all right. They could come back in this, although Sophie Allen is very close, and she won't want to hear me say that. She won't want any more in the back of her net.
I like the way some of the players are starting to take ownership of what's going on, pointing where they need people to go and just showing that they've got some idea. Miranda Bate in there, and she just takes snaps at that and misses the goal. But
it's really unlucky because it was a lovely move there and it was so well seen, the feed from Sophie Coombs-Roberts. But it's just that finish, and Hustle have struggled a bit with that all day, actually. We saw it in their game against Swift. They just couldn't get that last shot where they wanted it. Yeah, that's well held there. She looked like she was going to take that shot, but she just decided against it. The angle wasn't there. Rise is still in possession. Lucy Fowler, what's she going to do from here? And she's drawn the foul there. I stand mistaken.
So it's time out to the Hustle.
To the Hustle. I think it every time.
Yeah, there's one or two of these words that make you think of something else every time you say them,
Yeah.
aren't they? So do the hustle.
Yeah, we'll be dancing next. Luckily, no one can see us. It's the last thing you need. Especially at this time in the day. I don't think anyone needs to see my dancing.
Looks like the umpires are getting a bit warm. Paul Bibby has removed his hat there for a moment. They're just feeling, he's placed it over the ball so they can come together. That's one of the things that you see a lot in lacrosse. So the cap is used as a place marker almost.
Let's hope he doesn't start removing any other things. We don't need any of that from the umpires.
The lemons.
The lemons, the highlighters, whatever you fancy calling them today. I don't think I've ever quite had a lemon that colour.
No, it's very fluorescent and bright, so we can see them quite clearly, which is probably a good thing. That's what we need to know, where the officials are.
I just can't help but look at these hats with the lines on. I think there should be a little helicopter thing on top of them. Or a little umbrella. That'd be nice in this, wouldn't it? Could do with that in this shade. Little umbrella hat.
So Hustle start their attack. Ruby Smith driving.
They do look very in control and they're very happy in their attacking end, aren't they?
Yeah, Sophie Coombs-Roberts still trying to look for that goal.
You can see in moments like that, whereas in the tennis-side game, Sophie Muriel there may have drawn the shooting space and got herself a free position, but that's not the case in the sixer-side. So you either have to take that shot or you've got to be aware when you're taking that shot. We can't have dangerous shooting. But then she's had to rethink it and pass it off.
Yeah, and then as a result, they ran the shot clock down and therefore the ball was turned over. So that's something that you really have to be aware of, is that whilst you're trying to force a position for a shot, the clock is ticking down. Ruby Smith yet again carrying the ball from defence into attack over the halfway line. To Sophie Coombs-Roberts, back to Ruby Smith, but it's a loose pass.
There's going to be some tired legs tomorrow. Walking down the stairs, not going to be fun.
I guess at least they've got a day to recover before they're back to work or back. I guess schools have broken up now, so those of them that are involved in schools should be able to have a nice ice bath and just recover.
Oh, I thought you were going to say an ice cream there. I thought it'd be far more exciting.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there was an ice cream van here, but there isn't, sadly. So I think an ice bath might be more required for their legs than an ice cream.
Perhaps a tequila sunrise.
Yep, perhaps.
With the Quality Street on side.
Sophie Allen to Emma Oakley. There's certain players in this Hustle team that keeps coming up, don't they?
And there it is again. Sophie Muriel burning those worms. Yeah, Ella Malik here with the ball for Rise. They're just pulling it out a little bit, taking their time, giving themselves a bit of space. It's moments like this, you see those defenders. So we've got, just in front of me here, we've got Hannah Thurston. She's sort of prowling, and it's so nice sometimes. You see those players, and they're really on the ball of their feet, and they're just watching everything those attackers are doing and not letting them get a step on them. Oh, she's thinking about it. That's a great save there by Lucy Grant. She's been man-marked here by Hannah Thurston. She's gone for the long clear. Oh, it's well taken by Sophie Muriel, just on the time there.
I always love that when they reach up with one hand and it looks so casual and we just whip the ball out of the air.
And you spend hours practicing those.
Yeah.
I used to hate when they did that. We're doing high feeds. You get to the point, you'd be like, I honestly don't think my wrists are going to survive this.
And it's 7-4 to Hustle at the moment, so 3 goals ahead with just 1 quarter to go.
1 quarter, 8 minutes. What can happen in 8 minutes? What could you do in 8 minutes, Jane?
That's a good question. What could I do in 8 minutes? I've been making a mean banana bread in lockdown, so I could probably, if I had everything ready, already measured out, I could probably mix that together.
Oh, nice. Whip that one up, yeah?
Yeah, so I brought one up for the staff yesterday for when we were setting up, and it went down very well.
Oh, I can imagine. No wonder everything was done so well.
Yeah, yes.
It's basically one of your
just
5 a
an
day.
expert. Yep, that's what I said. A couple of bananas in there, so we're okay.
Yeah. Roger Bannister could run 2 miles.
He could have run more than 2 miles, couldn't he? Because he broke the 4-minute mile barrier.
Yeah, but I'm thinking the second mile might take a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm giving him a bit of leeway.
Yeah, true, very true.
Can't think of any other 8-minute activities.
8-minute activities. That's a really interesting one, isn't it?
I bet there's some of those horrible fitness things out there.
Ooh.
Joe Wicks telling you to star jump for 8 minutes or something.
Can think of an 8-second activity because you have to do penalty shootouts in 8 seconds in hockey, but not 8 minutes. That's very different.
Maybe let's not mention the penalty shootouts.
Yes.
I think it's all a bit raw still. Wouldn't that be exciting if we went to penalty shootouts in lacrosse?
Who knows? We may get to that. I'm told that in the past you used to do that, where you'd run from the halfway line and take a shot at the goalkeeper. So way back in the past they used to do that, and I'm sure some of our listeners will remember that. I'm afraid it's outside my memory banks.
I'd love that as a goalkeeper. I always used to love a free position because all my defenders got out the way.
And you can see it clearly.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, so here we go. It's our final draw of the day. Both going for a push draw here. And we'll see what the last quarter has to offer. So it's currently Hustle 7, Rise 4.
So this will be our last draw, and it's won by...
Rise picked up. Nice pick up there, you know. She was watching there, Lucy Fowler. There's been a lot of the draws I've seen, a lot of them have been drawing to themselves, which is something that I think is a very underrated talent. It's a lovely save there by Sophie Allen off Julie Wise. It's underrated, that one, because so often you think, I'll just ping it behind me. But actually, if you can draw it up and take it one-handed yourself, you're on your way.
You know, and it's safer in some ways if you can do that, because nobody can come in and take it from you.
And that's that pick I was talking about. It was set there by Rise number 2, Phoebe Smith. And if we just get the replay on that one, it was a lovely finish there from Rise.
Yeah, Juliet Wise really put some power into that shot.
So 7-5. Do we think Rise can bring this back, or Hustle may control? They're nice. They keep in control here. We've got the old favourites. That's a fantastic save there again by Lucy Grant. She's got her knees on the floor at that point. Don't know how you stand up at the end of the day. I need a walking stick. Yeah, nice. That's nice there from Julie, because you think, oh, maybe I want to just launch it as far as I can. But we've seen that doesn't necessarily work. She's pulled it back a bit. She's kept it safe. She had space. It's just a shame about that last pass that we've been talking about.
Yeah, Juliet Wise is growing into this game. She's really starting to show the strength that she had. She just attacks so decisively, and sadly she just made the wrong angle of pass there to Sophie Tamlin.
There's much more use of behind the goal, I found in this game. Oh, Sophie Mills, a lovely save there from Lucy Grant. It was almost straight at her, made her look a bit better than the shot deserved. But we're back up the pitch with Rise. Oh, I would love to see this end in a tie. But I'm not being biased. I'm on the side of lacrosse here.
Heather McRae just almost had an open goal there, and then she just delayed slightly and therefore had to feed it round so that they could still build again.
Yeah, that's what's so fantastic. You've got to make that decision early, because if you just take that step too many, then with the size of the pitch and the number of players around you and the lack of restraint lines, you then are the cluster comes around you and you can't take it. So you've got to take it when you think you can.
Yeah, it's almost like the closer to goal you get, and that's a great interception.
Oh,
go Sophie Tamlin, but look at the speed of Emma Oakley.
She is just a machine. I hope she doesn't listen back to this. She think I'm fangirling, which I am a little bit. She's been on fire today, though, Emma Oakley.
She's just so powerful and strong, and she just she lost that ball and she won it back. And, you know, with the leg length of Sophie Tambler, you'd expect her to get way ahead of.
See,
of
that's
Emma.
what we see there, that shot there from Sophie Tamlin. It's one of those things she's had almost too much time to think about it. So Sophie Allen isn't expected to save one of those, one-on-one the goalkeeper. You would say the attacker should take it every time. But when you've got that little bit too much time to think about it, you think, oh, I'm going to go top left, and then last minute you go bottom right, and then you sort of throw it in the middle.
Yeah, you know, you should be a coach, Georgie, because what you're saying is absolutely right.
Oh, I don't know about that. Too many names to remember.
And I think that decisiveness around goal is key. If you don't take the decisive shot, then you have to dummy it, you have to fake it, because if not, these goalkeepers are too good. They will cut it out. So if you don't take the straightforward shot that you can see, then you've got to dummy or fake it.
Yeah, and I think not enough credit is given. Oh, that's lovely. She's come on the sub, picked it up, back of the net, off we go. Love that. Great work there from Rise's number 32, Ella Malik. So she's currently part of the under-23 squad. Has played England under-19s. And was at the is currently a member of Durham University, so she's also another little smart bunny. There's a lot of those out on the pitch, aren't there?
Yes, and it's Ella Malik again, just running down here.
They're just keeping it safe here, Rise. It's nice.
Yeah, they're only 2 goals adrift at the moment, so if they can be careful with this and take the shot, then that'll make it just one. But
unlucky.
Unfortunately, she's missed the target there.
So that's 3 minutes remaining. So that could be 6 shots.
There you go. You've learned that, haven't you?
I have. Look at my maths. Wickham Abbey would be so proud. Oh, here we go. Gone for a timeout here. I'm assuming this will be our last timeout of the day. Just a last grasp for players to get themselves together. Rise, all they've got to think about is they just need 3 goals and they're in charge. We'll just have we'll have a look at that previous goal here. Just the work that has been done for these goals, that's just lovely. She's really worked on that one. She's thought about the change of hands. She's really thought about the placement. Right, so they've only got to run for another just under 3 minutes. So their legs will be happy to hear that one, I think.
I think their minds might be as well. It's interesting because the tighter your legs get, the more you use your mind. And as you use your mind throughout the day, you then start to make slightly delayed decisions. And that makes a big difference at this level. So it's not just your legs, but it's your head, your mind as well in this.
Yeah, and I think the communication at this point is key. Although it's hard when you're this tired and you're panting, communication really comes into it at this point. And so you just see there, Sophie Morrill has just tracked back because Rise are trying that tactic of leaving the goal hanger, but she's taken her on this time, which is that's great game awareness there from her.
That's interesting because Emma Oakley threw the ball away, and as a result, she's been told to go and sit on the chair and take a penalty.
I don't think I'd be able to get up if I sat on the chair. Especially if I'd run as much as Emma Oakley has. Right, this is it for Rise. They need to make the shot, and that is a fantastic left-handed finish there from Lucy Fowler. So they are within 1. That was a great, if you look at it here, it's just a lovely hand change, and she's gone for the nice left-handed shot, and she really thought about the placement of that one.
This needs to be a really careful last 1 minute 30 or so. Because there's only a 1 goal difference at the moment.
Yeah, you don't know if that was a bit of a wasted shot there from Sophie Coombs-Roberts. She's been so good all day, and she's almost just going for too much on that one. And Rise are looking, they've got their heads up now. You know, they've got just over a minute to go, and they only need 2 goals, and they'll take the victory, which would be quite a nice, exciting finish. And there you go. So that is currently 8-8, and we have 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
I think that's almost a replica of the previous shot where she came in from the left, and we'll see this on the replay, where she comes in from the left and she puts it in the far side of the goal.
And that's another
shot.
great save there from Lucy Grant. She is having a great game again. You know I love a goalkeeper, and these goalkeepers today have been fantastic. Remember, you got 30 seconds for that shot. And so, they've got some subs going on. We're subbing on the fly here. Rise, we're just keeping it controlled. And then there we've got Ella Waller. She's looking good there. Come on. I think that time looks like it's running out, if you ask me. They need to take that shot. There's another pick being set there. That is something Rise have really tried today. You need to take that. Unlucky. Oh, VAR technology.
No goal given.
Unlucky. There was a celebration there, but they remained aware. They've got back into the defensive unit. Emma Oakley's on a bum, but she's back up again. Still got the ball. Sophie Morrill picks up the missed pass, and it's a wayward shot there.
It looks like we're going to finish all square here in ordinary time, normal time.
We've got 4 seconds left. Are we going to run the clock down? Is that it? Are we going to finish 8-all? Oh, okay, so Jane, we're finishing 8-all. We go into...
I think it's sudden death overtime.
Oh, sudden death. Oh, I might just sit down. Throw back to all those days at Nationals when you went into overtime. We've had enough overtime and sudden death and penalty shootouts over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I think the sad thing is when you get to this stage, both teams have played well. Hustle started better than Rise, and then Rise pulled it back strongly. And you just know that one of these teams is going to be really gutted.
Yeah, I think momentum is quite important as well. Like Rise started off slowly and they were a bit behind, but they've really picked it up as you've gone. And the majority of goals recently, have gone in the direction of Rise. So perhaps they'll come into this a little bit of extra time, and it is just one goal. And we've seen how quickly that can happen. In the first game of the day, there were 5 goals before I even got my hat on.
Yeah, and we all talk about pressure at this stage, and I often say to players, look, pressure is fear of failure. Don't worry about failing. Think about doing things well. Don't worry about doing it badly. Think about doing it well. Because it's a lot of this now is about your belief system and about how you put yourself into it.
And if I know a Katie Hudson, any Bennett team talk, they'll be getting a fantastic team talk there. And I think that's the kind of thing you need from a former England captain. World Dream Team, fantastic player. She's got the experience, so she can be passing that on to the players. A lot of them have experience too. And you know what's exciting is that we thought we'd had the last draw of the day, and we're going to have another. And so Rise just tapping sticks. Last few words from their head coach there. And out they come. So this is it. It's exciting. Day 1, and we've got our first extra time, golden goal. Oh.
Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? And as spectators, it's fantastic. But as players, I know this is not the easiest of times. But let's see which ones have got the strongest mentality here.
Yeah, there can only be one winner, and that's lacrosse. No, I'm talking here, one winner. Again, both going for the push draw here. Sophie Coombs-Roberts versus Claire Farham, 2 seasoned pros. Heather McRae just takes control. She's holding up nicely. Good possession here. Julie Wise looking up. Is she going to take it? She's directing traffic, but I feel like that clock could run out. There's another pick. Looks like it's being set. That time's going to run out. At this rate, Rise, you've got to do something with this.
Yeah, 6 seconds.
They're going to have to take the shot. Nope, there's 2 picks being set and nothing. Couldn't pick a nose with these. You've got to shoot.
Yeah, and shot clock ran down. So
and that's Ruby Smith with the ball, and I would back her with this. So that's a fantastic check from Claire Farham. But Ruby has lost her stick.
2 fellow England players there coming to tussle to try and win the ball. Claire Farham coming through again now as the attacker. But defended well by Miranda Bate. That youngster is really growing.
She has had a fantastic day, and I think some of the coaches of those sides will be looking at thinking, oh, look to the World Cups, the World Games.
And there we have the winning goal.
And there we have it, yeah. And actually, very deserved there from Hustle. Rise were just a bit too slow with that defence. We knew the shot clock was running down. And maybe that's just match practice in this kind of format. They needed to get to know that was happening, look at the clock, and take that shot. They may have had opportunities. There were too many picks being set, which meant too many players were off the ball.
I think they were trying to be almost too precise instead of thinking, where's the space? Let's attack the space. There's half a space, because at this level, you're not waiting for the Grand Canyon. You're waiting for a little crack to come open so that you can just attack it. But Laura Beeman took that so well. You know, she finished that off with such aplomb.
That was a great way to finish for the day, wasn't it, though?
Yeah, fantastic. You know, we couldn't have asked for a better day today. We've had sort of 3 very, very tough games, and we've finished on golden goal extra time.
Oh, couldn't ask for more. Yeah, so that was what was nice, is that we also saw 3 very different games. Like the first game was quite one-sided. We saw Forge taking their fast break situation, and Hustle just couldn't keep up with that one. And then we saw a very, very strong attacking unit from Swift in the second game, and Hustle just couldn't quite get their attacking going. But they found it in this one, but it was a much tighter game. As we know, finished 8-all, but Rise found their way into the game later on. And it was just that last push. They just didn't quite have that attacking, to take that last shot.
Yeah, and, the Hustle, they've had 3 games online, so they must be feeling a little bit like, we've got to win. And they did. They finished it off. They finished with a win, and that will please the coach, Ash Gloucester, Ash Smith, and and it's good just to see the difference in the players as they finish. You can see that one set of players are looking really tired because they didn't get the win. The other team look like they're going to run again because they just feel like they could go again.
I wonder what they'd say if we went over and told them they had to run again. I think they'd probably tell us to jog on.
And Laura Beeman's walking over to do an interview, and you can see she's very happy that she's finished off that way.
Yeah, it's a great way to finish, really. So this is the first day we've got this, and then we've obviously got a weekend in August. We've got the 7th and 8th. So I think players can go away after a day of getting used to the new format, their new teammates. You can see they grew into themselves. They found their position, their place in the team throughout the day. It wasn't just the older, more veterans of the game taking control of everything. We saw the young players come through, and everyone's found their feet a bit, so they can go away, have some time to think about it. They've got some match practice in their legs. Things are feeling a bit more normal. I think when we come back for the 7th and 8th of August, it's going to be quite a showdown.
Yeah, I think the coaches will be able to give it a bit more time as well. They've got a few weeks. I don't know if any of them are finding time to get the groups together physically, but they're certainly, I know, doing a lot of online discussions with their groups. And, I just think that they may approach it in a different way, or they may approach it in the same way. I mean, if you're the Forge, you may come back and think, we'll just keep winning.
We'll just keep winning. Casual, easy as that. If only sport were that predictable.
If only. And that's the great fascination with sport. There is no predictability. And that's what makes it so great. If it was predictable, it would be boring. But it's never boring.
No, and it's just, I think, just to finish off, we can say we just had thank you to everyone that's been involved. We've had some volunteers here who've been helping us out. Everyone from England Lacrosse has been fantastic. Everyone at World Lacrosse for getting this new format going, which is just going to be the start of the future, this game. It's been great. To all the players for taking their Saturday out to come and play when it is this hot. And we've had a great day. It's been some fantastic sport. And we look forward to welcoming you all again on the 7th and 8th of August. If they'll have us back, Jane, what do you think?
I'm sure they'll ask you back, Georgie. So it's been a pleasure working with you.
Maybe I'll just take the microphone and say you're not having it. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day. We've got to thank Lillishall, I got it now, for having us at this fantastic venue. And there's one more men's game, I think, to follow.
I believe so,
and
yes.
So if you fancy watching it, see what the boys are up to, tune into that one. You won't have the dulcet tones of myself and Jane. I apologise. And we will hopefully have you all with us again on the 7th and 8th of August.
Yep, you certainly will. So thank you all very much for tuning in. Thank you, Georgie, for your wonderful contribution to this event.
Well, thank you, Jane.
The fly is just flying.
It is. We're flying the flag for the fly. Right, well, this has been fab. Thank you, everyone, and we will see you again in a few weeks' time.
Here at Lilleshall National Sports Centre for our final live stream match of the game, as we pick up Rise men versus Swift men. It's a nice little early shot there for Swift, and the save made by Will Baxter, who remonstrates his defence for letting the shot come through so easy from Sweetman. And I'm joined on commentary here for our final game of the day again by Paul Coops. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Sean. How are we doing? You know, what a day's play this has been. You know, some tired legs out there, I think, though, at the moment. So we'll see what the two teams serve up for us.
Yeah, I was just having a quick word with a couple of the benches, and they're still properly up for this. They're, you know, looking to go out on a high, and both teams looking to put out good performances to finish off the day. If you've not been with us so far today, Team Rise lost their first game in overtime to Team Forge before picking up a 1-goal win against Hustle, and Swift won a 1-goal game against Hustle, and then picked up another victory against Forge in their second game.
So Sean, all to play for here, to go into the August weekend. We just let everyone know what that means for them.
First goal up there just for Team Rise, Brandon Challoner there, I think, putting the ball in the back of the net. Yeah, so like you say, everybody plays everybody this weekend, so it's a round robin which then determines their positions going into the August weekend for the sort of the playing games at the start. So everybody's still in with a chance of winning. Teams at the top will have a nicer route through to the final. Teams who finish lower down will have to fight a bit harder, will have to play some harder games to get themselves into the final in August.
Push away, push away. Ball back line, ball back line. Okay, 33 to the hole. Hole! Let's go forward, go forward. 3-3.
Looks like Swift are going down from man. I think we've got a holding call by the looks of it. Just some technical bits being sorted out by the officiating team on where to start the ball.
Being encouraged by their teammates on the sidelines, make themselves as big as possible, but it doesn't pay off.
Nice extra player attack there.
Yeah, Josh Simpson-Pink there, picking up the finish for Rise. Swiss will just take a bit of the sting out of the game now, I think, try and settle themselves down, wait for their man advantage to come back.
I think Rise have really started very strongly in this match.
Nice check again as the attempted shot comes in.
Swift have only had the one shot, not even on target.
Josh Simpson-Pink going again to goal. Just goes wide of the post. George Ivers here pushing the ball for Team Swift.
Got a nice little battle on the benches there. A good goal from Team Swift.
Yeah.
Head coach of Swift, Ryan Garnsworthy. Head coach of Rise, Vince Cara, part of the England, what will be the under-21 tournament coaching staff for next summer.
Yeah, head coach up against assistant coach there, sort of mentor mentee. I'm sure they'll be looking to spring a few surprises on each other in this final game of the day. Luke Mills with the shot there, deflected behind by Baxter.
Nice save that by Will Baxter. He's been on form all day.
The shot's over there by Whitehead, looking to level the scores. What has been quite interesting is that I thought that the players would be looking to back up all the time, even though they know that they can't, and trying to get to the end line. But actually what we've seen is them so keen to get back on defence that when the keeper's maybe made a save, the teams actually haven't been ready to go and get the ball. They've already been retreating, and there's been a bit of a delay whilst they get themselves into position. So all these little technicalities that get ironed out with the new format.
And I think the coaches have worked hard on the players. Again, just talking to the coaches over lunch, and they've been really working hard and sort of really setting out what the outcomes are off a shot, and clearly on making sure the players are reacting in the right way.
Yeah, infringement there by Swift, and ball goes Rise. With 3-1 up, thanks to that Tom Roper goal that we just saw, and another goal from Roper there. I think it might have taken a little deflection on the way through, but gives Rise a 4-1 lead. Hilditch pops inside, great jump finish there. Dodged his man and bounce shot into the corner.
I think both teams are taking good shooting angles at the moment.
It's really sort of opened up in this last minute there. Russell pops up with another, makes it 5-2. This is actually a little bit different to sort of the games that we've seen as the day's gone on. As the day's got on, it's generally got a little bit more cagey, a little bit slower. Teams thinking more about what they're doing, but we've had a rapid run of goals here in the first quarter that's just coming to its conclusion. 45 seconds on the clock.
I think there's going to be a penalty against Rise here. It's coming up.
Deflected save again, Baxter.
Yeah, called a hole on Team Rise there, so Blue are going to be man up.
Yeah, Prescott there picking up the penalty as
There we go. End of the first period. 5-2.
Yeah, it's been a proper game of fits and starts. That we've had runs of goals. We've had teams taking good shots, and I think again Baxter coming up with a few saves there for Rise. That's been the difference and put them in front here.
And it's good to see the players coming out. With playing at this tempo. It's been a long day for them.
Vince Cara here in but it's actually quite animated, sort of giving his team some good instruction as we've seen. You know, the way the game moves so fast, these sort of quarter breaks, timeouts are really important just to, you know, be able to refocus the message. And we've seen teams quite often coming out from their quarter times sort of a little bit energised and with a little bit more of a plan.
So refs have ruled that ball's going to start with blue, with yellow being on penalty.
And again, this is where head coach Garnsworthy, you know, you want to set your team out with a bit of impetus going into the start of this quarter. You want a good, strong first play, get yourself on the board, and set yourself up to try and work back this deficit.
Right, ball starting top right. Get there, lads. Come on. Inside, one inside.
I think one of the things as time begins to tick in this match, the goal that Swift defending at the moment is going to be get some nasty sunlight. That's goaltender's going to have his work cut out.
Yeah, we've had a beautiful sun all day, not a cloud in the sky, but as you say, as we get later on, that sun's just starting to dip. There might be an effect shooting down towards that end.
Bit of a wasted opportunity there for Swift. Didn't really get a shot off on the extra player.
And then Simpson Pink extends Rye's lead. Yeah, that wasn't a particularly great start for Swift, and they just want to calm things down again now and get back at it.
Step up, man. Step up, Pete. Show Willie.
I think what we're seeing now again from Swift is really not putting the shot on target. Bit of a mistake there from Alex Russell, passing down his shadow can not just affect the goalies, but players looking straight at the sun. It can be hard to pick the ball up sometimes.
Yeah, continue. Quite a disjointed start to that quarter there. As I say, Rise, as Russell misplaced the pass, Rise were getting themselves caught up with a few subs they were trying to make as well. I'm not sure they were quite already in position, but we've got a timeout called here, which I think the team's just need a little minute to reset, so probably going to help, I think, here.
I think Coach Garnsworthy is going to be having conversations about the shooting options that Swift are taking. I think there'll be concern with the not getting them onto the goal.
They've also got good shooting options out there as well. You know, they've got players with quality and ability, and in the games that they've played so far, you know, they've wrapped up quite a few goals. So it's certainly something that's not been difficult for them so far. So hopefully they can look to just find that touch again. And here's Sweetman with a really fierce drive. Goes for the flying crease dive, but
double clock, right time. I've got to push down. Push back. You can't push it. There's no way.
I think there's been a change of decision there, but the officiating team have called a push. Blue are going to keep the ball.
There'll be a 30-second penalty against Alex Russell. Rise man down. Sam Dyson on ball. Lovely move.
Much better extra player opportunity there from Swift. Team Rise has got back to all even.
Here at Swift trying to be really aggressive on defence now, trying to get out quick, and there we go, forcing the interception. Ollie Rogerson coming up field, off to Mills. Spin, roll. The shot goes over the top, wide. Shot straight at Hurry. Sweetman can pick up the loose ball. Looks to go quick again. Driving through the middle.
Nice save by Will Baxter.
Ground ball back to Swift. Here's where they can just exert some pressure now. They're just getting a bit more ball and creating some better opportunities. But again, Hilditch with the shot goes wide. I think that's probably the pressure that Baxter puts on teams. You know, we've sort of had his games on all day, and you see that, you know, he just makes so many good saves that you end up going for further and further into the corners, and it affects the attacker's shooting. Nice run there from Thomas Rosser.
Yeah, we got another penalty coming against Rise. They're spending a lot of time on the penalty bin.
Nathan Edwards there just missing the feed to him, free on the crease, but they'll get ball back for that push penalty on Rosser.
Yeah, and these are needless penalties. I think these technical penalties, the pushing, it's really possibly showing they're getting a bit tired. It tends to be that sort of infringement.
When you're 2.5 games through a day, I don't think your teammates are going to thank you for putting a man down. Back to Hilditch, fakes, rolls inside. Good defence there.
That's nice. Another push. This time the ball was loose, so it's just a turnover.
Once again, Roy's having to make repeat defensive sets. These players have been out there a while now. And it's Edwards to the middle, and there we go. Swift on the board. Close the gap to 2 with 2 minutes 27 to go in the second quarter. Challoner looking to clear again. Swift being really aggressive in defence, looking to press right from the top. Mills, and Mills pushes for the over and back and gets it. And Mills appeals for delay of game, and I think it's also going to be given against 4 foot. Yeah.
Don't complain, you've done it, get up! That's childish, man, there's no need to do that. Ball shot left.
I think this is just what we talked about there. Baxter again, not happy that he's putting his team on repeat defensive sets. And Hilditch makes them pay.
And again, just silly, needless fouls just puts your team under pressure. You know, as you say, Sean, 2.5 matches in, you really don't want to be going player down.
Some great work there from Elliot Hurry in goal for Swift, but just couldn't keep out 1 save, 2 save, but couldn't make the 3rd save. And nice little bit of respite there for Rise, extending their lead back to 2. George Ivers on ball, inside roll. Ooh, he's been caught out there, and it's Alex Russell on the loose ball, and he makes no mistake.
And Alex Russell really has played well today. He's really shown some quality.
Timeout blue there that I don't think was seen initially, but it's been rectified, and Garnsworthy takes a time out with 46 seconds to go until half time.
And that's a good use of a timeout. 40 seconds in the half, his team's got the ball. It's a chance to just settle the team, talk to them, work out where they feel they can get a decent shot off from. So really good coaching there from Ryan.
Yeah, this game's been a real momentum shifter. It's been up and down, up and down. We've seen teams go on runs, and momentum's been swinging back and forth. And I think, if somebody can sort of grasp hold of the game, obviously Rise with a 3-goal advantage, probably want to look to manage this game coming up into the second half. But Swift, like I say, full credit to them. They've been quite aggressive in defence, and they've looked to push the ball hard, and it's sort of keeping Rise honest in the game.
It is, and I was just in conversation with Coach Garnsworthy about the defensive sort of plan that they were having. He wanted that engagement early on players, and it really has kept them in touch.
Again, pass back out. Russell there, waiting to snap up anything that comes, and makes no mistake once more. Carbon copy of the last one there. He's just there. You can just see him waiting for those pass backs to the top to come. Really aggressive work there from Baxter.
I have a feeling that we've got another penalty coming.
Yeah, he's contact to the helmet, I think.
So I think the officials have called a penalty on Will Baxter there, so they'll be sending another player to the penalty bin for him.
I think it's almost been called on the whistle, so it'll probably be served at the start of the second half, I think.
So there we go. What a half. With 9-5, some quality play on show, but also again maybe some tiredness coming in. Just those fouls across the technical, the pushing. I think that just is going to be something that we maybe see a little bit more often.
Yeah, Rise has sort of been a bit of Jekyll and Hyde on the sort of attacking front. They've done well, pushed goals, attacked, but then they've also given away lots of penalties, and they've also allowed Swift back into the game. But I kind of look at their team and I point again to their two England players, Alex Russell, Will Baxter. Russell at that top end, we've seen him twice pick up 2 interceptions there. We've seen Baxter making multiple saves. It's just that little bit of an edge that has just got them in front and is just giving them that little bit more quality on the pitch at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're right, and I certainly will be interested to see how Coach Garnsworthy and Sitlani sort this out, because they've got to actually deal with what's in front of them. I think they've got to, talk to their players about shooting on Baxter. He does get in a good position. He does force you to shoot to the corners. So it's about where they're taking those shots from, but also how to, limit the influence of Alex Russell on the game.
As you say, we've got one half left of play here today of our opening weekend of the Fly. We've seen some great lacrosse all day from the women's and the men's. What have you made of it all so far, Paul?
I just think this has been a real showpiece for the Sixers game. I think it shows the it's given us a nice taste of the rules. Obviously the venue is superb. The playing fields are absolutely phenomenal to run on. So I think it's been a really successful day, and it can only wait for the for the August weekend.
I think we've seen with the sort of the attitudes of the players as they come in that they're just all so excited to be involved in something new. It's something that gives them something new to think about. And speaking to them into the run up to the tournament and speaking to some of the coaches, they've just been really excited to do some new research, do some new work, do something that tests them. And I think we've seen that on display here today. The sort of things that people are trying to come up with while they're here for this weekend.
Yeah, and I can see that the coaches are going to go away and can just reflect on this and come up with some different strategies to approach the the next weekend. I think that the review of the game tape will be really important for players and coaches alike.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of analysis work to go in over the next couple of weeks. I think coaches are going to be locking themselves away and poring over footage and stats and but like I say, I think we've seen a great opener this weekend, and I think coming back for the August weekend, you're going to see some increased levels all over the place.
So, sure, we've got a couple of minutes till this second half starts. Team rider's already out. Obviously, Coach Kara's delivered his message and is comfortable. They're out having a warm-up. What do you think we're going to see this second half then?
I'm hoping that we're going to see Swift come out and probably just go for it. I think, they're kind of 4 down. They may as well just give it a shot. I think we might, push the ball. I think the one tactic that I've seen all day actually came in our very first game in the women's game, of where Team Forge just left. They left one player up the top in attack all the game. They never came back. They never went back into defence, and it left them so many opportunities to score. And watching the team that they were playing against, it totally threw them. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know whether to stay or to go. And it created Forge so many opportunities. And I'd quite like to just, maybe see somebody just throw in something like that. Just leave a player up there for a couple of minutes and see if it creates a bit of confusion. Try and see how you can unsettle Rise. So maybe something like that. Maybe something a bit funky just for our last half of action today.
I hope we see something like that. I hope we get something innovative. I think 4 goals, it can go in a blink of an eye in this format of the game. I think that, and again, I'm looking for really for Swift to maybe just get on a bit of a roll. I think if he can get the first goal and maybe a second one, I think they'll get on a bit of a roll, and that should really maybe a bit of a momentum shift.
I think we're about ready to take the field now. Coach Kara just holding up his team message board there, just giving his team a few visual cues to get themselves set.
And we remember just at the dying embers of the first half, Will Baxter was called for a foul, so yellow will be a player down and blue are going to start with possession.
And here's the perfect opportunity for Swift to get himself back in the game early. It's going to be ball starting from the top with Luke Mills. Sweetman, stinging shot there, low to high, find the top corner. And that's exactly what Swift wanted.
It is. I'm really wanting to see, the The penalty that Yellow have got is a personal foul, so it's going to be off for a minute. So I'm looking really for Blue to put some sort of pressure on the ball here.
Potential for a penalty somewhere.
I think there's definitely a penalty there. I think we're going to have a holding call.
Yeah, we had holds, we had stick flying. I think the result is going to be a man up for.
It is. It's going to be
man up as Rise's player who was off steps back onto the field at the end of his penalty. And from man down, it's suddenly man up. Russell looking to line up, saved with the feet by Hurry.
It's a good save by Elliot. That was coming through multiple bodies there.
But he can't stop that one. Stinging shot from Will Prescott. Mills allowed to get all the way in there. Shot goes wide and he's in the crease. Swift back up to 6 on field.
And that's a good full field press there by Swift. That was really good to see. Again, we
keen
talked
to push the ball, but just a bit too eager.
But we'll again talk about the innovation from the coaches. That was not waiting, going to the full field press straight away in the second half, understanding how much ground they've got to make up.
Great work from Sweetman on the ground ball. Baxter scrambling to get back. Shot from Hilditch goes wide.
And he's really got to be putting that on target.
Yeah, Baxter was off balance, offset. I think if he'd have hit the target, he would have found the back of the net.
Again, good press by Blue. They're really pushing hard here.
Russell and Prescott managed to wheel the way out.
Another good save by Elliot Hurry.
Nearly done there by the sub coming on, but manages to squeeze the ball out. Another shot wide there.
Well, here's another good chance. 2 good chances for Swift, 2 off target. I think we got a bit of a nasty one here.
Simpson Pink, I think. Just a little bit unsteady, I think, as he took his shot.
Well, Sean, we've got a bit of a break here while the medical...
I think he looks like he might be all right. He's getting up onto his own feet.
I think that was a very nasty case of cramp that came in. Great to see him up and walking.
Like you say, these players are coming to the end of a very long day of action, and it might have just been just a bit of overextension as he tried to make the shot. But
It's been, again, just showing it's been a long day. I'm pretty warm here, so it's been 31 Celsius here, which is just over 90.
Saved there by Baxter, but loose ball push goes against Rise. Swift will get the reset, new set. Nearly the spectacular finish there from Luke Mills, but
that was a really good pass. That was a really nice look, and just unlucky, because I thought it was a great take to get that shot off as well. It was good lacrosse.
Just looking out onto the Rise bench now, and with Simpson Pink injured, I think Challoner's also getting some treatment too. I think he's just got a bit of a knock on the nose. They're actually only down to 2 subs now, and I think this could be a really good time now for Swift, if they've got anything left in the tank, just to hit it and try and raise the intensity, try and put these depleted Rise through it a bit, and Sweetman pulls one back there.
Well, again, just Ryan Sweetman just showing showing the class that he's got.
I think I think if there's one player out there that's probably got an engine to last the game, it's probably going to be Ryan Sweetman in the middle there for Swift. Good tenacity there though, Will Prescott. Riding the challenges, taking the ball. Puts the lead back to 4 with 2.5 minutes to go in the third.
And again for Swift, another great look into the middle, and I'm really not handling that.
Robinson feed to middle, Hurry gets a tip. End of the shot clock. We've now spotted a loose ball push, so Rise from going for looking like they were going to lose possession, they're going to get themselves a new set. Lovely work again.
Lovely work, but a great save by Elliot Hurry close in. It's coming down to the last minute of this third period. They've just run out of time on that shot clock.
Just missed the shot clock.
Some good.
Hurry stands tall again.
And keeping him. Elliot Hurry is definitely keeping him in the game at the moment. Sweetman pops up with another one. Transition here. Some good transition play there from Alex Russell.
There's that point now, you can see teams, once they attack, just struggling to get back a bit, and just with 10 seconds on the clock, Garnsworthy takes the time out. Yeah, I think we saw, and we can see a few of the players blowing out there. I think, make the efforts to get themselves up the pitch, score the goal. There's no time to rest. You're back on that defence.
And yeah, they committed themselves into the attack. A nice finish by Ryan Sweetman, but again, the ball's down the other end. Transition goal, and that you see Team Rise just maintaining that 4-goal lead.
So 10 seconds here for Swift at the end of quarter 3. Should be a case of shift the ball, get your best shooter in the best position. Turns out Sweetman just wanted to go it alone. It's not paid off, and that's the end of the third.
So just a couple of minutes for the players to get their breath back, and for some final words of wisdom, I guess, from the coaching staff as we head into the last 8 minutes. And I think, although we've seen Ryan Garnsworthy's Swift team really up a tempo, I think that Coach Carr is going to have to be pleased with the way his team has maintained their four goal advantage.
Yeah, I think they'll probably be quite happy with their whole day's work, to be honest. Team Rise, they've put in a really good shift, only unluckily missed out in their first game in overtime, and I think they've definitely acquitted themselves well throughout the day.
So, okay, here we go. Teams are coming back out.
We're up for our final quarter of action today at the opening day of the Fly UK. Presented by England Lacrosse in partnership with World Lacrosse as an official sixes test event. Rosser got the pot, but the Swift still battling for the ground ball. Eventually Rosser picks up his own face-off win. Sweetman again, going to look to drive from the top here, I think. There we go, around the outside, and he gets the finish.
Definitely got his shooting stick on him in this game.
I think he's also going to the well, and I think he's going to that point of, I'm gonna just go up against you every time. I think I'm fitter. I think I can get the dodge on you, get the step. Goal, Nathan Edwards comes all the way round from behind, coming through the middle.
Back-to-back goals for Blue.
Oh, Russell unlucky there off the post.
Just some fantastic acceleration by Alex Russell to get that shot off.
To Sam Dyson, takes it behind. Here's Swift's opportunity now. Hilditch gets inside. Oh! Funky finish there, Danny Hilditch.
Nice thinking by Hilditch, spotting where the gap was.
And here we go. 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, and Swift have reduced the gap to 1. We heading for another overtime game here, Paul.
Well, we can only say that would be great, wouldn't it? That would be a fantastic way to end what has been a super day of lacrosse.
After a whole day of lacrosse, who doesn't want a little bit more lacrosse? Wholesale subs going on here. I think the teams need,
They've got to get the fresh legs on. They've essentially up and down twice is enough.
Sweetman again individually. Through the legs of Baxter, and it's tied game.
It's all tied. This is
12
fantastic. But again, Ryan Sweetman, how good has he been in this match?
Conversely, there's Russell.
A second post for Russell in as many shots. Again, showing his pace.
Ball top right.
12-all, 5 minutes to go in our final game of the day here at the Fly. Good hands just to hold on to the ball there in the middle. Shot clock will be run in.
Good save by Baxter.
And here we
And
go.
they've got the run. They've got the run of the ball.
Davidson, but safe, hurry. Pick up by Roper. He's looking for teammates, looking for support. Who can get up there? It's Prescott. Saved again by Hurry. Yeah, I think the ball was definitely saved by Elliot Hurry there. Saw Danny Hildrich diving to try and keep it in, but he couldn't quite get there. Challoner's managed to get himself back on the pitch here for Rise. That's good to see, and he's now pushing the goal, but nice defence again. Hildrich looking to be aggressive, but it pops open. And if that was another post again. Blink of an eye, Sweetman again on the ball there. Back in looking to inside roll. Can he get the move? Can't, and the ball rolls free. We've just noticed in front of us again, Simpson Pink again after that nasty knee injury we saw has managed to get himself back on the pitch looking fresh. Alex Russell there.
Finally misses the post and managed to slot it in that bottom corner with a nice split dodge from the top.
Just over 2.5 minutes to go. Timeout called Team Swift. This is the kind of finish we were looking for today, I think.
With 2 minutes 41 on the clock, we've got a 1-goal game.
Again, as we've seen it gone on longer and longer, I think the sort of, almost the set plays of what you were looking to do have slightly gone out the window, and it's, who can make those individual moments, who can make that stand out, and in these quarters we've seen Alex Russell and Ryan Sweetman come into the fore, and it's who can have that big individual moment now, I think.
Well, there's a mental piece at this point in the game, Sean, and I think it's those that can keep their cool, play to their strengths, and try and keep the game as simple as possible.
Quick start there, Swift kind of caught Rise off guard, and yeah, they have. Hilditch pops up with a goal. Rise weren't in position for that restart, and they've paid for it. Great check again, win, and here goes Sweetman to goal. Got the legs moving, and he's put Swift in front.
Fantastic turn of pace there from Ryan Sweetman.
Here we can just see on the replay, just getting those legs going, moving through the gears. And Russell trying to pop up at the other end, but Hurry's sort of come to the fore the more this game's gone on. He's made
That's a
some crucial saves.
good look upfield by Ryan Sweetman. Pick the attacker out.
Lovely work. Lovely stuff. Albert Whitehead there popping up with the goal. But again, straight back. Baxter to Russell. puts another one in.
And we look at what's happened in the second half, and it's been the players that have stepped up. It's been Ryan Sweetman, it's been Alex Russell. They've been the game changers for both sides.
So again here, Swift with the 1 goal advantage, 15-14. Moving into the last 1 minute 45 of action here at the Fly.
A handling error there by Team Swift. Just coughed up possession.
Timeout taken there by Vince Cara.
And again, that's a good timeout to take. And Team Rise have just been ahead for so long in this match, and really this last 8 minutes has just, all been Team Swift.
Yeah, as like I say, credit to Swift. They've really not given up. They were down by 4 at half time, still down by 4 at the third quarter, and you were sort of looking that Rise was seeing the game out. But Swift have just pulled out some exceptional performance in this quarter and have, sort of seems to be the team looking more likely to go on to win it.
And I think it just shows how in the 6-a-side game that we've got here, how quickly things can change round.
Attempt to check on Simpson Pink, but shot blocked. Like I say, in this sort of game now with the shot clock, there's sort of nowhere to hide. You can't sort of delay a game. You can't run it down. You have to play right to the end. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Roper on the ball for Team Rise in search of a goal. Roper up against Mills. Solid defence so far. Off to Robinson. Shot clock will be running down. Into Russell. Great finish.
What a lovely pass. What a lovely pass to him there. And a great finish from the crease, from inside.
Stunning pass there. I think it came from it was Marius Robinson in there, and he got himself back on defence. Post there. 15 all. 35 seconds left on the clock. Sweetman on the ball. It's Edwards round the crease, gets in front, pops off the feed. And the goal's good, the goal's good. 79 Albert Whitehead popping up the goal.
20 seconds.
20 seconds left on the clock.
What a finish.
Simpson Pink lines up, saved by Hurry. Ball goes behind, 12 seconds. Simpson Pink. And he's given it straight away. He's given the feed straight to Team Swift. Baxter comes out. They're going to look to run the clock down.
No point in shooting. You don't need to.
I think that's going to be game. And that's game.
What a match. What a way to finish what has been just such a fantastic day here at Lillishall National Sports Centre.
Oh, I tell you what, that's a stunning finish to the action there. That is, that's exactly what we've had all day long. The action has just been so intense end to end, and I think you can see the Team Swift there loving that one. They pulled that from the well and truly.
Well, and what a team effort to get themselves back 4 down, going into the last 8 minutes, and really to do that after 3 matches, to find the legs, the last bit of effort, just to do that, and turn that game round. What a performance!
I think those are the kind of moments, we talk about this, it's not teams that are together for long. It's not teams, that have weeks and months to train together. But moments like that are the ones that, sort of make you feel more part of the experience and makes you feel more part of the team. And, you saw those guys out there that, there's like, most of the players won't have probably played together before. There's people turning up who don't really know each other. And moments like that sort of bring you together at the end of the day.
No, absolutely. And some really big performances for Swift. I mean, obviously, we mentioned his name over and over again, but Ryan Sweetman really put a shift in then and really pulled that team round.
Yeah, and then at the other end, Elliot Hurry again really stepped up in that second half. They were sort of, at sort of times they were coming under a lot of pressure because the game was stretched, it was moving end to end, and he made some really great one-on-one saves that, you know, just sort of almost kept his team in the game. When they were 4 goals down, he was keeping them in the action and allowed them to, you know, eventually turn it around and do that.
Absolutely. Just can't you know, express what a great game.
So as we have handshakes going on in the middle, that's the end of the action for today at the Fly. It's been a truly incredible first day's action here, and we will be back on the 7th and 8th of August for our finals weekend, which will see the teams involved in play-ins, semi-finals, and then on the Sunday playing for the final and the title of the first winners of the Fly UK. So we hope you can join us again in August. Thank you very much, Paul, for joining us on commentary today. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, Sean. It's been a pleasure. And let's hope that, you know, everyone comes back and really has a great weekend in August.
Thanks for joining us as well. This has been The Fly in partnership with World Lacrosse.
One, two, three, go! Picked up.